Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. It's the 14th of September. We are racing through this year. I mean, very shortly, it'll be October. Please God, we have wind and snow and hail and all the rest of it. It's the only time I get quite happy, actually. I'll moan about it constantly. But I've got all my winter coats all ready. They're all done. I've had them all dry cleaned. Everything is all ready. And I thought, oh no, this is all looking very promising indeed. What's coming, going, and may stay? This is Boris's thing, are we going to do this? We're going to do that. He has warned the pandemic is far from over, which is exactly what I've been saying for ages and ages. But unfortunately, young people a little bit lax. There's going to be an outbreak of it. You can just tell. Also, welfare labels are going to go on meat in the supermarkets to tell you how the animal was killed. Shot with a smile on its face is not something you're going to be reading. Plus, halal and kosher meat will also have to be labelled. They'll have to tell you how the animal was dispatched. I'm not sure I want to know, really. Plus, the injury lawyer, one of those people, cash for crash, in a drunken crash. She was so drunk, she wrote off her car. Anyway, they've taken her off the road. Thank goodness for that. The long paw of the law. Yes, the medals for police dogs. I love some of them. I love the police dogs. The sole thing is that when they go out there looking for drugs and money and stuff like that, do you know what their reward is? Playing with a ball. If I'd known how happy we could have been years ago with something as simple as that, who'd have known? Because when we went to Florida years ago, they've got dogs there, and what are they sniffing out? Fruit. Fruit. Apples, oranges, bananas, anything you've been given on the flight, they don't want in the country. They give you that on the flight. Most people take it away with them and have it a bit later on, thinking, I'll have that orange later. Well, if you're flying into Florida, they've got more oranges you can shake a stick at. They literally have, outside the orange groves, they've got boxes of orange. Take as many as you want. Because that's how it works. They're all harvested by machine. But we had dogs sniffing around our ankles. Luckily, I didn't take my apple with me or my banana. So that's what they're looking for. But some of them are so clever. And I've seen the policeman saying, oh, it's great, actually, that they sort of have this sort of thing, that they're trained. Just they're waiting for the ball. They want the ball, and or a stick or whatever it happens to be, which is brilliant. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The Prince Andrew, I think he's just Andy, isn't he? Randy Andy. He wants to wed Fergie again. How delightful. Well, I think they've chosen so well. Both ghastly. The pocket watch linked to HMS Bounty is going on sale. I mean, that's really old, isn't it? Really old. HMS Bounty. It's not a chocolate bar with sort of people rowing it. But they think it could fetch about 5,000 quid. I would have thought more than that. And there's pictures in some of the papers today of a woolly mammoth. And here it is. They've raised £15 million. This woolly mammoth has been perfectly preserved. And it just looks like a woolly mammoth. It's got bits of hair on it. They've raised $15 million, 11 million quid, and they reckon they could make this dream a reality and recreate it by taking the DNA out of it. I mean, it is as perfect as it's going to get, isn't it? It was in the permafrost. They found it years and years ago. And it's got all sorts of things on, but they think that if they take the DNA out of it, they can recreate. It's a bit like Jurassic Park, where there's a fly in a piece of amber and they take the DNA out so they can create something else. And so if they can, I mean, that'd be quite an achievement. Imagine going to the zoo and say, well, I don't know why. I don't think there's any logical reason. It's a case of they can. It's like years ago, you had dogs, didn't you? There was a spaniel and there was a poodle, and now you've got cockapoos and all that kind of stuff. And you think to yourself, it's basically just crossbreeding. And, I mean, it could be brought back to fight climate change. This carcass is 42,000 years old. I find it absolutely amazing. You look at the picture of it, you'll go, wow, is that really a woolly mammoth? You'll be a bit disappointed because they're not very big. People think they're the size of huge elephants, but they're not really. And they seem to preserve themselves. The permafrost, I think this one here called Yucca was found in Siberia back in 2010. They reckon it was 6 to 8 years old when it died. And it's got bits of hair on it because there is a mummy in the British Museum who's growing hair. The mummy, I was always taken to the British Museum, and my dad used to say to me, he said, we'll go and see the mummy with the ginger hair that's growing. Silly, it's seriously, it's I mean, whether the hair is actually growing, I've got no idea. but it's got ginger hair on this mummy. And I don't think ginger hair in biblical times was particularly common, but it appears to be growing hair. There you go. Isn't that amazing? Steve, roll on October. We come out of lockdown sometime in October, says Shane. Oh, I hope so. I mean, I'll give you some of the answers to the questions, well, as much as we know, actually, this morning. Plus, don't call a woman love at work. Well, I mean, I call Zora Suleiman love all the time. Hello, love. In fact, I call everybody love. Even the blokes on the desk. They go, morning, Steve. I go, morning, love. I just automatically, I don't think about it. I don't find it's offensive. But men can be lad or mate. Why, mate? You know, I remember seeing some policemen on one of these police programmes on the television, and the bloke goes, listen, pal. And the policeman goes, I'm not your pal. I thought, no, you're about to arrest him for drug use. Jeremy Kyle claims he was proud of his TV show. Good God, he's not still around, is he? Blimey, I had no idea. And believe it or not, Andrew Neil has quit that television channel which gets practically zero audiences on most of its programmes. Apparently, having pet names like Sweetie or Babes for female co-workers is infantilizing and not the same as referring to a man as a lad, a judge has said. Oh, go away, stupid judges. They're so out of touch, aren't they? Can't be anybody in this country, can it, really? Nobody be that stupid. It's infantilizing. So, hello, babes. Or what, babes? Hello, sweetie. You know, it's like watching an episode of Towie, isn't it? Where they can barely string two words together. Honey and chick are also out. Honey and chick. I've never called anybody chick. Hey, honey. But hey, honey, because in fact, wasn't that an American TV program? Hey, honey, I'm home. Was it something like that? There was a program like that, I'm sure, on the television. Let's go and tell them, shall we? You can't say that anymore to people. It's ridiculous. I'm sick to death of the mamby-pambies, like all the people sitting in the roads the other day, disrupting our lives. As if I'm going to go round and start insulating their homes, because they all look a little bit, they've got a bit of money, you know what I'm saying? Very middle-class people. One of the papers this morning describes them as posh morons. Yeah, all walk into the road, hold up our little signs, and all the rest of it, I tell you. I mean, you know, and then the police turn up in little dribs and drabs, you know, which takes them away from really important things, and they have to get. They arrested loads of people. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. I can promise you now. They'll just go, you're a silly old woman or a silly old man with nothing better to do. Go back to your allotment. Stay on there. And some bloke gets out of the car, and they've got sorry to stop you. So all these cars are sitting there going, what's it to do with? Oh, they want insulation in houses. And you go, well, what are you stopping us for? We don't do insulation. Shouldn't they be down at sort of Downing Street or protesting in Parliament Square? No, they're far too mamby-pamby for that one. Go down there. They'll be in the back of a Black Mariah as soon as you can say, you're nicked. So they don't want to go down there because these are old women who've got to make tea and cakes. You know, she seems such an innocent, but in fact all the time she was plotting to go and destroy everybody else's lives. I feel like saying to them, I tell you what, you know, you disrupted people who missed flights and everything else the other day. It's no good putting up a little silly little sign saying, sorry to stop you. It's a case of, I tell you what, where do you live? We're going round your house. You're not going to get in your front or back door for as long as you made us wait there to miss our flights. You know, who are these stupid people? Thickos. Oh, we've got our little orange jackets on and we're going to be militant. And you think, of course you are, darling. I wonder what you did in a former life. Something ghastly. Yeah. Hello, Popsykins. What do you do? I sit in the road, don't I? Lovely. Rita says, stop wishing for miserable weather. I can't wait for it to snow. I want the weather. I want everything. I want the worst weather you can ever get. You're meant to spread joy. Well, that brings me joy, Rita. That brings me joy. In fact, the wetter it is, the happier I am. You know why? Because they can sit in the road as long as they bloody well like, as long as it's raining down on them. Cats and dogs, and I mean cats and dogs. Oh, dear. Terry says, I've been out on an RTA in Chertsey this morning. What's an RTA? A road traffic accident. We had one in Twickenham the other day. I was waiting for the bus after I'd been up and watched them setting up Zippo's circus, because I'm fascinated by this. I was waiting by the bus stop, and one of the blokes delivering to Sainsbury's said, there's been an accident up there. I said, well, there were cars coming through. He said, yeah, they've diverted the buses, and they had to the other side of the green. So I picked my skirts up and my crinoline, and I sort of ran down the road as fast as I could, and eventually got sort of one, because one bus broken down, another one. But Zippo Circus we've got for 3 days, so it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, till Sunday, and you have to go and see them. They have to go and see them. But all the people who work on the circus, all the acts, they help set up the circus. They're there putting seats out inside, getting the tent up, putting the lights up. They have to do all of this. It's quite a feat of engineering, which is very nice, very nice. They think rocks collected on Mars may reveal aliens have existed off the red planet. Yeah. Keep drinking, pal. Keep drinking. Sorry, sweetie. Also, police use a stinger to catch an old age pensioner who drove 44 miles the wrong way down the M6. How are these people allowed to drive? How are they allowed to drive? And the cops go out to a restaurant, I think it was in Spain or something, and they burst in to the restaurant, and there's a father sitting there with his son. He's from Liverpool, and they arrest him. They thought he was a mafia killer. They thought they were so bright over there. Plus, Nadine Coyle wants to be visited by the ghost of Sarah Harding. Oh, you really don't. Don't be silly. Of course you don't. And the Duke's new lawyer hits out at the sex claims. I'll point out for about the umpteenth time, he's not been charged with anything. They just want answers to questions. God knows, I didn't think he had any money. Perhaps his mother will pay for it for him. Perhaps his mother will pay. And Steve, the police stopped at the high street, asked for my ID, says Mike, and I said no comment. I got arrested for some trumped-up charge. But I think if they ask you for your details, I think you have to give them. I don't think you're allowed to. Anyway, he said I got a free lift home for them to see my passport. Yeah, but you could have made it so much easier for yourself, couldn't you? You know, if you just told them who you were. Wouldn't that make it easier if they say to me, who are you? I tell them I'm James O'Brien. You know, and some days I turn out to be Ian Dale. I could be anybody I like. But no, I think you have to tell them. I think it's part of the law. And you can film them as well while they're doing it. There is no law that prevents you filming, even though you might find some coppers say, stop filming me. You go, no, it's for my protection. Believe me. You're filming me on your little camera, on your little shirt. So, you know, you mustn't be aggressive. You just sort of, you know, if you don't have to. I'd be filming. Absolutely straight away. Of course I would. You know, there are such things as coppers who aren't maybe as honest as some other coppers. We know that. See them in the papers. So listen, if you've got children and you know Christmas is around the corner, it's very much around the corner, it's very close, and you see the toy in the shop, buy it now.
Escape the bustle of the city. Elevate your experience of London at the top of the Shard, the city's tallest building. Take in the greatest views of the capital from our 360-degree observation deck. See more from up high. See everything London has to offer. Visit theviewfromtheshard.com.
That's the advice. Now, I'm only telling you, I'm not telling you to boost up the profits of all the shops who sell toys and stuff like that. But by Christmas, it might not be there, and then you're going to look a bit silly. Because we warned you on the 14th of September, a Tuesday, 2021, to go and start buying Christmas presents and stockpiling them, because there will not be as many this year as there has been before. And so all you have to do is just go out and buy something, stick it in the back of the wardrobe or something, and then you've got the presents, and then no more disappointment. You know, nothing worse than the kiddies ripping open the paper and going, but I wanted a Barbie plane. And you go, listen, Tommy, you can't. Okay? You can't have it, love. Oh, sorry, babe, pop it. Oh, anyway, no, you can't, honey. You know, so go and buy them now.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 19 minutes past 4. Are you well? Well, I mean, I ask because that's what we do, don't we? People always, every time they see you and they've not seen you for a while, they go, are you well? And you go, do I look all right? Because you're always worried, aren't you? I mean, sometimes I've walked down the street and people look at me. And I know that my beauty, you know, transcends everything else. But you sometimes think, am I wearing clothes? You know, it is like the emperor's new clothes, isn't it? The king is in the altogether. And you think, perhaps I'm a bit like that. Or I've left my slippers on or something like that. Roger says, these protesters on the M25, they're a bit dim, aren't they? They are a bit dim, I'm afraid. They think drivers don't mind wasting 2 hours sitting motionless. But we do, mate. That's why I say, let's make it rain on them. Let them all catch pneumonia. I'd be much happier. You know, perhaps they'll all sit there with little umbrellas out. Because they all sort of trooped onto the road like a lot of sheep, following each other, and they said, we want all houses insulated. You think, well, go and talk to the government. Why are you stopping us? I shouldn't imagine there was anybody who was stopped the other day. I mean, 78 have been arrested. Good. Throw him in the old jail. Let's get him out. I mean, they've got 12 people. Hertfordshire police said 18 have been arrested. Surrey police were doing much better. 36 people. And on suspicion of public nuisance. What do you mean on suspicion? We've got them on camera. God in heaven, honestly. Protesters for Insulate Britain. I tell you what, I mean, it's, you know, they were doing this just after 8 on Monday. They probably had to get up really early. They were probably listening to this programme. And then they did Swanley, Junction 6 in Godstone. And also, I think there was Hemel Hempstead and Lakeside and everything else. I tell you, it's going to end in tears for them. It really is. Because somebody's going to lose their temper. In fact, one bloke drove over the grass to go round them. Why would you want to sit there? I don't actually understand why the police would ever let these people just affect people's lives. So would they be stopping an ambulance going through? Are they that thick that they probably would? Because if an ambulance came along, I mean, there were 2.5 miles of queuing clockwise on the M25. I'm glad they actually feel proud of that, you thick little so-and-sos. What makes you proud about that? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. God help us if there was an ambulance and it was trying to get through because somebody needed to get through and it was all blocked and somebody died in the back of the ambulance. Could we then sort of take you to court? You know, and you look at them and they all look as though they've got, let's just call them issues, shall we? You know, all sort of issues. All sorts of people out there, but mainly ancient. You know, the protest group said this disruption was just the start. It will continue until the government makes a meaningful commitment. Well, I shouldn't, not with you lot, sweet peas. You'll all be in nick. What, are you going to keep doing it because you're so stupid? Why do we put up with rubbish like that? Do you remember, where was it? I think it was in Japan. Somebody was on a motorway bridge in Japan. I'm pretty certain. And the traffic was tailed back. The police had stopped the traffic because the bloke was threatening to jump. And after about an hour, somebody had had enough of it and he got out of his car, climbed up onto the bridge, walked along to the bloke and pushed him off. And I remember thinking, my God. He said, I'm sick to death of it. We had somebody on Tower Bridge who did exactly the same and all the traffic was held up for somebody else's. Do you remember the Fathers Against Justice or whatever they were? Fathers for Justice. They were up there and doing all sorts of bits and pieces. You think, why do we have to suffer for it? You know, if you're a person who's on a limited income and you need to go to work and then you say to your boss, I'm terribly sorry, there's some people who want to insulate their house for free and they're going to keep doing this, so I'm going to be late for work. You know, people who work in hospitals couldn't get to work because of these buffoons. You know, and you listen to them and they've all got funny little voices, haven't they? It's like people who want to feed pigeons. Well, like, you know, they're God's creatures. Oh, for God's sake, do us a favour. Steve, Elizabeth says, morning, sweetie. Honey. I agree with you 100% about the twit protesters, but I don't see why it's our problem, Elizabeth. Why are they protesting to us? We're not making a decision. It's up to the government. They should go down and sit outside Parliament with their little placards. Does that mean they'd have to spend money? They're all filthy rich. You only have to look at them. They are filthy rich morons. Dreadful. Mike says 101 sleeps to go for Christmas. It's not long. That's why I say buy the presents. If you see the presents now, buy them, because you'll go back like Costco and you'll go, oh, I'll go and buy those next. And you'll go back and they'll be gone. And you go, oh, I should have taken Steve Allen's advice and bought it. Because you should. Yeah, Steve was right yet again. Bit embarrassing. In fact, actually, I wonder if they'll be getting up at this time of the morning to do their makeup and hair. Actually, judging by the state of them yesterday, these people didn't even look as though they'd had baths or showers. Grubby. But we've got a fluorescent jacket. Lovely. Apparently, Shane says the same thing. They were protesting in Sydney. The idiots, they looked like they needed a good bath. They always are, aren't they? It's like, do you remember the people who used to climb up trees and sort of suspend themselves from branches and then they'd have to go and they want to save a wood and all this kind of stuff? My God, we've got a history of people. We have to put up with it all in London. We had the lorry drivers strike. They did Park Lane on a gridlock and you think, what are you doing it for us for? We're doing it for us, show. You know, it's not our business. I don't make the government's decision. You want to complain to Boris, go and sit outside Downing. Not a good time, his mother's just died, but I mean, go and complain about outside Parliament, hand out leaflets, try and be adult as opposed to pathetic little girls' blouses. Spiker from Guildford is Lisa and says, why don't they go and protest outside the offices of the actual house builders? Exactly. It's nothing to do with us. But I'm now thinking this has got sinister undertones or overtones, because if there was an ambulance trying to get through, how is it supposed to get through the traffic? They did let one through. Well, then the moment the ambulance goes through, all the cars just pile in behind it. You know, like people did, you know, drive on the hard shoulder just to get past all these dreadful situations. Because once you've started going, they can't stand in front of your car as you're driving it. Although actually some of them looked a bit stupid. But Lisa, we're with you on that one. And another one here. Rob says, Steve, a few days ago I was in a supermarket. I emptied my trolley on the checkout. All I said to the lady was, "Good morning, love." Oh, you don't say that. Oh, no. No. Good God in heaven, no. If they're actually working on the till, they don't have names or anything like that. Oh, no, you don't call them love. She scowled at me and then said very loudly, "I'm not your love, don't call me that." Well, I would have to say the same. You don't say that to somebody. But anyway, it was £58.50. He said, "My reply was, sorry, I've changed my mind," and walked out. Oh, Rob. I'm going to come round and slap the back of your legs. What's the matter with you? It's like all the people years ago. Do you remember they brought in a charge for carrier bags? And they were going, "Oh, it's 5p for a carrier bag." Well, I'm not paying 5p for a carrier bag. And they would just leave stuff. Or failing that, the real thickos were turning the bag inside out. So you couldn't see because they said, I'm not doing free advertising for the supermarket. They were so stupid. So stupid. Nick Ferrari, I think, spoke to various people who had sort of protested by not buying a bag. Well, walk out carrying it then, love. Goodness sake, honestly, we're getting to a right dipsy country, aren't we? I mean, you're very lucky to get a bag for 5p nowadays. They're generally 10p or 5. I always ask them because I use them for rubbish bags. And you might think that's very extravagant and very rich of me, but I mean, to be honest with you, I can't be bloody bothered to start going out and buying rolls and rolls of bin liners and then trying to rip them in the right place. They're trying to separate them so you wet your fingers and then you get carried away with it. It's all a little bit embarrassing. So, no, I just use the carrier bag. I hang it on the back of the door and I put my rubbish in there and throw it away. I get them from Robert Dice. I get them from all over the place. I couldn't care less. And Roger says some of the protesters were quite old. By the time anything gets done, they'll probably have left us anyway. How funny. And, of course, I wonder if the other ones would actually go to the funeral. Probably not. They'd be too busy protesting, about it. But, I mean, it doesn't solve anything. What do they get? They just get people really, really fed up with them and thinking they're a bunch of nincompoops. They obviously think they're being really clever, but you know that they're sad, shallow, empty-headed people. Because all they want to do is sit in the road. Well, I'll tell you what, go sit in the middle of the M4, see how long you last in that one. Edmund King, who's the AA president, says this action is not only incredibly dangerous in potentially putting lives at risk, but it also backfires in environmental terms by causing more delays and more vehicle emissions. Oh, they're too stupid to realise that, Edmund. They're so dim. I'm sorry, so you've got 2.5 miles worth of tailbacks and all this... Oh, did you not realise that, Popsykins? Of course you didn't, because you're thick, aren't you? That's why. I mean, they really are dim. But as I say, listening to their voices, we've all got, one of these funny little voices, and we like to change the environment. They don't change the environment at all. They really don't. They think they do. So, unfortunately, we have to sort of pander to them. But having seen them yesterday, the way they all trooped out onto the road and sat down, and then the police turned up and just stood there looking at them. Honestly, you could have done better with a policeman standing there with a toilet brush. He'd have had more effect on it. Anyway, happy thoughts on a Tuesday. Happy thoughts. There's a rescue dog called Betty. A Betty I don't think you can call a dog Betty. I don't think so. But loves watching Coronation Street and howls along in perfect time to the theme tune. No, it's because it's trying to drown out the theme tune. Da 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 da. It's a da 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 da. I was watching the other day Roy Cropper in the cafe that's never cooked any food in its entire existence. But they said, "Would you like a tea cake?" He's about the biggest drip on the set, but Roy's rolls. But they've got all the thing there and the hot lights and everything else, but nobody ever cooks. I've never seen anybody. You know why? Elf and safety. You can't cook anything on a TV programme. And so yesterday they had somebody on there because Roy's got some girl working who looks a bit of a goth who turned up in court. I've really lost track of what it is, but he was sort of going through it, and then he dropped a plate on the floor deliberately. I thought, and there were Rita and Ken are still there. I mean, she doesn't know where she is. She's got no idea. Maybe she got done for drink driving some time ago in real life. Yes, because I think she's over 80. And she was up, and I remember thinking, oh, my goodness me, poor old Rita. And then I suddenly remembered that it wasn't real, but she was real. She'd been out. She's 87. Is she really? She hasn't changed at all, has she? She looked She? Oh, I don't think she. I know she was. She used to be a singer in it, and she'd always be singing in a sort of a club or something like that. But and then she went out with somebody. I can't remember who it was. But anyway, they got run over. I think Alan Bradley got run over by a tram in Blackpool. Best thing for him, isn't it? Really. But 87, and Norris is dying, isn't he? Norris, yeah. I think, on the show, obviously on the show. Oh, he might be in real life. I don't know. He's fairly old. And Ken, who also had his fair share of ups and downs, didn't he? If we all cast our minds back. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Conor McGregor flew into a red carpet rage. Oh, honestly, you are a silly little person, aren't you? After rapper Machine Gun Kelly refused to have a picture with him. I'm sorry, this was at the MTV Video Music Awards. I don't want to be rude to poor old Conor McGregor. What were you doing there, love? Nothing to do with you. This is music. You were in the wrong place, weren't you? You were in the wrong place. So anyway, Kelly pushed Conor, then Megan jumped in, and all the rest. They all look a bit sad. But we had a look at a picture of Machine Gun Kelly, whose probably real name is Eric or something like that. And then Conor sort of reaches out wearing a pink jacket. So butch, dear, so butch. And I'm thinking, what were you doing there? What were you doing there? It's nothing to do with you. It's Music Video Awards. God help us, you don't sing as well, do you? I couldn't bear that idea. But did you see the embarrassment that turned up as well at the MTV's VMAs? Madonna, a throwback to the 1930s by the look of it.
There once was a woman who lived in a shoe, and she knew just what to do. She went on Amazon and ordered 35 tins of shoe polish, of course.
Oh, shoe polish.
And now there's something else she can get from Amazon. Home insurance. She can shop insurance from a selection of trusted providers and pay for her policy securely without leaving the site. Anyway, time to give the house a bit of a polish. Shop home insurance like you shop Amazon on the Amazon Insurance Store. Amazon EU SAL is an insurance intermediary authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
25 minutes to 5. Nikki in Devon says you'll be in trouble with the James O'Brien. He was sticking up for the protesters today. Well, of course he does. He's taking the you say black, he'll say white. You say white, he'll say black. And also, if he was on his way to a book signing and he missed it, he'd be very cross. He wouldn't be getting out going, oh, I'm a big fan of all of you. No, come on, he's playing you. He's playing you. Deborah says we're out in Malaga having a wonderful time. Obviously not if you're sending a text to me. Just thought I'd mention that. Richard in Wapping says 5 years hard labour, they could change the environment. Yeah, they really don't understand how it works, do they? Steve says a woman at work calls all the men honey. Nobody takes any notice. Yeah. I don't actually see any sort of problem with it at all. But, it's one of those things. You're always going to get a judge somewhere saying, oh, no, this is offensive. Everything's offensive. Every single thing is offensive. Somebody wrote... We don't know who they are because they don't have names, as you can well imagine, except to the police. Sort of saying, is there anybody you like? Well, don't like you for a start, so we banned you. How cool is that? So now you've got nobody to write to, which is a bit of a shame. Steve, did you order Die Hard? Yes, but I think I'm going to end up, Donna, giving it to my brother. I ordered the box set. Because he... Sorry? Yeah, it hasn't arrived yet, actually. Steve, I was interested in your comments about Luba, the woolly mammoth found in Siberia, displayed about 3 years ago in Sydney's Australian Museum. Can't imagine why it would be an Australian museum. Susan in Newcastle says, what do you think of Kim Kardashian's outfit for this year's Met Gala? Well, I thought she was making a porno film about people's fetishes. You know, anybody turns up in rubber looking like a complete turnip. I ask you, Steve, if a car... could have somehow done a 3-point turn at the front of the queue and let the emissions go in their faces, it might make them move, says Kathy. But you can't because they were all backed up. You couldn't do a 3-point turn. There was no room to turn round. And the police just stood there, sort of, I think we'll have to sort of stand here and maybe we'll arrest some people. I don't want to hear of people being arrested. I want to hear of people being charged. That's what I want to hear. And I want to see the courts coming down tough on them. Otherwise, you could bring this country to a standstill with buffoons like this. But as they've got no idea of the amount of emissions that were sort of polluting the atmosphere the other day because they're a bit dim. What have we got here? High-ranking police are withdrawing from the independent system that sets their salaries after outrage over a pay freeze. Oh, honestly, people complain. Everybody's complaining. Thank goodness we've got a programme like this where we never complain about anything. Much easier. Campaigners blasted NHS advice for mums-to-be to make their partner a special meal so they don't feel overlooked. I thought the food actually in NHS hospitals is very good. I think it's very good. I don't have any complaints about that. What have we got here? Oh, Tom Daly has been made a freeman of his home city, which is very nice. So well done him in Plymouth. He's now started wearing all his jumpers. We like Tom Daly. We think Tom Daly is cool dude. Cool dude. He's a real honey. Real popsicins. Real popsicins. Clemmy Moody talking about Elton John's new best friend, which turns out to be her, actually. And what was the other one? Noisy neighbour complaints have soared by a quarter since lockdown. Good grief, honestly. You can't win, can you? People complain about... Mind you, if you fall out with your neighbours, you've had it. Because that can run for years. Oh, look, a picture of Victoria I Can't Sing Beckham. She's in the paper today. And it's a picture of her with Dave. Dave, who seems to have grown more hair, but it's a very funny colour. He must spend ages having it all dyed. Have I ever had bad neighbours? No. How is this? No, they wouldn't dare. No. I completely destroy them on the programme, so there's no chance at all. A couple were charged thousands of pounds extra by a water firm after a neighbour's house was hooked up to their meter. So next door we're going, oh, haven't had a billion for ages. So the other people next door, £2,500, which is not very good. Girls Aloud are going to do a concert, a gig for Sarah, as they say. They're going to sort of give the money to different charities, because they were thinking about, I don't think it had gone any further than just thinking about doing a show. Then she fell ill, and so they couldn't actually do anything. So they say that it could cement her legacy as one of her generation's favourite pop stars. I don't think she was a favourite pop star. She was just in Girls Aloud. I mean, I think that would be a gross exaggeration. But it's been inspired by Tom Parker's Stand Up to Cancer gig. They hope it'll raise money for vital causes. Well, I mean, if you sell tickets, of course it will. That's the whole idea. So we'll wait and see what happens there. What else we got? Lana Del Rey has become the latest star to fall victims to cancel culture. People do it all the time, don't they? It's, cancelling left, right and centre. Or venues cancel people because, they've had an outbreak of COVID or something like that. And Porky Puss, Keith, a pussycat called Keith. I mean, how can you call a pussycat Keith? He's so fat, his owner has to put child locks on the cupboards to stop him stealing food. Apparently Sarah Matthews, 47. See, they always put down somebody's age. The woman who owns it, what difference does it make? Steve Allen, 39. I mean, it's just, all right. I've never denied, being 39. She spent £2,500 on blood tests to find out why her formerly homeless pet is always hungry. And it's still a mystery. It even raids next door's bins for pizzas. This 8-year-old weighs 24 pounds, which is twice that of a normal moggy. She said he'd clamber in when you open the fridge. Well, wire his jaws up then. Goodness sake, honestly, it's so simple. I don't know. We do that to people who can't stop eating. Gemma Collins. And she goes for injections. Actually, she hasn't appeared for ages now, which is fantastic. Steve. I'm in Bromley, the Millionaires Playground of Bromley, and the hometown of Steve Allen from LBC. Yes. And Emma Raducanu. I mean, two global superstars. But, I mean, she's struggling with the old tennis a little bit. But, I mean, she, everything I taught her, she kind of put into to practice. The nation's sweethearts. Oh, you can't say sweethearts. The nation's hearts. Doesn't quite work the same, does it? People who turn plastic carrier bags inside out are very intelligent and observant. Supermarkets should pay customers for advertising a store in their carrier bag. Are you mad or something? Are you on tablets? You've got to be on tablets, haven't you? After all, nothing is free in this capitalist world. Yes, it is. LBC's free. You're not paying for this programme. It's free. So there you go. So again, we've shot you down in flames, unfortunately. Henry's found the almond biscuits out there. Aren't they delicious, Henry? I don't mind you, because I looked at you the other day and you were looking a little bit thin, and I thought we'll need to fatten you up because we're not having a turkey this year. No, they are nice. They sort of melt in your mouth. I bought them in M&S yesterday, and they're almond biscuits, and they're very tasty. Tasty, very, very tasty. They're very tasty. And, Steve, why does the hour from 3 till 4 drag on, and yet the hour from 4 till 5 whizzes by? That's so cruel. That's so cruel. But it's because we're waiting for the weather. That's what it is. We're waiting for the weather. And we sometimes, some mornings, the producer will say, God, the programme's whizzed through this morning. And I'll go, do you think so? But yet, because I do the first hour, and then I kind of dismiss the first hour. I then concentrate on 5 till 6. And when we get to 6, I always go, I've only got an hour to go. It seems to, it goes by very, very quickly. Rachel says, how did Kim Kardashian go to the toilet in that crazy outfit? Well, I should imagine she just stood there with a smile on her face. Can't imagine she actually went in there and disrobed. Can you? Oh, dear. Steve. Thought you'd like to know. So it's raining in Bromley. It's raining men again. Hallelujah. A German dinghy overloaded with migrants shows the French boat ban is a load of old hot air. Oh, the French can't wait to get rid of these people. They're not going to do anything about it. And we apparently gave them, how many millions did we give them? Over £50 million, didn't we? Blooming useless nation. Also, Anton de Beck, Tonique, is starting to act like a fully fledged TV talent show judge. He's just very irritating. It's like, who are the people we discovered the other day who are equally irritating? Carrie and David Grant. Carrie and David Grant, very, very irritating. He's just has that sort of unlikability, and she's just irritating. You know why? Because if you look them up on the internet, who did they teach to sing? I think you find one of them was Kerry Coke. Seriously, they had the audacity to put her name on there. Well, we all know she can't sing for toffee, so I'd keep it very quiet. Very quiet. Yeah, there was sort of, people who they've actually trained to sing or something. And yet you'd think they could manage it themselves, but I don't think they've ever managed anything like that. So who else did they put down on there? Oh, trying to find it. Perhaps it's been removed. They were too embarrassed to say we actually claimed that we sort of taught so-and-so to sing. But they pop them up on everything. There you go. Artists they've worked with. Here we go. Michael Jackson, dead. Diana Ross, Bette Midler, Tom Jones, Palermo Faith, Nile Rodgers. Nile Rodgers they've worked with, yeah. What, were you cleaning the studio for him, I should imagine? Also, the Spice Girls, well, auto-tuned. S-Club, Will Young, Lamar. In other words, anybody who writes all of this stuff, it's generally a load of old cobblers, isn't it? The Pogues, Sting, Take That. Michael Jackson, that's a good one, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, they taught him everything he knew. Moonwalk, the whole lot about it. Because who's going to come back from Michael Jackson's camp and go, who are they? As they were saying the other day when I was talking to Jesus, because people do talk. There was a woman pushing a trolley round a supermarket in America with her mask not on, and she was shouting in a big loud voice, "You're all going to hell," and all the rest of it. I thought, no, the person who's going to hell is you. Nobody else. So what's this? Maya Jama set to perk up Simon Cowell's Autumn 2. She's a former DJ, but nobody ever mentioned that. I've never even heard of her before. Never heard of her. But apparently, and she impressed him with her hosting skills. Yeah. Bobby Cole Norris not get that one. We're still trying to find out if we can find any sort of any details of how many people in double figures actually bothered to watch the programme, because I don't think anybody watched it at all. But he's always wanted to be a presenter, so that's good. The tennis winner is Canadian. No, she's British. I'm sorry. Honestly, really stupid. You sent the same one yesterday. And yesterday we said, no, she's British. She is British. I'm sorry you don't understand, people's facts. I'm British. The producer's British. I think I'll be Vulcan. There you go. She's not Canadian at all. And honestly, fancy not even knowing her name. How embarrassing.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £14 million.
Now that calls for a dance, Dermot. How about a salsa?
How about a two-step?
Woo! Somebody's got moves.
It's all in the hips, my friend. Get that Euro Millions feeling tonight. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on app. Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's 11 minutes to 5. It's a Tuesday morning in London town, and it's lovely to have your company. It really is very nice to have your company. And somebody says LBC isn't free. Of course it's free. What, are you really stupid? Are you really dumb? You can't be that stupid. You can't be. It's not physically possible. Please tell me you don't vote. Please tell me you're really a 7-year-old waiting to get the injection. If indeed you've ever had it. Dr. Miriam's verdict, should you let your child have the vaccine? Do you know that children can decide if they want the vaccine? Apparently, 12 to 15, you can go there And if they just, I mean, my advice would be get the vaccine. Don't take any notice of your stupid parents if they sort of say, we don't want you to have the vaccine. Definitely not. Definitely not. So GB News founder and chairman Andrew Neil's quit the ailing chat. I say ailing. 0 audience in many of the programmes. Almost an embarrassment. But he actually said the channel's launch was a bit rocky. That would be an understatement. The trouble is, it's very difficult to try and compete with things like LBC, who are so established that, you know, anybody else trying to do it and trying to reinvent the wheel, they fail miserably. So, but GB News thanked him for 12 months of leadership. That's the man who founded it. They thanked the man who founded it for 12 months of leadership. Couldn't wait to get out, could he? The moment he left, we knew he was never going. He did 8 shows. 8 shows. Heavens above, I've done more than that. Victoria Beckham scored just 5 marks out of 10 for singing at her Spice Girls audition, the band's founder says. This is Chris Herbert. Her dancing and personality didn't impress her. Well, she can't do anything. We knew she couldn't sing. We know she can't dance. And watch that song. You know, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. And she doesn't feature. I mean, 5 out of 10 is generous. 5 out of 10 would be generous. But he decided she had an unknown star quality and put her in the band. Yeah, unfortunately, not really in the clothing line either. But, I mean, at least she married old Dave, the one with the slightly peculiar hair. But he says that Jerry Halliwell blagged her way through auditions. He said she always had an excuse and managed to move herself through the first episode, which examines how he was dumped by the band for Simon Fuller. It's on tonight on Channel 4. It's called Spice Girls, How Girl Power Changed Britain. The trouble is there was no girl power. It was all masterminded by men. It was men power, you know, and all this baloney that they came up with, that it was rubbish. 25 years since they came out. They've come out? Oh, right. Since the first single. Yeah. Filmed in a hotel in London. I can't remember which one it was, actually. St Pancras, was it? I thought so. I just couldn't remember which one it was. But very interesting when you sort of look at them and then they were going, yeah, girl power. And then Jerry walked out of the thing midway through a tour, which was very classy. She was the one who sort of apparently pinched Prince Charles's bottom. And, yeah, I mean, it was all a bit tacky. But she was the one who wore the Union Jack thing. And then Victoria Beckham was called posh, even though her father's an electrician, because they took her to school in a second-hand Rolls Royce. Yeah, that's why she was posh Spice. Sporty Spice was Mel C, because she was very sporty. Victoria Beckham couldn't be sporty if her life depended on it. Baby Spice, because she had her hair in pigtails, and was still, as far as I was concerned, the most popular Spice Girl that there was. She was the only one outside here. When she was in this building, there'd be people outside every single day waiting for her. Really. Weren't waiting for JLS, let me put it that way. But they all did this sort of girl power. I mean, Jerry sort of scrubbed up very well. Victoria Beckham just looked as miserable as she is now and sort of paper thin. So they've got the royal family, Charles, with them there going, what is this? What is this? But no, Jerry's makeup was fabulous in those days. Fabulous. But Victoria just looked as though she didn't want to be anywhere at all. She wanted the fame, which she got, and they all got money. Last time they went on tour, she didn't tour, but she got the money. And the reason is because they're all, how they managed it, they're on the writing credits for every single hit. They managed that with some deal that they did, so they all got on there. Because you'd have thought that they would have had hit after hit after hit. If they were that clever for the Spice Girls, then they could manage it for themselves, but they couldn't, I'm afraid. Have you seen GB News? I haven't seen GB News. It's no good asking me about these things. Why on earth would I want to watch something that doesn't attract an audience? There's no point in me watching it, so they go, oh, look, we've got an audience of 1. I think it got so low it didn't even feature at all. But, you know, you have to sort of stick with it. But LBC's stuck with it for donkey's years, and we are brand leader. Simple as that. Somebody else say, I'm well, Steve, thank you. Says Kim, I asked to check out Girls and Boys if they might have been called love or darling, which I use purely as a term of endearment. They said, nah. What we don't like is when folk are nasty and ignorant to us and treat us like we're not human beings. So, Steve Darling, who are these folks that come up with such balderdash? Oh, God. Judge in this particular case. It's almost ridiculous, isn't it? You can't do anything. You cannot do anything. And then all of a sudden they get caught out later on. Like Michael Gove's in the papers today for comments that he made, you know, when he was at uni some years ago. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it makes any difference when these comments were made. He still harbours some very, very strange thoughts. Very strange thoughts. Tesco is extending its loop refillable container scheme. Have you heard of this? Yeah. It's customers buying a range of products from ketchup to cashew nuts pay a deposit of 20p to £5. The deposit's refunded when the empties are returned to the store. A lot of people do that. One of my friends, she goes to a store with her own plastic containers and fills them up and gets charged on that basis. So they've got, I think, Morrison's have pledged to have 6 zero-waste stores by 2005. So you buy the stuff loose, or it's in plain packaging, and it just tells you what it is. Which seems okay, doesn't it? I don't have a problem with that at all. I like shopping. I like it. And you just go and you pick up something, and that's it. And it seems to work. Do you think any of those people sitting in the road the other day, wasting everybody's time, do you think they're aware of this kind of thing? I shouldn't think so. Roger says, what's happened to Summer? Not the weather, but the one that was a barmaid. Oh, she's disappeared now, hasn't she? Do you remember? She went out with Paul Hollywood and then tried to milk a non-existent career. Yeah, she was hilarious. She was so funny. They went, oh, look, here is Summer. And she's wearing another sort of skimpy outfit. And here are horses. They look like cart horses. Seriously. And she disappeared completely. That's all finished. I think it's almost finished for Gemma Collins. Almost finished. Because she's sort of, Bake Off is back though, so that's good news, isn't it? We'll all be watching another bunch of loonies, people on there who are sort of doing all sorts of strange things. And there's in the papers, you've got a list of all these people. So these are the people appearing in Oven, Ready, Steady, Go, where you've got to put up with Matt Lucas, Prue Leith, Paul Hollywood, and the dreadfully unfunny Noel Fielding, the man who's about as boring as ditch water. Honestly, how he ever had the audacity to call himself a comedian is totally beyond me. Unfunny, desperately badly cut hair, and badly dyed. But anyway, we've got here this year's bakers range from a 19-year-old who's watched the show since she was 9. Oh God, that boring type. To a 70-year-old ex-midwife. Wait a minute. Number 10 is Lizzie. Lizzie can't get her hair dyed properly. She's a car production operative from Liverpool. Works in a factory. All right, let's try and get them right. Car operative. Chiggs is a sales manager from Leicestershire. What number is he? He's number 11. What does he look like? Number 11. Oh dear, he looks a bit smarmy. Maggie, a retired midwife from Dorset. I mean, at least she's smiling. She looks fairly happy. Jürgen, an IT professional, so he knows how to use a computer. Jazino, the head of a finance department from London, works in a bank on the counter. George, a shared lives coordinator from London. What's that? I don't know what a shared lives coordinator means. Do we know? Is it some sort of... Is it woke? Or is it something... I don't know what it is. A shared lives coordinator. Producer's gone completely green over this one. We can't find anything. We don't know what it is. I'm trying to find a picture. What does he look like? Oh, people with what? Learning difficulties. Oh, right. Why don't they tell you that? Well, but we had to hunt round for that. We shouldn't have to. Christelle, number 2 in your hymn sheet, is a client relationship manager from London. Works in a shop. Amanda, number 1, is a Metropolitan Police detective from London, 56. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. I suppose it takes all sorts. She's the only one who appears to have a proper job, apart from Giuseppe, who's a chief engineer from Bristol, which is okay. Tom, 28, a software developer from Kent. And that's... Oh, Freya is a student from North Yorkshire. She's number 4 on your hymn sheet. She's got very, very long hair and is going to be very irritating. We can tell. All these people who grow very, very long... When I say long hair, it's down to her knees. It's as long as that. She's very irritating. I don't even like her already. She's never even appeared on my television. Steve. Somebody else talking about people who turn plastic carrier bags inside out are intelligent and observant. No, I think you've obviously fallen into the trap of being a bit stupid. Because they're not intelligent at all. They're just a bit sad. Because you can still tell what the thing is, because each supermarket's got its own colour bag. So you know, even inside out, I know what a Marks and Spencer's bag looks like. I know exactly what a Waitrose bag looks like. I wouldn't know what a Lidl bag looks like because I don't shop in Lidl. But all the other bags, I know them. John Lewis don't do carrier bags anymore. They'll sell you some overpriced bit of garbage. So I always take my own. If I'm going to John Lewis, I take my own bag with me. Because otherwise, if you walk out without the bag, it makes it look like you've shoplifted. And I couldn't bear to be chased by sort of store detectives. Oi, come here, mate. I go, ooh, ooh. Yeah, come here. Yes, come here, pop it, I think. And Steve, this current environmental craze is all Groundhog Day. I lived through the 1980s and the double glazing, loft insulation and cavity wall installation scam. Surely we're not going through it again, says Tony in Moray. That's Moray Firth, isn't it? Very nice.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. How are we? Rain today. Loads and loads of rain. So then go and sit in the middle of a motorway as far as I'm concerned. Brian says Emma's British, was born in Canada. She's British, okay? She's British. We're not bothered about Canada, her father being Romanian, her mother Chinese. She's British. She identifies as British. I couldn't give a stuff where she was born, okay? She was 2 years old when she left there. Somebody says, have you seen Katie Price's new hair extension? Oh, that'll be a freebie. She doesn't pay for anything. That's why she dresses so badly. Almost down to the ground. Well, in fact, she was practically on the ground after her drinking session at the NTAs, and the security having to go around and go, sit down. She's spoiling continuity for the programme. So when they cut away to something, they can't link it together because she's up and down like a drunken yo-yo. Poor old soul. But then she had to have vitamin injections the other day because apparently she worked so hard. So hard. Huey says Summer Montes Fulham was accused of gate crashing the celebrity wedding of Gary Cockrell. Really? Gary Cockrell and Phil Turner. They're not still going, are they? God blimey, they were has-beens years ago. You'll know them. Gary Cockrell's very camp. Very camp. And Phil Turner's a little bit butcher. He used to be one of those big, strong builders on the telly, whereas Gary Cockrell's a makeup artist to people like, well, it used to be Jordan, but I think she sort of dropped them a long time ago. Have you never seen a picture of him? Used to be a coal miner. When you see a picture of him, you'll realise he must be the first coal miner who wears full makeup, all the time. Must have been an absolute sensation down those mines, I should imagine. And Phil Turner, I don't think, has worked on television. There's Gary Cockrell. He used to wear these glasses until Jordan outed him on television by saying they're fake glasses. It's just plain glass in there. They sort of ended up. I know. I mean, seriously, it's hilarious, the pictures. It does look like Michael Fabricant, doesn't it? It's poor old Gary Cockrell turns up on QVC, struggling to he's got his own makeup range, which you think he wears himself. They really are hilarious. You see, with Jordan there, that was in Jordan's days when she was recognisable. Now, of course, because she's had so much surgery, she's unrecognisable completely. So you can get the Jordan look with Katie's best friend, Gary Cockrell's new beauty masterclass. As I say, it used to be a coal miner. I couldn't stop laughing. I thought it was the funniest thing ever. You can imagine all these big butch coal miners. Yeah, what the hell are you, pal? Oh, no, you can't use the word pal, can you? Babe? Oh, pal's all right. You can use pal. That's good. And somebody says, would you describe yourself as a media communicator and arch influencer? Well, seeing as I work in the media on a speech station, I would think, yes, I'm a media communicator. The programme would not be the same if I didn't speak. I have to speak. But I don't think I'm an influencer in any way, shape or form. Although, to be honest with you, I only have to mention certain things. And I'm a light-ent influencer. I do light-ent. That's what I do. I can talk about light-ent, and I'm very good at remembering things which nobody else can remember. And so the producer will always check something. And I always say to him, listen, you don't need to check it. If I've said it, the fact is it will be a fact. So media communicator, of course, because it's a speech radio station. I don't play music. I sometimes hum a little to myself, like that. And Mihal, what have you done with your hair this morning? What is it? Are we having a bad hair day? There's something. Did you have a very late night or something? Windy. What, in the studio? It's not windy in the studio. The window's open. I wish my window could open in here. I've often said that I've never been in a radio studio before where A, I can see anything out of the door, or B, I can open a window. I've never had a studio in my entire career that I can see people, or people could see me. We have a studio here, Radio X's studio, and they overlook Leicester Square. I mean, I would be so distracted. I'd be looking out the window all the time, and I'd be waving to people. Yeah, I'd be look at that, in the square, and then they'd look up and go, "Hi, Steve," and it could become like a tourist attraction, sort of like the Pope's, speeches to all the people assembled. Yeah, I could just sit in the window. Although I walked out the front door yesterday, and Radio X are on tour at the moment. I think they're on tour of Leicester Square. They're giving away prizes, and they've got these vehicles, which are all branded up and all the rest of it. Really looked good, actually. I was slightly jealous because I've never been branded up. Tried a few times, but never actually sort of made it. I did, yes, I mean, soon I will be branded up, because I was telling the producer about, I'm at the moment looking at what we're going to be doing for Make Some Noise this year. And I've got one in the oh god, they're cold. I've got one in the studio, but I can't tell you what it is yet, because we have to sort of approve of artwork and stuff like that. But this you'll be using for years to come. It's your very own blow-up Steve Allen doll. Can you imagine? Yeah, £100. No, it'll be something that it's very nice. I've had a look at it. I've seen the artwork, because Corey was speaking to me yesterday, and he was saying, "Oh, it's this," and then he sent me a picture of what it's going to look like roughly. And I went, "Yeah, I like that. I like that. I think you will go for that, because you went first of all for the tea towels. Boy, did you go for the tea towels! You went crackers for the tote bags, and you went absolutely over the top for the 2 Prosecco glasses that we did, which were engraved, which was very nice. This one's a bit more practical. I'll just tell you, it's an item for the home. Okay, that's all I'm going to tell you, and you'll have to wait. It's an armchair. Yeah, we're selling you an armchair. Imagine. I always wanted one of those slipper things. It looks like a giant slipper, and you put both your feet in it, and it's heated. I was quite fan. It's like a muff for your feet. Or the Steve Allen Hoover. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Steve Allen sucks up in your house. You know, I think that'd be a good idea. That would be a bit too expensive, though. We don't too expensive. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Roger says, I think you're an influencer. When you talk about food, it influences me to head to my fridge. Yes. And have you seen the net curtain around Lewis Hamilton's leg at the Met Gala? What was he doing at the Met Gala? Lewis Hamilton, he drives cars very fast. I don't quite understand that at all. Steve, where you're born means nothing. Yes, and it doesn't determine your nationality. Absolutely. She's British. She's British. She identifies as British. You know, and she's like, oh, who's that? Met Gala, celebrities showing off their outfits. Have you noticed all the mamby-pambies sort of making sure the dresses spread out? There was some poor bloke who looked like R2-D2. No, C-3PO from Star Wars, with a sort of a very sort of gold dress on. And what was that? No, go back. You're whizzing through these pictures way too quickly. I can get half an hour out of this. Okay, we've seen her, whoever she is. Singer Billie Eilish. Okay, nice picture pose. Then you've got... That's her brother, is it? Oh dear, not sure about that. Who's called Phineas O'Connell. An all-red suit. Who's that bloke there? All in white. This was actor Timothy... Oh, obviously Timothy, spelt T-I-M-O-T-H-E-E. A grave accent, or whatever it was. Donning a white silk thing. Who's that picture there? That's sort of an out... This is co-host Naomi Osaka. It's Louis Vuitton. Who buys this stuff? Who buys it? Honestly, look, if you buy that stuff, walk out on the street, my God, I tell you, you'd be laughed off the 37 bus. And here's somebody here, and this is 22-year-old poet, 23-year-old Amanda Gorman, who read a work at President Biden's inauguration. I'm bored already, David. Bored already. And here we go. This is Debbie Harry. Good God, they've had to do her up, haven't they? She embraced the theme in denim and a voluminous stars and stripes skirt. Obviously, big was the order of the day, wasn't it? Obviously, sort of. I saw a picture of her once, because she was on the lottery when Dale was presenting the lottery, and I used to go there and catch up with him as they were doing the lottery. So I'd be standing off stage with all these people who were sort of appearing. And it was quite interesting, and Debbie Harry was there. All I remember is there was a guy called Richie Neville. I can't remember what the name of the band was. Five, he was in Five. Sweated buckets. Buckets he sweated. Seriously, I mean, he only had to turn his head like that. We all got drenched. It was like an instant shower. Probably nervous. And so that's Debbie. That's right. This is the one here. This is rapper Lil Nas X. Served up in you look like a complete and utter fool. Absolutely a fool. And then they sort of take this thing off, and he looks like, as I say, C-3PO underneath it. Looks ridiculous. A golden suit of Versace armour. I tell you, they must be laughing themselves like drains, you know. And there's another layer of it as well. Oh, right. No, I'm sorry, dear. A rapper. You'll be stacking shelves very shortly. And here's another one here. This is Kim Kardashian's look. As I say, she's obviously making one of those fantasy adult movies. She did look particularly peculiar. And I don't know why people are bothering talking to her. Who is she? She's nobody. Somebody took their dog. Oh, no, sorry, that's another actress. And I was born in Hong Kong, says Zach, but I'm not Chinese. My parents are British. I've got a British passport. I'm British, as is Emma. Yes, that's what she identifies as. She's told people. She's told people. We know her father's Romanian. We know her mother's Chinese. But she's British. And that's why we're getting all the glory. Yes. 84850. And another one here, which says, I can't imagine you with your feet in a muff. Oh, you really can. Seriously, I nearly bought one a short while ago. I have to tell you that such stars turning up at Gary and Phil's wedding: Lizzie Cundy, Vanessa Feltz, Daisy Lowe, and Nell McAndrew. Dale married Nell McAndrew. Yeah. They did a fake wedding for OK Magazine. We had a stag night, we had a stag do, and it was filmed. It was all filmed, and it went out on the television. And then we went to this hotel, which is where all the rugby players go before they head into Twickenham. And it was organised by OK. You had to check all your phones in, and each table was full of celebrities. And Nell McAndrew married Dale Winton, and they set off doves and all the rest of it. And there were loads of celebrities there, and but I think model Nell McAndrew told 5 Live. Lots of people thought she was really married to him. No, it was just a publicity stunt. But it was the fact, because it was an OK wedding. The gardens are beautiful at this hotel. I can't remember where it was actually, but it was called Dale's Wedding. I don't know whether you can find it on YouTube. But I featured. Then I had to rush back to the studio to do something, so I only got halfway through the food at the stag night. The stag night. I can't believe we did it. Even he thought it was. The stag night was down the road from our studios in Shepherd's Bush, and it was very nice. But it was all filmed, and it was lovely. And then we went to the hotel, and it was brilliant. It was really brilliant. They spent a fortune on it, but you weren't allowed to take any photographs. They confiscate them. You go through a metal detector, and they take your phone away. I forget who we had at our table. Was it? Oh, he might have been in 5 as well. Was it Abs Bream or something? Abs. You know, the one who's... Yeah, me and Abs. His trousers were halfway down his bum. But it turned out his pants were sewn into his trousers. So that I didn't get it either. Because I couldn't understand why the jeans just didn't fall down completely. They were these sort of brown leather trouser thing with his bum hanging out. And I think it's a ridiculous look. But you used to get people in sort of popsicle groups who used to sort of do things like that. We had Esther Ranson on our table. And listen, if I was allowed to do stories about things like that, you wouldn't believe it. I mean, seriously. Me, Abs and Esther, you can imagine, can't you? What a combination.
OK then, class.
Class pass, James.
See you all tomorrow.
All right.
Look, I got 12
Messages. Look what's trending.
Go on, send it.
Post it.
What? Why, bro?
Why are they writing that? What are they saying?
Growing up with phones isn't easy. EE Learn has the tools to help kids' well-being, studies, and every kind of lesson. For every kid on any network. Search EE Learn.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning! Sorry, somebody just told me something. I was trying to get to grips with it. Steve in Stoke, which I think is Stoke-on-Trent, isn't it? Is that Stoke-on-Trent? The women are called Duck, and none of them were bothered about it. Also, the cough in Coronation Street is involved in a very serious storyline where her boyfriend was beaten up and killed because he didn't like the way the girl looked. This is based on a true story. Is it? Is that what they say? They're based on a true story? Well, it won't be that, because it'll be the storylines that they're running with on a programme. You can't have something based on a true story and put it up on the television. You're not allowed to. There would be very strict rules. Unless you say this is based on a true story, you can't just do it and have actors reading words out. It just doesn't work like that, which is, the way it goes. Have you been through the Market Square of Kingston? lately. I counted 11 empty shops yesterday. It's very sad, isn't it? Kingston's looking a bit sort of, it's turning into Hounslow High Street, which is, it used to be really good, but the moment there was an empty shop on the corner, which opposite Marks and Spencer's down the middle, because Marks and Spencer used to have two. One shop one side, which did clothes and everything else. And on the other side, it was all household and, you know, you can get glasses and all the rest of it, which was huge, and food and all the rest of it. It was lovely. Then they closed one of them down and shoved it all into one store, which is a big store. But over the road from it was a very nice, I think it was a card shop or something like that. Anyway, it closed down. What is it now? It's one of these ghastly phone shops. You know, where they've got big neon signs in the window about your phone, and you ever get all the, you know, get your vaping stuff here and all this kind of stuff. And in the middle of Kingston High Street, it just looks so out of place. So out of place. And we've still got all these beggars out there, the family of beggars. Mum, dad, son and daughter, trying to rip the public off. Ghastly. And Steve, I dropped a Groovy Gang Prosecco glass by accident as a wasp landed on me and I got a fright. Are there any spare glasses left? I don't think so. I don't think so, because I think we did find some empty glasses, and I think we did sell those. I don't know. I tell you, I can ask Corey, Lauren, for you and see if there's any he can ask. Yes, I've got. I haven't got one. I've just realised actually. No, I haven't. I've got a tea towel and a tote bag, you know, which is nice. Use it occasionally, and. I've got it. Well, the other item I was looking at today, it's quite nice. It's not too big, and it's not too small. Where have you heard that before? There you go. I'll let you think on that one. Steve, Rob says, let me guess. No, you've guessed. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I definitely say, Steve, says Tara, you're an influencer. I remember when you said a wee while ago that Pipton Nut was the nicest peanut butter you've tasted, and it was sold out in the supermarkets around me for ages. Yes, I mean, I've found that before, actually. I'll mention a film, and, that's what I've got to go. I've got to go to the BFI website, because they've got lots of films that I can get. Was it BFI? British Film Institute. I'm going to go there and order some stuff later on today. And I've mentioned films before. Then you go online, and they might have had 2 or 3 left, and then they're gone. All of a sudden, they sell out quickly. But then I would be the same. I would be exactly the same. If I heard something on the radio, which I've heard on frequent occasions, I've thought, I must make a mental note and go and get one of those. And so I have done it, which is nice. The weather here in Chislehurst bodes well for giving the M25 numpties a cold shower, says Linda. Water cannons should be used by the police who've lost the plot. I just don't understand how many police officers... Do you see how many police officers there were out there for a few bedraggled old pensioners sitting on the ground? 78 arrests in total. But, you know, we don't want 78 arrests. We want 78 convictions for people disrupting your life. People who missed it. I think people should be allowed to sue individuals and say, listen, I was trying to get to the airport to get on a flight because I needed to go so-and-so, and you denied me that. Why should you deny me that? Because you're an ignorant so-and-so. That's why. They should be charged. We should take up private prosecutions. And I still think, you know, as they disrupted our life, let's go round and disrupt their life, shall we? Every time we sort of see any of them shopping, we just edge them to one side, you know, which would be very good. But they're insulate Britain. I mean, you might as well have said, I mean, I can't think of anything more stupid in my entire life. Seriously, I mean, it's, you know, the traffic did get moving eventually, but you look at the picture, that they look like the sort of people who'd be all mamby-pambies climbing up trees and sort of, you know, leave equal rights for gay pigeons, you know, it'd be that kind of thing, wouldn't it, really? I mean, fancy holding up a sign saying, insulate Britain. Look at the state of them. Look at the state of them, sitting in the middle of the road. My godfathers, I tell you what, try that round our neck of the woods, you wouldn't be there for very long. Look at them, I mean, they look a bit peculiar, don't they? They all look as though they've got something on their shoulders. Oh, there it is. It's a chip. Love it, love it, love it. What's the Daily Mail got today? Our favourite girl, Emma, the British girl, who won the 10. They said she can make $1 billion. She'll do endorsements. There'll be a book out. There'll be everything. I mean, and she's only 18, and she seems to. So far, she's dealing with it very well, and that's what I like. That's what I like. She was with her agent and her coach. And she was on Good Morning America. It said that Anna Wintour wooed her personally. Anna Wintour is like kind of big, you know, in fashion terms and everything else. Also, the welfare labels on meat I've never looked at a label on meat. All I look at, and I don't buy that much meat, is I just look at the price. I don't look where it's. I mean, usually they have sort of a flag, so I know it's oh right, so it's Brit. But now they're going to say how the animal was killed. There's a new law in works after a campaign on halal and kosher livestock that isn't stunned first, because in halal and kosher, I don't believe it's stunned. I believe that it's just dispatched. Halal meat is worth around 2.6 billion a year. Well, you find that all over the place. Halal meat, I don't think you will find. It accounts for around 20% of all lamb and mutton sold, despite Muslims only comprising around 5% of the population. I think you'll find there isn't a Kentucky Fried Chicken shop that doesn't have a halal sign in the window. Most of the Kentuckys are halal. And I don't think does it make any difference? I'm not sure if it makes any difference. It depends how it's just the way they die. I don't like to think of chickens dying. I mean, I do eat chicken. I don't eat it that often. What did I have yesterday? Sausages. Little tiny sausages, which are very. There's no meat in those. You don't need to worry about that. They're just these little cocktail sausages. Do those with mashed potato. That's all I had. I just because I was sort of thinking I need to go on a bit of a diet. Before Christmas, I don't want to sort of fill myself up on turkey and little roast potatoes and stuff like that. But do take my advice about buying the kids' toys. If you see a toy that they want now and you see it in a shop, buy it, because I promise you, nearer Christmas, those shelves are going to look empty and you'll be going, oh, what are we going to do now, Steve? So do it. Much, much better. Much, much better. Oh, sorry, Sadiq Khan scrapped the water cannon. Oh, dear. I used to like those. They were so entertaining, weren't they? People 1 minute standing there, the next minute they were blown down the street in a jet of water. Very funny. Steve, all the empty shops are moving up to Brickhouse, West Yorkshire. Tiny little town is heaving. We just need a bank, says Jill. Oh, right. Well, actually, we're losing banks. We are losing banks, left, right, and centre. They're all going, which is a bit unheard of, I suppose. What is it with bad drivers at the moment, Steve? Oh, so Sadiq made a decision to sell the water cannon in 2016 after revealing Boris had paid the German Federal Police £85,000 for the machines without having secured official approval to use them on the streets of the capital. Seems quite cheap for £85,000, but words how to use them. Do you remember those big long buses where... No, the big long ones, the bendy buses, that was another disaster, wasn't it? Because people were getting on the back and not bothering touching in and paying. I used to glare at them. I remember sitting on buses before when they let people get on the back of the bus and they weren't touching in. And then they stopped a woman the other day. They had the British Transport Police were out with their undercover people to stop people because they can see on your card where you've checked in, whether you've checked out again, what route you do, and how many times that card has been used on a particular route. And they found this particular woman. She was a crook. She'd been using it for about 3 years. Never paid. She had a child's pass. She was using a child's pass. That's how they knew that it wasn't. And so they then stopped her. And I mean, some people run away when they get confronted by the police and everything else because they're bent. And they had them on buses as well. People getting on buses and not bothering to pay because you could get on the back or the middle of the bus. I found somebody getting in the middle. I pushed them off again. Get off! I feel quite good when I do things like that. Shane says, I've just had roast chicken for lunch and your favourite Brussels sprouts. I had Brussels sprouts the other day. Little tiny Brussels sprouts. Because then you can get sort of 3 on the fork. And teeny tiny ones. They do a little pack just of teeny tiny ones. I can't do them if they're too big. I don't know why. Also, you have to cook them longer. The little teeny tiny ones, about the size of marbles. You pop them in your mouth and they just melt. They really do. A little bit of butter in the frying pan. Sometimes lardons. But not always. Steve, somebody's saying, what is it with bad drivers? Had an older lady pull out on me from a junction. It was my right of way. I blasted my horn as she couldn't wait to get in front of me, chatting to a friend, doing 15 miles an hour in a 30. Very annoying, says James. I don't think people see my car. I hooted at somebody the other day, and then I gave them one of my favourite waves, as you do. Always goes down well. You can use that yourself, actually. And Steve, with the cooler mornings upon us, I'm back on the porridge. Oh, right. Porridge. Actually, I don't mind porridge. But you can't buy the ready-made ones. You know, you get one you just add hot water to, full of sugar. Full of sugar. Yeah, they're absolutely terrible. I thought they'd be really good, but they're not. Weetabix are okay, I think. I think Weetabix. As long as you don't put sugar on them, you can have them. We used to have Weetabix with hot milk, and they went all mushy, and I didn't quite like that. But we never. When I was younger, we never had a cooked breakfast because I think that was an expensive thing to have. So we just had a piece of toast. Very poor family we were, you know. Yeah, cooked on the fire on one of those toasting forks. I love stuff like that. Have you had Brussels top, says John. Have I ever? Yes, there is a lovely lady who works for one of our other radio stations, Classic, and she's called Anne-Marie Minhill, and she buys me one every Christmas. She gives me a Brussels top. She will turn up in this studio on Christmas morning, and she will present me with my with my Brussels tops. Seriously, she's been doing that for ages and ages. But so the Jersey Gold Top milk, that's nice, isn't it? That's nice. You can have it, but it's really Phil Vickery told us it was absolutely full of calories. That gold milk. There's another one that I have. It's Brian's or somebody like that, and it's gold top milk, but it mixed through the milk. You can get one with the gold top, which is on the top and it's quite thick, that sort of thick. And then you get the other one, which is mixed through, which I prefer better. I mean, the nicer it tastes, the worse it is, isn't it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 25, no, it's not. It's 26 minutes to 6 on a Tuesday morning. And today is definitely going to be wet. Well, they've said it's going to be wet. Is it raining already? Oh, is it really? It's rain. Oh, I'm very excited. Is it heavy rain? Really? The producer's been out and checked, and he said it's heavy rain. Luckily, I brought my umbrella. Also, the car will look lovely. So here we go. Today, light rain showers and light winds, 20 degrees. Tomorrow, cloudy, 21. Cloudy with sunshine on Thursday, 22. 22 on Friday, cloudy. Saturday, cloudy, 22. Sunday, cloudy, 20. Monday, cloudy, a bit of sunshine, 20, and so it goes on. So there's no heat wave then, is there? Not as far as I can... Oh, it's going to be next week. Oh, bit disappointing, isn't it, really? I don't know. Too early to put the tree up, do you think, for Christmas? Do you have a tree up? No. Looking forward to that one. I'd love to see a photograph. Would, really. Tiny. Oh, I shouldn't think so, no. No, I think it'll be quite impressive, actually. I'm definitely going for an 8-foot this year. I know, it makes your eyes water, doesn't it? Even thinking about it. 8 foot, my goodness me. Oh, Prince Andrew again. Boo! Sorry, I have to do it. I can't help it. I just don't like him. I just think he's arrogant in the extreme. And especially if you believe the story in the paper today that he wants to get married to Sarah Ferguson again. Thank goodness for that. Good. Well, perhaps they'll both disappear. Can't they go and live in America? Oh, and by the way, while we're thinking about the two quiet, shy, retiring people in America who've got that £100 million from Netflix for making what is going to be tantamount to nothing at all, I should imagine, and they've now opted out of the royal family, don't want anything to do with it, which is good. Can we have our money back for that wedding? That was about £30 million. I'd quite like that back, thank you. We've got some people whose houses need insulating, preferably with them still in it. How much did we spend on Harry's wedding? 20-something million pounds. Give it back. You took it under false pretences. Give us our money back. It was certainly there. 32 million pounds on that pile of old rubbish for two people who pretended to be members of the royal family. Give it back. Honestly. Yeah. And so we had the pictures. She managed to milk it for all it was worth, didn't she? Oh, yeah. And then Harry put on his little uniform again. You know, not that he's done anything for ages. Steve, for Cinderella, Siesta and Abby O'Farim. Yeah. You're the lady that I love. I'm the lady who... Cinderella Rockefeller. No, just me again. I'm always facing the wrong way on this programme. Can you recommend a good shampoo? No. Is this funny or something? Now all of a sudden you said something funny. And, but I do use wash and go. That's what I do with my hair. And I did wash and it did go. It's as simple as that. Down the plug hole most of the time. Donnie says, Feast of the Exaltation of the Holy Cross today. Are you off to Holy Mass? I feel guilty going on today, on a Tuesday. I don't know what to have for lunch, actually. I keep thinking about things, and I get to the place to go and buy it, and then I change my mind. I get distracted. I mean, I really want fish fingers in a crusty roll. That's what I really want, but I just know because you've got to cook them in oil. I have cooked fish fingers dry, or put them under the grill. I've cooked them dry before now. Captain Birdseye, not just Birdseye, very familiar, aren't you? Birdseye, no, Captain Birdseye, excuse me. He's gone up. He could be Admiral by the time we get to Christmas. But no, I just fancy those Young's fish shop batter fish fingers. They're very nice. Well, I do them in a frying pan. Yeah. Why not? My kitchen. Do what I like, actually. Steve, send good wishes to my friend Pickers, who's off for some medical investigations today. Nothing too serious, but hopefully clinicians can get to the bottom of what's going on, says Donny. Thank you. That'll be camera, won't it? You can just tell. Yeah, look, 10 codfish fingers. See, I could eat 10 codfish fingers. I wouldn't have any problem eating 10. Seriously, that's just a snack. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, if I did eat 10 codfish fingers, I wouldn't have them in rolls or anything like that. I just eat them and then I dip them in mayonnaise. Would that be greedy? Oh, to have a roll? Yeah, because rolls are fattening. Yeah, right. Like 10 codfish fingers isn't going to make. But they do them in the chip shop batter, and they are particularly delicious. And they do so many different ones. I'm not familiar with omega-3 and stuff like that. I don't really know what that means. Tempura battered. That's that light Japanese batter, isn't it? They do their vegetables in, which is quite nice. But don't they do the other one then? I mean, I'm looking at all this Young stuff, and they have it done in chip shop batter. Perhaps they've cancelled it. 8 chunky codfish fingers, but there they go. 8 fish fingers in our crisp, bubbly batter. Yummy, yum, yum. They're very nice. I had to get a couple of boxes. But they also say, look, 232 calories per 4 fish fingers. So that's not bad, is it? I mean, sort of, as long as you don't swallow. And I do like scampi. Scampi I like. Isn't it funny? I don't like fish, really. I'm not big into fish. I grew up, when I went to prep school, and they gave us haddock. Every day, haddock. I grew to loathe the smell of haddock. And I bought some years and years ago. It was in Waitrose. And it was in a packet. And what you did, you put it in hot water. I think it had a knob of butter inside, sealed inside the plastic. And I thought, I'll buy it. So I bought it and took it home. And I sort of boiled up the saucepan. Was going to put it in there, turned it over, and I could see the black flesh on the back of it. The black skin, I threw it away. I couldn't eat anything like that. Oh, no, definitely not. And yet it's supposed to be the best fish going. That's what Phil Vickery says, because it's the tastiest fish, haddock. Very nice indeed. Very nice. Steve, buy yourself an air fryer, says Joe in Bristol. Great for cooking your fishmongers and chips and all sorts without oil. I've seen these things, and I'm not sure. Am I going to buy one? Am I not going to buy one? I don't know. There's so many different things. They're very. Do you have one? Oh, you have one. Oh, right. Michael's got one as well. Look at those chips in that first one there. Fast air. So you never get that many chips in that thing. They'd be burnt on the top, wouldn't they? They look quite nice though, don't they? But it's going to be something. Oh, just those little chips poking out there. But I've seen them being done on the television. They don't look that good for chips. Just the tips of them. I like crispy chips. Crispy chips. Which you can only get from 11 o'clock in McDonald's because for some peculiar reason they just do breakfast till 11 and you have to have a hash brown. Raining in Guildford, says Russell, and it's getting heavy. Well, that sounds quite good. Unfortunately, we're not in Guildford. We're in Leicester Square, which doesn't really help, does it? Do you like calamari? No. That's squid, isn't it? No, thank you. I don't do anything like... No. Sorry? What's... Little ring? For what? Calamari? My face. Oh, a ring of squid. Oh. Why would it be a ring of squid? Oh, right. Oh, like an onion ring, but it's calamari. Oh, no. Oh, no, definitely wouldn't eat that. Oh, no. Definitely not. Oh, are these deep fried? Oh, right. No, I definitely wouldn't want it. No, I don't. No. Do you like it? Yeah. Not for me. Sid Cup Julie says, you are funny. I was listening to you on Catch Up yesterday lunchtime. You were singing away and it was only 4:10 in the morning. Listen, I don't have time slots where, I can sing or I can't sing. It depends what kind of mood I'm in. I mean, yesterday, I was singing that song by, is it Napoleon the 14th? They're coming to take me away, ha ha, ho ho, he he. And I was hoping it was going to be those ridiculous eco-zealots who were basically filling the air and polluting it more than anybody has ever done, but they're a bit stupid. They've got sort of all sorts of people. There's a woman here. She's an IT project manager, describes herself online as a world citizen, another one of these balmy people, and a rebel as well as a cyclist, a walker and a gardener. She's overseen IT projects at top universities and was part of a campaign to improve safety for cyclists in the capital. Well, you sit in the road, love. You stay there, OK? You stay there forever. In fact, if you play your cards right, we'll come and superglue you to the road. You can stay there for the rest of your life. And there's one driver who gets out there. The cops drag him away. He tries to get rid of these protesters. Very frustrated, grabbed a banner from a protester in Kent, and the police pulled him away. Yeah, the police always help those, don't they, who are disrupting all the rest of us. So the trapped cars were belching out fumes like there was no tomorrow. But you can't explain to these people because they don't have a brain cell between them. They're just people who don't have lives. They go out there basically trying to ruin everybody else's life. Michael Gove made racist and homophobic comments, according to the paper, and joked about other things in speeches made when he was in his 20s. He also described Prince Charles as dull, wet, drippy in talks at the Cambridge Union. I mean, I've never heard anything like it. This is most bizarre. He's been tipped for promotion to Foreign Secretary. I don't know, should something like this come back and haunt him all these years later? I don't know. I mean, some of it looks very unsavoury. Very unsavoury. And also, he made a number of comments then about European Commissioner Sir Leon, and who was interested in young boys. We remember all of this, don't we, from the newspapers? No, he wasn't, but that's what he was implying. Sir Leon was targeted by Scotland Yard's disgraced Operation Midland VIP sex abuse inquiry before being cleared. Yes, I mean, there was some man going around making all sorts of claims. You had to look at him to realise he wasn't the full ticket. How the police never sussed it out, I've got no idea. This was in the late 80s, early 90s. Cambridge University. Not good publicity for Mr. Gove, I don't think. The personal injury lawyer. Oh, I'll tell you about her in a moment, actually, because it's 5:45.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Tuesday, the 14th. Somebody said you said it was Wednesday. So, well, it's going to be Wednesday at some point, isn't it? Goodness sake, honestly. Does it make any difference? There's a new version of Weetabix called Weetabix Protein, and it doesn't go soggy. Oh. And Jill in Ireland says, I was married to a Greek. Big no to calamari. It's like eating deep-fried rubber bands. That's what it always looks like to me. I wouldn't want to eat it either, actually. And what do you get up to on your new extra day off? Whew. You always have to listen to Monday's programme because we always tell you what I did over the weekend. John in Peacehaven says, I put mint sauce on Brussels sprouts. Makes them bearable. See, I can eat Brussels sprouts. I could probably eat them raw. If I put my mind to it. I mean, fancy putting something on there to make them bearable. I mean, I just love Brussels sprouts. I always have done, actually. A little bit of butter. In fact, sometimes the water I'm boiling them up in or something like that, I stick a knob of butter in there, and that seems to work quite well. You know. So, just I mention it. Do you want what? Cup of tea? Oh, we're all drinking tea, are we, this morning? Oh, I'll go and get my own, don't worry. I'm not proud. So, mint sauce. Steve from sunny Dubai, please say hello to my mother, Alicia, who's back in the UK. We are 3 hours ahead here, so I'm listening to you on my morning commute into the office, says Saskia. So, Mother Alicia. So, she's back in the UK. A very wise decision, I think. Steve, you could buy the Young's chunky fish fingers and cook in the oven for 20 minutes. Delicious, says Joanne. I just I could have them for breakfast, actually. I could really have them for breakfast. I mean, I don't see any problem with bread. I could do some of the little sausages and the cod fish fingers, couldn't I, or something like that. Do you know, I drive myself to distraction. I sit on the train fantasizing, but that's another story. Anyway, there's other stories in the papers today. It's all these different outfits which have come from supposedly reputable fashion houses like Gucci and Versace, Christian Dior. Kim Kardashian was wearing Balenciaga. I don't know where you'd ever go wearing something that looks like something that'd be worn by the Third Reich. I mean, to be honest with you, all the Germans during the war used to have these long leather coats. And we used to have a bloke in Twickenham. He used to live in Twickenham years and years ago. And he was obsessed with rubber. He had everything. He had rubber trousers on, rubber shoes, a rubber coat, rubber shirt. Seriously, I mean, he literally sort of embraced the rubber. And a hat as well, made out of rubber. I didn't know him. I used to see him coming out of the station, and I used to think, there's that peculiar bloke again. We've got a few peculiar people in Twickenham. Also, Andrew Pearce talking about the Top Biden fundraiser rewarded with a UK envoy role. Oh, there was also a review of Back to the Future. 5 stars. 5 stars and a whole page. They say here, from Doc to the DeLorean, this blast from the past hits all the right notes. Patrick Marmion's written it, and he's given them a 5-star review. They'll be very, very happy. Very, very happy. I quite like Back to the Future. I bought all of them because I thought they were just good, and the special effects were very good. And I liked Marty and Doc and everybody. I just thought it was very well done. Very well done. But so it's showing at the moment at the Adelphi Theatre. So you must go and check all these shows out. I'm going to Joe Allen's this week because Joe Allen's is opening again. So in between that, I've got to go to the circus. I've got to try and squeeze the circus in. I don't know how I'm going to manage all of these things. So the circus starts tomorrow, doesn't it? So they'll be rehearsing, and so I'm going to go there and buy a ticket. So I shall enjoy that. Stuart in Norfolk says, Steve, sprouts with streaky bacon. That's lardons, isn't it? Well, that's not streaky. No, all right. Don't shake your head like that. I'm getting round to explaining myself. Lardons are tiny. Yes, I know what they are. I'm not a complete idiot. I have been in supermarkets with my own streaks along. Yes, I know what streaky bacon is. Honestly, explain to me next what a duvet is or something like that, or a hot water bottle. Because I know what lardons are because they sell packets of them in Marks and Spencer's, and it's got lardons written on them. Streaky bacon is long and thin, and then there's the other bacon which you can get smoked or unsmoked. I cut that with a pair of scissors. I always cut it. What? I don't know. I don't trust myself with knives. I cut everything with scissors. I get kitchen scissors, and it's something you can cut steak with them and everything like that. I cut everything with scissors. I buy them in Robert Dyer's, and Steve, have you tried the Weetabix drinks? No, I've looked at them and I thought I'm not sure if I could sort of pour milk into a little bottle full of Weetabix, or perhaps it's already got the milk in there. Oh, it's ready to drink. You shake it up and then you drink it. I don't know. They do a banana type milk shaky thing made out of like Weetabix stuff in M&S, which is quite good. And Edward says, always a great show. Best programme on all the radio. Which one? Which one is it? Tell me who the competition is. I shall go round and slap the back of their legs. And Daniel says, I hate washing up after Weetabix. If you're like me, you're too lazy to do it straight away. It's like stripping off concrete. I haven't had Weetabix for ages. I haven't, mainly because I don't know what the sugar content is. I need to have a little check. At the moment, I'm doing shredded wheat bite size. That's nice. Original flavour. Yeah, I don't do anything that's got added stuff to it, because I always think that sort of added is sort of going to be stuff that's going to bring sugar with it. Apparently, have you tried stevia, a perfect alternative to sugar and safe for diabetics? It's a bit dearer, but it's plant-based and wonderful stuff. I don't need sugar or anything like that on anything. I have tea, coffee, whatever it is, without sugar in. I can have everything without. So there's stevia, a natural sweetener and sugar substitute, and it comes from the leaves of the plant species stevia, native to Brazil and Paraguay. How lovely. It's got active compounds, 30 to 150 times the sweetness of sugar, heat stable, pH stable, and not fermentable. So I'd check you on that one. Yeah, not that makes any difference. No, but I don't need sugar. I can eat cornflakes without sugar, and I can eat everything without sugar. Doesn't make any difference. In fact, it tastes when I have on the odd occasion, inadvertently, not for years, put a bit of sugar on something. It was too sweet. It nearly knocked me sideways. Like the butter kissed. Have you opened it already? No. It's very addictive. Once you put your hand in, you'll be like a machine, like one of those little cranes at the fun fair. It actually doesn't get sticky. It's quite I suppose it depends how wet your hands are at the time. But no, I mean it should be fine. It should be okay. I made myself ill on it the other day. There are the. Who is this? Prince Philip is the best looking boy I've ever seen. This is the cheeky verdict of society gossip Chips Channon on the future Duke, and just one of the sexually charged observations in this shamelessly frank last extract from his uncensored private diaries. Wow. Sunday, September the 6th. I don't know what the year was on this one. He says, the poor Duke of Kent, the Duchess, and he must have been the most beautiful and dazzling couple in the world. Naked, he was magnificent gold and copper. Oh, right. He says, of course, he had a secret of which he rarely talked and was ashamed, I believe, long aware of it. He was believed to be bisexual. I mean, those days, like, you know, you look at the 1930s here, all this was part of society. Nobody ever thought there was anything peculiar. It was like the upstairs, downstairs thing. When they did, it wasn't Downton Abbey, it was another film, where the master of the house would be having relations with the chambermaids and the serving wenches and all the rest of it. It was serving wenches. I mean, some of it looks nice. Some of it looks very nice, doesn't it? Steve, love listening to you every morning, says Angela. Put a smile on my face. Say good morning to my son. He loves listening to you. His name is Stuart. We're getting ready to start our day at the busy London hospital, the one where the royals are born. Not that I'm a royalist. Not anymore, I shouldn't think so. Steve, I've just bought some DVDs, says David in Sunderland. The Waltons Homecoming, $14.99 off eBay. I can't buy anything off eBay. I'm always worried it's going to be fake. You know, there is the majority of stuff they sell on eBay. I told you, a friend of mine bought a pair of shoes. I said, they'll be fake. He went, no, they're not. Because they pitched the price just right. They weren't the price that you'd normally pay for them, and they weren't too cheap. They arrived, he went, they're fakes. I said, I could have told you. I mean, you can actually check the person selling them, because they have a rating, don't they? And that's the thing. But I'd still be very wary. Because some people would buy on there and they wouldn't actually check anything. But you have to do that. Air dryers are excellent. Not so good for chips, but brilliant for vegetables. Does everything a halogen oven does, but much more and much safer, says Sonia, remembering my brush, I'm afraid. Steve, I love Brussels sprouts. At Christmas time, the family dog got the blame for all the unsavoury aromas, says Catherine, coming from various family members. I love them. Gravy, Brussels sprouts, roast potatoes. Mind you, they've said there could be a shortage of potatoes. I don't think so. Just go and plant some potatoes. might actually get them. Somebody else was saying, somebody else likes air dryers as well. And somebody says, I was never a fan of Brussels until we had them with garlic and bacon. I must try them and glad to see them back in the shops. Yeah, they are. They're back in the shops. Get them. Put it this way, not everybody likes them. I like asparagus as well. And I like cutting that up and putting it in Ben's rice and stuff like that. Egg fried rice. I like egg fried rice. That's quite nice. Because you can cut up the little sausages, you know, little like that. And you just cut those up and then just put them in the rice with you know, like if you're doing the asparagus as well. So, you know, I'm quite as you can tell, I'm a bit of a cordon bleu cook, you know. Listen, MasterChef, I spit on MasterChef. I tell you, I'm way ahead of them on MasterChef. Oh, music. And that means that we've got the news coming up. Still to come, Stonehenge has had to call in the builders. I mean, it's really quite ridiculous, isn't it? So they're going to see scaffolding going up on Stonehenge. Have you heard of such a thing? And we'll be celebrating Clayton Moore. Clayton Moore. You'll have to work out who he is, but don't cheat. Don't cheat. And also Keith Floyd, on this day in 2009, died of a heart attack. He was 65. Mind you, he spent most of his time tiddled doing that cooking programme. He was constantly chucking down glasses of wine.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Tuesday, 14th of September. It's a wet day today. It seems to be spreading over the whole of the country. And generally speaking, for our sort of area around here, it's going to be a little bit sort of not chilly, but we're certainly not going to get the heat wave until next week. But it's wet at the moment, which actually doesn't bother me. I'm okay with that, actually. Steve, wasn't Clayton Moore, says Carol, one of the actors who portrayed the Lone Ranger? Well, he was in the Lone Ranger, also the Ghost of Zorro. And the Lone Ranger, the first Western film for TV. As a teen, he was taught swimming and athletics by Johnny Weissmuller, who went on to play Tarzan in a dozen films. Oh, that one. I used to shout there. And Clayton Moore died in 1999. 1999. Also, what was the other one that I found, actually? Oh, the first episode, 1955. This will age you. The first episode of Crackerjack was broadcast. Do you remember seeing Crackerjack? It was a bit before your time. It was a kids' show. And so they'd shout out, "Welcome to Crackerjack," and the audience shout out, "Crackerjack!" And they used to have all sorts of, I could crush a grape. But in the early days, I forget who was the presenter of Crackerjack. But it ran until 1984. So on it, the long run, it had all these people on it. Now, I remember Leslie Crowther doing it, Ed Stewart, Jack Douglas, Stuart Francis, Peter Glaze, Don McLean, Michael Aspel, Little and Large, Jan Hunt, the Crankies, Basil Brush, Geoffrey Durham, Bernie Clifton and Ronnie Corbett and Eamon Andrews and Max Bygraves. All those people. Sorry? It's back. Is it coming back? Well, Crackerjack is. Wow. It's now hosted by Sam and Mark. And it's aired since 2020 on CBBC. The second revived Crackerjack series was confirmed to start filming in October 2020. Good Lord above. But you could win a Crackerjack pencil. Listen, this was a big prize in those days. And also, kids would play a game and they'd win a game. It was in a box. And the kids would be staggering under the weight of all these games. They had to hang on to them. And because, that was like board games, like, Snakes and Ladders and Drafts and stuff like that. But the kids would be standing there holding all these things. But then to win a Crackerjack pencil, Crackerjack, it was very good. But Eamon Andrews did it. And it was, that's right, it was called Double or Drop. But it was seriously, I used to watch it. They'd pack out the theatres with all these kids. It was like going to again, if you're a certain age, the ABC Minors on a Saturday morning. ABC Minors, Saturday morning. And you'd have the bouncing ball and sing along. Whilst the winner took his or her pick from a basket of toys, every runner-up won a much-envied marbled propelling pencil, which became so popular in 1961, Queen Elizabeth was presented with Crackerjack pencils for Anne and Charles. And the Blue Peter badges, they were well sought after, the Blue Peter badges. God blimey, if you got one of those, so if you went on the programme, it got you into loads of places for free. I've got a gold Blue Peter badge or all different colour Blue Peter badges. I never got one. I did go down, actually. I did write to Biddy Baxter saying that I wanted to interview Peter Duncan. And because he joined the programme, and she said, well, actually, he's only just joined the programme. I'm a big fan of Night Extra, Biddy Baxter. She was the big boss at Blue Peter. Oh, yes, Biddy Baxter. She was the one who turned that programme around. It was quite remarkable. Da-da-dun-dun-dun, da-da-da-da-da. It raised so much money when they used to have their fundraisings for water in other countries, and she was in charge from 1965 to 1988. I went to their offices in the television centre, and they had all the models that they used to make on the programme. They had a certain person who made the models for them, so they could say, you stick this on here, and now it should look like this. Yeah, here's one I made earlier. And the studio was huge. Studio 1 at the television centre was enormous. And the reason that the cats were only on their cushions for a few minutes is they would make an indentation in the cushion, put some food in there, the cats would eat it. The moment they'd eaten, they shot off the set. But it was very interesting because I think I was reading a story actually about it. And the story, what was the story? I can't remember actually. Also, happy birthday to Walter Koenig. Go on, who is he? You should know. He played Pavel Chekhov in Star Trek, the original series, and all 6 original films. He was cast in the hope that his resemblance to Davy Jones of the Monkees would broaden the audience and bring in the 8 to 12-year-olds. He played, in 2008, he was best man at the wedding of George Takei, who played Mr. Sulu, but he's expressed his dislike. Nobody liked William Shatner. They really didn't like him. He was deeply, deeply unpopular. He said he was so preoccupied with himself. Nobody liked him. It's because he played something else, T.J. Hooker, I think, didn't he, as well? But, no, interesting. So, happy birthday to Walter Koenig. He's 85. I bet he's still not got his hair. I bet it's probably not him anymore at all. But Keith Floyd dying as well. Keith Floyd dying at the age of 65 of a heart attack. But as I say, he did drink and he did sort of push himself. You know who's got his car? James Martin, the chef. He bought his car Because I remember him telling me about it, and I remember thinking, oh, that's another interesting fact. I shall keep up my sleeve and tell people when the moment is appropriate. Because we like to do things like that. Celebrating your birthday today. Many happy returns of the day. Boris Johnson is confident his winter COVID blueprint will save Britain from being locked down again. Yeah, some of the other papers not so sure about it. So what's coming and going, and what may stay? Okay, COVID booster jabs for the over 50s, I believe. Yes, coming in. Yes, coming in. PCR tests. Yes. Not sure. They're not sure on that one. They've actually put a cross on it. Single shot for children. Yes. Mask mandates. Not sure. Vaccine passports ditched. Not too sure. National lockdown. They've said no. The traffic light system. They've said no. COVID booster jab. Yes, I say. And working from home. Question mark on it. So that's the way it is at the moment. But there will be the booster jab, and I think they're giving it to, all the over 50s and people at risk. So I should be getting that very, very shortly. Carol was the one who said Clayton Moore, one of the actors who portrayed the Lone Ranger in the 1950s. My brother was a huge fan. Yes, with a hearty hi-ho silver. We used to love that sort of stuff. Kathy says, you mentioned Anne-Marie Minhall earlier. Didn't she work for Trent FM in the 80s? I grew up listening to that station. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I should imagine she probably... she might have done. She might have done. I remember going up to Trent. Dale worked up there. He had a show up there in the morning, and I went up there, and he said, why don't you, apply for a job on Radio Trent, which we now own, and it's been rebranded as another one of our stations. But it's Capital, yes. I went up there only a few years back, actually. But I went up there, and he said, oh, make this thing, and I'll give it to the program controller. So I made this audition tape. Well, I find it very difficult to make audition tapes. I really do find it impossible. Anybody who's in the business will tell you it's a nightmare, because you've got to recreate that excitement, and it's not the easiest thing you can do. So I made the tape, sent it up, then I got a letter back saying, yes, but you're not really experienced enough, are you? I was quite hurt by that, actually. As it turned out very well. See, do you remember Magpie? ITV's Blue Peter? Yeah, filmed down the road at Teddington Studios, which have now gone. I've got all the Magpie badges except number 10. And you could only get that if you got on the telly, says Jules. Wow. And Glyn says, I'm forced to shout Crackerjack every time you say it. As for Blue Peter, I preferred Magpie. Well, it was a slightly edgier version, Magpie, whereas Blue Peter was very safe and cosy, and we loved the presenters, and it was great. Magpie was the ITV one, yes, 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, and 4 for a boy. Magpie. And they had Susan Stranks on there, and Douglas Ray, I think, was on. I can't remember. Tommy Boyd was on it, and there was a very tall man whose name I can't remember. Was his name Mick or something? No, it probably wasn't Mick. I can't remember. I just remember him being very tall, very, very tall, and looking at all these. Well, let's have a look at the 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy. It was so Tony Bastable started, Tommy Boyd, Pete Brady, Mick Robertson was the one. Susan Stranks used to do finger bobs as well, I think. But I can't remember what they did on the programme. Whereas Blue Peter, I remembered everything that they did on the show because they sort of took you through it. But it was made by Thames Television, first transmitted in 1968. Pete Brady, Susan Stranks and Tony Bastable. Then they were replaced by Mick Robertson, Jenny Hanley, who replaced Susan Stranks in 1974. Then Tommy Boyd replaced Ray. It was the presenters were... It was unscripted. Oh, that will explain it then. That's why I didn't remember anything. No, not like this programme, heavens above. The show's mascot was a magpie called Murgatroyd. Seriously, I've never have known that. But apparently the theme tune was played by the Spencer Davis Group under the alias of the Murgatroyd Band. Wow. That would appeal to loads of people. That's your useless information. Useless information. When my son was 9, Steve, he had a school friend whose father was a producer of Crackerjack. And it was a regular occurrence to take a complete class to the BBC to see the recording. Oh, people loved it. Absolutely loved it. But I thought it was... Crackerjack was hilarious. They called that game Cabbages and Kings, piling loads of stuff in their arms with a cabbage on top. And then it would make it all topple over, says Joe. Did Mike Reid do Crackerjack? I don't think he did. I don't think he did. Which one did Mike Reid do? No, he did multicoloured swap shop thing, didn't he? I think, which was Noel Edmonds. Was it Noel Edmonds to start with? I have to try and remember half these things. You can't remember who these people are. Well, I remember the people, but I think Mike Reid did it. And, of course, Keith Chegwin did a runaround programme. And he used to go, no, that was Mike Reid, go. And they'd have to run round. I mean, all those sort of kids' programmes were actually great. Tommy Boyd was ex-LBC. I think he was ex quite a lot of things, actually. And what about Play Away? Play Away, way a play. Yeah, with Brian Cant. Right, did you ever see Play Away? No. Oh, well. Did you know Only Fools and Horses are celebrating 40 years, says Debbie? Of course I know. Hello, I'm in the media. You know, I've been going longer than Only Fools and Horses, which is quite frightening, isn't it, when you think about it? I've been doing 42 years, going 43. And what about How? How, says Chrissy from the Weald. Yes, we remember that. It's back, isn't it? Yes, there was there used to be a guy called Gaz Top who used to be on it as well. And there was another man and a girl as well. Nothing worse than a trip down memory lane on a Tuesday.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. We were just at do you remember the How series? How. And probably can't do that now. It was an educational show created by Jack Hargreaves. Now, Jack Hargreaves was one of those, presenters who seemed to fit in very well. Produced by Southern Television, he was a presenter and deputy programme controller. It lasted until 1981 when the company lost the franchise to TVS. And a friend of mine went to work for them. And they had all sorts of presenters on there. So created by Jack Hargreaves, he must be still making money out of it, or his estate must be. Presented by, in 1966, Fred Dinage, still doing it. Bunty James, John Miller, Jack Hargreaves did from 1966 to 1991. Jill Graham, Marion Davis, Tom Gaskill, Gareth Jones did it from 1990 to 2006. Carol Vorderman, Sian Lloyd, Gail Porter, Gail McKenna, Vic Hope, Sam Homewood, and Frankie Vu. Frankie Vu? Who's Frankie Vu? Yeah, Frankie who? No idea. But anyway, it's so he's Fred Dinage is still there. How old's Fred Dinage now? Making 79, making his third return to the series franchise alongside a new team of Vic Hope, Sam Homewood, and Frankie Vu. So 4 presenters. I don't think you need 4 presenters. Pouring in Walton-on-Thames. The school run is going to be fun, says Chris. Make them get the bus. Go on, send them out. Go on, off you go. Jake says the memory of the line. It's Friday, it's 5 o'clock, it's Crackerjack. Crackerjack. And all these kids would be shouting it out, weren't they, really? And Steve says, Angela, I won a Blue Peter badge 50 years ago for sending in a poem. One of my proudest moments. I still have it and keep it forever. We love Blue Peter. Well, it was a much classier programme than the other one, which was a bit rough around the edges. Now I know that it was ad-libbed. I find that fascinating. Steve, How presenter Fred Dinage is still going strong as a South East news presenter, says Brian. Croaky and looking his age, like us all. You speak for yourself. I'm doing very well. Out of Town with Jack Hargreaves, reminiscing over fly fishing and threshing corn. Those were the days. You're right. I was just trying to explain to the producer. He'd be sitting there going, hello. And he'd be making flies and stuff like that. It was called Out of Town. It was really, when you look back on it, it was really bizarre, actually. Really bizarre. And somebody says, wasn't Jenny Hanley in Magpie? Yes, she was. Yes. And Joe in Hornchurch remembers Why Don't You? That was a load of kids going, why don't you get out and do something more interesting? As opposed to, they were trying to encourage kids to do something as opposed to just, sitting there twiddling their thumbs. So they got them going out. The Tomorrow People, of course, which we talked about only a short while ago. Jeremy Irons was in Play Away. You don't need to tell me honestly. It's been on every clip where they show famous people who used to be on kids' programmes. And Jeremy Irons was in Play Away. Mike Reid, the actor in EastEnders, did Runaround. We were talking about Mike Reid, the disc jockey, though. Stella says, do you remember Crossroads? Remember it? I was practically there. Practically there. Me and some of my schoolmates appeared on Motormouth. Some would suggest it was the perfect programme for us, says Steve. Minster, Isle of Sheppey. Yes, I remember Motormouth. I can't remember what Motormouth was, though. What was Motormouth? What was that? Why do I remember it? There must be some reason. It'll either be the presenter or there'll be some reason. Motormouth. And produced again by TVS. And the producers were... Oh, yes, I know why. because the cast of the first series, Tony Gregory, Caroline Hansen, Neil Buchanan, who went on to do Art Attack, who made a fortune out of Art Attack, and Andrea Arnold, Julian Ballantyne, presented Neil Buchanan, Tony Gregory, Julian Ballantyne, Caroline Hansen, Andrea Arnold, Gabby Roslin, Steve Johnson, and Andy Crane. They had 4 series, number of episodes 150, but I remember them very well. I'd love to tell you some of the gossip surrounding some of the cast in it, but I can't. My lips are sealed. My lips are sealed. But very interesting. Looking back on the picture, I remember that now. They had guests and audience members sitting at tables. It was a different sort of way of doing things. It was good. It was good. Steve, remember Tiswas? Tiswas was a bit anarchic for me. I didn't agree with having people in cages and drenching them and all the rest. That was Tarrant, wasn't it? And Lenny Henry. And oh gosh, who was the woman? Oh, it was oh no. Oh, it's going to be embarrassing. She might be listening. In which case, I feel even more guilty about it. So Sally James. Oh, thank goodness for that. Bob Carroll-Gees did it. John Gorman and Chris Tarrant led it. 8 series they had, 302 episodes of Tiswas, and people loved it. They loved it because they would get gunged, and people would apply to go in the cage so that they could be gunged. A little like Noel Edmonds used to do that programme, didn't he? Where people got gunged all the time. But I don't know what Tiswas meant. It was sort of like a Saturday wake up and smile thing. And Steve, says Matt in Waltham Abbey. He's currently making Italian cheese and herbs, Chilean cheese, lemon and poppy seed, good old-fashioned farmhouse. He said it's homemade bread rolls. So he says, I love your show. It's a ray of light in this grim, rainy morning. See, we love this grim, rainy morning, Matt. We do. I know we shouldn't do. Steve, can you say a belated happy birthday and thank you to Angie for a great party last Saturday, says Ty. And Jace, obviously only just sobered up, I should imagine. And now, isn't it reputed that Neil Buchanan is Banksy? It's a good rumour to start. No, he made a fortune out of Art Attack. He would assemble things and then the camera would pull back and you would see the picture. And I remember thinking that's very good. And then it just stopped appearing on the television. But we used to like those art programmes, which was good. But it would be... Tony Hart used to do it, didn't he? And he'd have... Morph had a little thing on Tony Hart's programme. This isn't where people write in, by the way, listening to this radio programme about your favourite children's programme. It's not local BBC radio. But it just sort of can't remember why it came up, actually. Can't remember. It'll be something that somebody would have written. Oh, that's right, Crackerjack's anniversary. Yeah, about ages and ages ago. We like to tell people about these sort of things because people like it. Outraged drivers in all the papers today blasting the soft police. Well, the police just stood around like idiots. Literally doing nothing while these people were sitting in the road. One old lady took on her own chair and then they had to take pictures of themselves to prove they were sitting in a road. The motorists are getting really fed up with them. To be honest with you, it really is annoying. Police were accused of protecting the protesters. Held up drivers were yelling, "Whose side are you on?" at the police, while social media footage showed officers grappling with one motorist who tried to drag an activist away. Yeah, perhaps the police liked doing this sort of thing. Seriously, it was a complete... They were holding up. They were creating pollution. 5 junctions at around 8 a.m. Let's hope this morning they don't turn up again. Mind you, the rain will keep them off, won't it? They won't be able to sit on the ground. They get all wet. Drivers said the protest was counterproductive, meant they produced more emissions. Police also faced this barrage of criticism. Well, to be honest with you, they were waste of space, the police. I know they made 78 arrests, but this won't go any further. I promise you. 90 people from Insulate Britain, an Extinction Rebellion offshoot, were arrested in Kent. Well, they love stuff like that, don't they? Because there's something the matter with them internally. They've got a few peculiarities going on. Oh, we've been arrested. Oh, how militant. Like Ban the Bomb from years ago. People used to go, oh, I did ban the bomb. So, ban for women. Sweetie, love, chick, honey, and babes. And for men, mate is okay. Lad is okay. And pal is okay. Well, I don't think so. That's in the workplace, they're saying. I mean, on the street makes no difference. But it's infantilizing. Babes. All right, babes. I know loads of people who say babes. I've never heard anybody complain about it. I say it to Joanne Webb all the time. I said, hey, babes. I don't, actually. I was going, morning. I'll probably say it to Thomas Watts this morning. Remember Farming Progress with Ted Moult? Love Ted Moult. And also Trevor McDonald on Tiswas. Tiswas means watch and smile. Today is Saturday, watch and smile. Well, it goes down in history, doesn't it, as one of those sort of programmes that people like because it was anarchic. You know, people wrote in, can I be in the cage next week? And they'd say, all right, you can be in the cage. And they'd shove them all in there, all these reprobates. And then they'd just throw buckets of water at them and everything else. I mean, what's the point of that? What a waste of water. Because the next thing you had on the other side was Blue Peter doing their water appeal for Ethiopia. And you're thinking, well, you need to go and check out Tiswas. They're throwing away gallons of water. Terrible.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 25 minutes to 7. It's nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Why is the heat on for Britain's traditional seasons? Because if you think about it, we've had flooding in summer. We've had more water than you can shake a stick at. Still got empty reservoirs. I can't understand it. And long heat waves. Get used to it, says the weather experts. This is the way it's going to be for the future. Because I'm looking at pictures of the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park where people walk down the stairs and then it was literally flooding right up to the bottom of the stairs. Then you get Brighton baking in unseasonably high temperatures in September. I mean, God knows what it's going to be like for Christmas this year. I don't know whether we're going to have snow and ice and freezing cold or whether it's going to be balmy weather. Did you know that a third of flood-related deaths are in vehicles? That's because, apparently, just under 12 inches of flowing water is enough to move a car. Did you know that? 12 inches of water can actually move a car. I remember when we were seeing a couple of years back in Boscastle, cars were literally, all the rain had flooded down and went hurtling down the high street, dragging all the vehicles with it. And I remember thinking, good grief. And now it turns out you just need 12 inches of water moving that can shift cars and everything else. That's all it says. Not attempting to drive through floodwater will save lives, and yet you still get people doing it. I think they're doing it for the TV cameras. You know, you see people standing there, and we had farmers' fields flooded, cows that were standing, you know, on a little tiny bit of land that was left in the middle for them. It's been absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. A painting by Sir Winston Churchill, which he gifted to a man who supplied him with all his art materials, could fetch up to £2.5 million at auction next month. That was well worth it, wasn't it? The artwork, Bridge at Aix-en-Provence, was completed in 1948 when the wartime Prime Minister headed the Tories in opposition. It was given to Willy Sachs, a Swiss paint manufacturer. Sachs created 2 paint hues named after Churchill. It's going to be sold by Christie's because Churchill had a studio, and at his house he used to paint as well. I used to think it was quite a big area, but it was a little tiny pool which he used to sit besides and paint there, because I did a documentary on the house many years ago. Just one of those things, actually, that we went round the country. I think it was called A Place in the Country. I did a series for LBC, and we did all sorts of different places, and it was lovely, actually. So she's still riding on the crest of a wave. Still riding on the crest of a wave. This is Emma, bewitching America in jeans and cardi. She's young. She's very young, and she was feted on US television. This is Emma Raducanu. I mean, she can make, apparently the sky's the limit. But there again, if you're that good, why not? Why not? There'd be some people trolling her, going, oh, it's just and all the rest of it. And you think, well, there's people starving or people sitting in the middle of the road. And another one here. I remember Billy Bunter, the original Railway Children in the 50s, says Tanya. And what about All Your Own? But I forgot the presenter. Well, I'm sure somebody will tell us. Albert says, what presenter in Magpie had a famous mother that was in the film Genevieve? I remember Genevieve. Can't remember the answer, though. I remember Ted Moult, says Gads, used to advertise Everest windows. Yes. And do you remember Dixon? Guess you do, as we share the same glorious age, says James. Lovely obit to my wonderful pa to follow. Thank you. And Jack Hargreaves, paired up with a young Jack Wilde doing a show with the older man, introduced the city boy to country ways and rural matters. Oh, I don't remember that. I remember H.R. Puffin stuff, but I don't think I ever watched it. There were so many things, so many different sort of programmes that we had on the television, and it seemed to have a lot of puppet shows. There was lots of puppet shows, apart from Pinky and Perky, who were very popular. No, we didn't have Punch and Judy. I mean, we did have Punch and Judy, but that was down at the seaside. I think Jeff Felix does Punch and Judy. I'm pretty certain. I mean, it was seen as a bit violent, but they still have Punch and Judy, and there is still people like Jeff Felix who are making Punch and Judy puppets, because Punch has got to have the big nose. I mean, they were political expressions, I think, in their day, but then they used to say, that's the way to do it. They used to get a swazzle. That's what they used to call it, a swazzle. You put it, and it went on your tongue, I think, or something like that. And it was very good, actually. It was very good. It was a swazzle, and that's what, because most of them didn't speak. A lot of them didn't speak, but still very, very good. Still very, very good. We love stuff like that, because that's what it's all hinges on, isn't it? All of the entertainment that we actually get on the television now comes from those early Punch and Judy shows. So that's why I like them, actually. I thought they were very, very good. There is there we go. Calls for violent Punch and Judy shows. See, but the kids love it. The kids love it. I mean, does it promote violence? Of course it doesn't. It was, the slapstick puppet show traditionally sees the character of Mr. Punch in an unruly way to his wife Judy, but it's puppets. It's that old Brian Conley thing. It's a puppet. It's not real. There's a policeman and he bangs him over the head and the kids laugh. The kids laugh. They think it's funny. They don't take it seriously. Only the adults are the ones who've got these peculiar minds and they see something that isn't there. So, Mr. Punch did hit, don't you? That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. And so it would go on. But, goodness sake, honestly. Steve, I couldn't watch Finger Bobs. Because of the man on the actual programme was bald-headed with a big beard. Torchy was a very good one, but I think wasn't that American? Might not have been, actually. Might not have been. And Rainbow. Up and down the streets and houses, Rainbow flying high. Who was on Rainbow? I can't remember. Was that Bungle and all that lot? That was puppets as well, was it? Was it Bungle? Oh, Jiffy. All those people as well. Yeah. It's amazing how many there were. I mean, I'm sure there aren't as many of those programmes around today as there used to be when I was younger. Perhaps it's because kids amuse themselves in other ways now, whereas they did used to watch television programmes. Now, most kids of that age who'd be watching the little children's programmes have got mobile telephones and computers. Why would they want to watch a television programme? They can go round the world on their computer. Simple as that. And do you remember the kids' series from the early 70s set in a junkyard featuring Anita Harris and someone called Harry? It was called Jumbleland. No, don't remember that one at all. That must be even before my time. Ted Mulch used to say the windows were soundproofed, and then he'd shout out, "Turn the fans on." Yeah, because the people the other side could lip read. That's why. People complaining about things like that. So all 12 to 15-year-olds offered a vaccine. All the over 50s, hello, to have the Pfizer booster by Christmas. They're going to have to get their skates on. We're into September and racing through September. A record 2,000 people crossed the channel from France on small boats last week. We're totally losing it on that one, aren't we? Totally losing it. We're just not going to get anything at all. And here, one driver losing his cool. He's pictured in all the papers today. And this is to get rid of the Extinction Rebellion offshoot, Insulate Britain. I mean, I ask you, actually. But it's interesting. One onlooker said it was in stark contrast to officers' heavy-handedness during COVID lockdown, saying they were happy to arrest people for going for a walk or stopping on a bench for a coffee. 92 arrests now. 92 arrests, they've said. Well, let's see some action, shall we, in the courts? What are they going to be done for? They walked into the road and sat down. Never going to stand up, is it? Never stand up at all. Conor McGregor in a few of the papers say nobody's particularly interested. This sort of ageing Lothario. He's a UFC icon. He's squared up to Machine Gun Kelly, who's apparently a rap artist or something. The Music Awards. What Conor McGregor was doing, I've got no idea. Were you lost, dear? You wandered into the wrong thing? Nice pink jacket. Very camp. Very camp. And then Madge has still bought it. Madge in a skimpy PVC outfit. Must be awful being Madonna. To watch your life passing you by so quickly and still trying to recreate the 30s and the 50s. Rainbow was two guys, a couple in real life who did the voices of the puppets in Rainbow. One was the outfit playing Bungle, and the other operated Zippy. So that's quite good, isn't it? See, I didn't know anything about that. It was very telling. Bungle was a bear and George was pink. I can only remember, oh, Jiffy, and that was not bad, is it really? I tell you, Steve Allen, man of a million voices. Except they all sound exactly the same. Steve, Michael Bentine's Potty Time. I didn't like that, I didn't like it. I don't know why. I didn't get Michael Bentine, unfortunately. Hugh Weldon, we remember him, very much so. And Dinah Sheridan was in Genevieve, and her daughter Jenny Hanley was the presenter on Magpie, says Jill. Oh, there you go, Dinah Sheridan. I liked that. Have you ever seen Genevieve? Oh, God, you don't get out much, do you? You really don't. It's a story about a man who has a job and he's got an old car and he restores it. He does the London to Brighton run. And there's two cars racing against each other. It's very good. It's very, very good. It's a British film, so it's got to be good. We do good British films.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
So today, Boris Johnson will unveil his winter plan, warning, as I've told you before, the pandemic is far from over. You'll hear it first on LBC. This is his fairly ambitious winter plan to fight COVID-19, including, as I've said before, these booster jabs, the flu vaccinations for millions. He's promising a bonfire of lockdown restrictions, but he will keep the threat of compulsory face masks and vaccine passports in reserve. Other restrictions, such as compulsory home working and social distancing, not being ruled out if there's a sudden jump in COVID cases. But they've already had the sudden jump, haven't they? In Scotland and I believe in Wales as well. They've had it. But now ministers have received the final advice from the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation on the booster programme, and they're going to offer the vaccine to 12 to 15-year-olds, but they will have a choice of whether they want it. If they don't want it, they don't have to have it, but I would suspect that most people will have it if they've got half a brain cell. You don't want to miss everything, do you? And Gary says, why haven't we heard anyone saying our thoughts are with the Prime Minister and his family regarding Boris's mother? Well, people don't like to interfere with things like that. I mean, I shouldn't imagine people's thoughts are with Boris and his family. It's very sad when somebody loses a parent, but we generally don't. Every time somebody in government, loses a parent or a loved one, we don't tend to go that our thoughts are with them because people take it as read. Steve, Terrorhawks with Jerry Anderson. Do you know, I'd forgotten how many series Jerry Anderson made. I'd forgotten. It was an awful lot. Cristiano Ronaldo. Do you know he gets up very early in the morning, apparently. Somebody said he doesn't sleep too well. So he's probably listening to this show. He probably wakes up and goes, I'm going to listen to that Steve Allen. Can't believe it. But he marked his 2-goal second Man United debut. He's only 36. I don't know why. For some reason, I thought he was older. But, I mean, he looks much younger. But he was out because his son's called Cristiano Jr., nothing if not original, and they went out to Hale in Cheshire. He was wearing a tie-dye shirt. Do you remember tie-dye things years ago? So naff. And not the kind of thing. I mean, 36, though, is actually quite old for footballers, they tell me. Because mostly, what do they do? They go on to commentating, don't they? Advertising crisps and things like that. They're already minted. Oh, they really make a lot of money. Loads. Really. But what do they spend it on? Who was on $1 million a week? Cristiano Ronaldo, $1 million a week. Oh, it's obscene, isn't it? Really? Why? Is it? Do they get so much money because the football clubs can afford to rip up to charge the fans for the outfits? Because I think Man United changed the strip every sort of you click your fingers and they've changed the strip again every year. So the fans, if you're a true fan, you'd have to buy the strip. You can't be seen wearing an old strip, can you? So what happens if you can't afford to go and buy the strip? I mean, is it fine? It's okay. No, nobody's going to pick on you in the stands. No. Yeah. You're not wearing the right strip, pal. Obviously not a fan. I wouldn't work for me at all. But that's obviously why they can afford to pay these, very convincing, these sort of people this sort of money. £1 million a week. Love to see his tax bill. That should be entertaining, shouldn't it? The teen tennis superstar Emma Raducanu, basking on her newfound fame, doing a tour of New York. I mean, she seems charming, absolutely charming. And you don't listen, if somebody works hard for their money, I never begrudge anybody anything. Although I find it a little bit excessive for them to say she could be, earning £1 billion. I mean, she might earn a lot of money, but I don't think it's going to be a bit. Not even the poor old Beckhams, and they've dragged their carcasses around everywhere. David's hair enthralls me. I can't work out what it is. Is it a weave? Is it stuck on? What is it? It keeps changing. Not as funny as Joe Swash's, but there you go. Also, filming of the latest Indiana Jones blockbuster. Up to 50 people have been sent home because of norovirus outbreak. So that's not very good, is it? I mean, Harrison Ford is 79. They've got to keep him well away from stuff like that. Far too dangerous, far too dangerous. And live music is finally getting back on its feet. You see, I think it's a bit early for these sort of things. I mean, some friends of mine went to the theatre the other night. They said they loved the production, but nobody was wearing masks or anything. And there's no social distancing in the seats. I mean, because otherwise we're going to lose theatre if we don't, we have to sort of kind of push forward and we have to be careful. But I still see a few people, not very many, but a few people on buses not wearing a mask, and I glare at them. Unfortunately, they can't tell I'm glaring at them, but at least I make the effort. And apparently a police officer had to go to the police for help after two of his pals got stuck in his handcuffs. The duo were larking around in a spare pair at a bash at the Bobby's home. Really? How peculiar. Policemen messing around with handcuffs in a private party at their home. What sort of policemen are these? I think you get to keep your handcuffs with you, don't you? I think so. I mean, I don't know. Heavens above, what goes on behind closed doors? Nothing to do with me. Surrey's road policing unit tweeted. This was at Staines police station. They had to go there to see if they could help. Try and get them out of the handcuffs. And a great gran who became a TikTok sensation has died at the age of 110. Video of Amy Winifred Hawkins singing It's a Long Way to Tipperary at her birthday bash in January got more than 45,000 views. Her family say she was the oldest woman in Wales and the 6th oldest in Britain. 110, good Lord. Mrs. Hawkins said her secret to long life was to never go to the doctors. Her daughter Rosemary, who's 73, said she was a lovely lady who dedicated her life to me as her daughter. She toured the country with her dance troupe as a young woman before becoming a shop worker. Born in Cardiff, grew up in Newport, married a sign writer in 1937. He died in 1996, and she made it to 110. She was on TikTok. Well done to her. And now she can sing to her heart's content. So do you think today, with all this rain about, we're going to have people sitting in the middle of the road stopping the traffic? I shouldn't think so. The little darlings wouldn't want to get wet, would they? I don't think so. Plus, highest paid NHS workers facing a clear-out after a Treasury audit. And Andrew Neil quitting as GB News chairman. I think that was almost predicted in the business. I would like to say that I should imagine everybody, the moment he left there and was going for a rest or whatever it was, everybody was going, he's not going back. He's not going back. They had too many mistakes, too many, it just didn't work. Steve, Cristiano Ronaldo is the proud owner of 2 Bugatti cars worth 2 weeks' wages each. £2 million, says Roger. The trouble is there's a limit to how many cars you can drive. And what's the point of having a car that can do, a zillion miles a second? You can't drive it anywhere. You just have to sort of sit there. And most of these things are so finely tuned, they break down more often than not. Many's the time. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Play away with Brian Cant, Floella Benjamin, of course, and Johnny Ball. All those great names that we still talk about. Well, listen, that's just about it, actually, for today. It is absolutely tipping it down here in Leicester Square, so it's probably tipping it down. It'll probably run all day, this one, so if you're going out... Well, I bet you anything, it's tipping it down, isn't it? Luckily, we have umbrellas because we did forewarn you of this. I'm hoping that but I bet you anything, I see people going to the station looking like drowned rats because they forgot to take an umbrella or, a little rain hood or something like that. So take an umbrella, please. I have a free podcast for you today, and we have the full programme. 2 programmes for you to download every single day. On today's little bit extra podcast, Colleen Rooney spotted in Waitrose. Hope it's not my one. I don't think I could cope with that. I don't know why she doesn't use this automatic shopping thing. Louise Redknapp has a night out at the theatre. I think she was secretly selling her CDs at the back of it. And Piers Brosnan shows off his beach body at 68. I think I'll have to give him some tips on how to look buff on the beach. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. I can't believe that this week is whizzed through. I must go. I think I might go to the circus either today or tomorrow. I can't work out which day. I'm definitely going. I think I have to. So the High Court has humbled Prince Andrew over the sex case papers. It's not looking promising, is it? It really doesn't. We lurch from one disaster to the other. The High Court have said, yes, we can now do this and do that. All they want to do is ask some questions. He's denied everything. But unfortunately, of course, the thing you shouldn't ever do is run away from something. You should man up to it. You know, we always thought he was a man, although we weren't too sure. And, you know, it's almost like I remember when I was younger. And you know, you get your first bad letter from the bank and you know it's going to be telling you that you've gone over your overdraft limit and you don't want to open it. So you leave it sitting on the mantelpiece, if you're lucky enough to have a mantelpiece, and you leave it sitting there and you keep staring at it thinking, I don't want to open it because I know they're going to be horrible to me. But you have to respond. I remember a friend of mine saying, because she worked for the bank, and she said the sound advice is, if ever you get a letter from the bank, she said, you should deal with it straight away. She said, because if you ignore it, they will think, oh, why is he ignoring it? And then they come after you like a ton of bricks. Because there will be, I should imagine, a fair number of people today who will get letters from their banks saying, you've exceeded your overdraft. I've had an overdraft limit with my bank for 40 years. I've never used it. It's there as a sort of a buffer. And it was there. I've got £6,000. I've never used it. It's a case of it was there just in case of an emergency and you've got something to fall back on. It was something that was prearranged. So in excess of 40 years I've had this blooming thing. And A, it's never been taken away from me. And B, we've never used it, mainly because I'm frightened to use something like that. It's like having a credit card and not paying it all off at the end of each month. That was the thing that frightened me before. I had £3,500 running on a Visa card for about 10 years. I couldn't get the sum of money down until a friend of mine said, listen, I'm going to pay it all off for you. You pay me back because it'll be a lot cheaper than you paying the credit card interest rates, which were, absolutely, awful. So chasing your tail on that one. So I said, OK, fine. So that's what we did. And and now whatever goes on my credit card at the end of each month, we pay it all off so that we have a clear... It's the only way. You ask any of the money experts and they'll tell you, pay them all off because the interest rates you're paying, most people, like me, used to years ago do minimum payment. Well, you were paying nothing. Nothing. You might as well have thrown your money down a drain. It didn't make any difference at all. That's how they make their money. They make it on the huge interest rates, which bear no resemblance to anything that the country is operating. I mean, the interest rates were really high. Really high. And so I was determined ever since then not to get myself into a financial pickle. Dale did. I think he ended up being 30,000 in debt. And then he had to work to pay it back again. And once you've paid back that sum of money, you know that you're going to start looking after your money in future. So now I've become almost paranoid over not wasting money. And if people say, oh, would you like to do... We used to call it hire purchase in my day, but now they call it extended credit, or you can have this and that. I mean, nope. If I can't afford to pay for it, I don't buy it. I like paying for something so they can then go, I own that. That's mine. Every single DVD, whatever. I don't owe anybody any money whatsoever. I did have a hire purchase agreement on a couple of cars from years gone by, many years gone by. I wouldn't dream of having it now. So what I do is I save up the money, trade mine in, add a few £1,000, and then that's how we sort of jump up in the car stakes, which is good. Morning, Noreen. She says, I hope you're well. I am actually very well. Even the producer and I were discussing it yesterday. I'm even better than when I went away. Mind you, so I should be, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. Can you believe, says Noreen, how many years it is since Mark Bolan died? 44 years. 44 years. And it's up at Roehampton. There's a tree up there which is adorned with ribbons and everything else, and the fans go there on the anniversary of his death. You can pass it. It's quite easy to see. We're hoping to book a few more 60s shows, looking to go to one in Gateshead, as our Jan calls us, the Intrepids. She says we're meeting Jan Sullivan next week. Oh, there we go. There's the Mark Bolan thing. It was at Gypsy Lane on Queen's Ride Barnes, southwest London. They were crossing it, and the car struck a fence post and then a tree. The funeral was attended by Bowie, Rod Stewart, Tony Visconti, Steve Harley, and a swan-shaped floral tribute because he had Ride a White Swan. I liked him, actually. I like him. I like him a lot. But how old was he? He wasn't very old, was he? How old was he? He was 29. 29 years old. That was in those days. It was. I mean, 2 weeks before his 30th birthday, people used to drive having had drink and all sorts of substances in them. Nobody thought anything of it. Nobody thought anything of it. Terrible. But anyway, meeting Jan Sullivan next week, says Noreen. Met her a month or so ago. We have so much to chat about. You and John treading on the lights on stage. Yes. I didn't think we were going to get away from that one, actually. And Steve, I checked out the Costco black pudding you mentioned. One long roll serves 8 to 10 people. Very favourable online reviews. And apparently it's made in Clonakilty in Southern Ireland. Nearest to me, though, is Wembley. There you go, you can get it. I know, because I've bought it for a few people. Not for me, actually. Not for me at all. Steve, I understand what you say about the credit card. I owed $10,000 on my card. Finally paid it off. I won't do that again, says Shane. No, I mean, I don't want any... I mean, it always frightens me when sort of people get all these bills in. It reminds me of the story in Reader's Digest, which used to have all these little stories. And this was about a lady. And a company wrote to her and said, you owe us £5,000. When might we expect the money? And she wrote back to them and she said, Dear sir, every month I have a system. I put all the bills into a cardboard box, shake it around, take one out and pay it. And if you persist in writing to me next week and next year and next month, you're not going in the box. Kind of put them in their place. So that was it. But no, you have to keep up with it. If it means going without things, then you have to go without things. It's called managing your money. You know, even before the pandemic, the Money Advice Service, this is before the pandemic, estimated about 8.5 million people in the UK were in debt, and 22% of UK adults had less than £100 in savings. Which actually, I think I've used that statistic on the programme on quite a few occasions. I think I heard it on James O'Brien's programme, so he probably pinched it from Money Advice, I should imagine. He probably just made it up. He was probably that person. But I mean, I don't think I've ever had less than £100 in savings. But then the trouble is, you have £100 in savings, then you spend it. You're back where you started again. You know, some people do live hand to mouth. It's literally a case of the money comes in at the end of the month. By the time you've paid off the amount of money that you were overdrawn, you're left with very little. So you go through the same scenario every single month. And you're living hand to mouth. You know, I mean, I remember when I used to hide from the milkman. I used to have to hide from the milkman when I lived in Isleworth in Middlesex. The milkman delivered bacon, butter, cheese, milk, beans and things like that. So I would order loads of stuff. And then when it came around to paying it on the Saturday, I'd not answer the door. So I could get away with it. Yeah, as a grown-up. Well, I say a grown-up. I don't think I was ever a grown-up. But yeah, I mean, I used to do that. It's like, as I say, getting a letter from the bank and you know you've gone overdrawn. I used to lie to them and go, well, I had all the checks in the book. I assume each one was good for 50 quid or something like that. But then I sort of start to... But I did hid from the milkman. One time I remember opening my fridge and all I had in it was bottles of milk. I couldn't drink the stuff fast enough. I was ordering 2 pints a day without realising I'm never going to drink 2 pints of milk a day. And I'd order bacon and bread. So at least I could have some toast. And I got into debt through milk. Seriously. At one point, because you used to wash the milk bottles in the early days and put them back out again, I had to fill the bath up with water to wash the amount of milk bottles I had. Because I had so many milk bottles. It was just crazy. And then I had some spaghetti. And I used to have spaghetti, nothing on it. I couldn't afford to have anything on it. It was just spaghetti. And I remember thinking, oh, I do hope life gets better. No, not even hoops. The long stuff. You boil up the saucepan and then you put it in there and it sort of... I mean, seriously. I remember thinking, I'm really on hard times here. Because I didn't have enough money. Sometimes I had enough money to buy a portion of chips. And for that reason, you know, you survived. So I didn't have anywhere to live at one point. I lived in my car. I lived in my car because I didn't have anywhere to live. I was working in London, but yes, I was living in the Bentley. I forget what it was, actually. It might have been a Fiat Tipo or something like that. But anyway, a friend of mine took me in, but he was working as a manager in a pub discotheque and all the rest of it. And I shouldn't have been there because I wasn't on the insurance. And we did have an armed robbery when I was there. It was dreadful, seriously, yeah. Oh, honestly, I tell you, my life has been one long roller coaster. I sorted them out. I was in bed ill, and they were hiding in the bathroom upstairs. They had sawn-off shotguns and balaclavas, and they came into the bed. We thought it was a joke. And one of the blokes gestured to me, get out of bed. I said, certainly not. I've only got my pants on. Wasn't getting out of bed. And I didn't feel very well anyway, so they took the manager downstairs to clear out the safe. and they got the night's takings, which was, it was only in those days, it was only about 2,000 or 3,000 quid, but it was 2,000 or 3,000 quid they never had before. And I just sort of sat in bed feeling a bit sorry for myself. But I shouldn't have been there because there was no insurance for me on the building. So technically, the insurance company might not have paid out. Bob says, I received an email from Joe Allen yesterday. Their new menu's looking really nice. Yes. I'm off there this week. Steve Allen, been a while since I last listened to you. I'm back at Stupid O'Clock for a wee while because life throws things at you, says Susie, when you least expect. It does, doesn't it? I mean, I'm trying to think actually what happened yesterday. I don't think anything in particular. Nothing sort of major. I tell you what, trying to get through to the pensions office, there was a woman who did a feature in the Daily Mail the other day. She's been waiting nearly 3 weeks to actually get through to them. First of all, she's sort of, you ring and ring and ring, and then it's like somebody at the other end just flicks a switch and cuts you off. You go beep, so you're back to the beginning. I mean, the other day, I spent an hour and a half trying to get through to the pensions people. Because I want my money. I mean, it's like ringing this show. You can ring and ring and nobody answers. Nobody picks up the telephone and goes, hello, Steve Allen's Early Break, because we don't do phone calls. And there's a reason. It holds up a very fast-moving programme operating Monday to Friday, 4 till 7, and the most popular. The spike there, everything is there. It's almost, it's like the only thing you don't need anything else first thing in the morning. No good going, I need a cup of coffee to get me going. Listen to this programme, that'll get you going. Seriously, that's how it works. You have, I'm doing a break. I'm just trying to explain to them why the show's so popular. I mean, as everybody says, nobody can do what Steve Allen does, or has ever wanted to.
Last year, many under fives were hospitalised with flu and often in need of A&E care. This autumn, children with underlying health conditions from 6 months old and children aged 2 to 3 can get their flu vaccine at their GP, with children from reception to year 11 to be offered the vaccine at school. The vaccine is a quick and painless nasal spray and greatly reduces a child's chance of needing a hospital visit. The autumn flu vaccine, helping to stop the spread.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Actually, I'm looking at the Joe Allen's menu, deciding what to have. They do a set menu, 2 courses 20 quid, 3 courses 25, or you can sort of have a chili dog in a brioche bun, crispy onions. They do Joe style slow braised smoked baby back ribs. I don't think you should ever be allowed to have ribs in a restaurant. They're so messy. Seriously, it's like, Mr. Allen's steak tartare, which is as a main course, £17.25. You can have it as a starter for £11.50. Crispy duck and watermelon salad with chili cashews. It's quite a nice. Somebody's asked me to describe the menu there, and I can't remember how you would describe this. I can't remember. There's American-ish. They've got a grilled 3-minute steak, watercress, peppercorn sauce, goose fat potato. That sounds quite nice, isn't it? They're good looking at food this time of the morning. We get into trouble. There'll be some poor person out there going, I can't afford to eat out. Well, listen, I couldn't when I was your age. And Kim says, methinks you should be putting your story down on paper. Write a book, son. I suppose you could. You'd have to have it ghosted because you would have to remember things and then you spew it all out and then somebody puts it into chronological order. So you can remember. I mean, I can remember I could use Jordan's ghostwriter because she's never written anything. The difference is I can spell and use big words, and Jordan can't do anything like that at all. I shouldn't imagine Harry's much cop at it either, but we'll soon find out, won't we? And Steve, I know celebrities are touched up, says David. Oh, in photos. Sorry, I do beg your pardon, actually. But Harry and Meghan's in Time magazine are ridiculous. Harry hasn't even got a bald patch. I know. And we all know it's dropped out. Look at him. They've sort of airbrushed everything. I love the way that he's actually sort of behind her, meaning she wears the trousers. Because he is a bit drippy. But they're on the Times most influential list. They've got to come up with something, haven't they? What can we give them? I'll put them on the influential list. What have they influenced? Nothing at all. Janet says, I do the same as you. Pay for everything in cash. Don't use cards at all. Oh, I do use a direct debit card. The US publication released the glossy image of Harry and Meghan taken at their home in California. Jose Andres, a friend and chef who runs the charity World Central Kitchen, writes the couple are driven and compassionate and gives voice to the voiceless. Oh, honest, you do talk crap. Really, dear. Springing into action, not the easy choice for a young Duke and Duchess. She's not a Duchess, okay? She's nobody. She's a very, very average little actress. They've been blessed through birth and talent and burned by fame. Birth and talent. What are you on about? Honestly, they do talk rubbish, these people, don't they? And he said it'd be much safer to enjoy the good fortune and stay silent. Oh, that's the best thing he's ever said, this chef. He says they run towards the struggle. They then wrote they were humbled to be part of... Oh, go away. Harry, humbled? You must be joking. That's a lie for a start, isn't it? He's never been sort of humbled in anything he's ever done. In fact, look back over his career, dressing up as a Nazi, kicking out at the photographers, being drunk, being just a very nasty little piece of work, and now he's nasty and drippy at the same time. Steve, good morning to the Groovy Gang as well. We're travelling down to London, say Rob and Sally from Hatfield, and we're going to a comedy show in Greenwich, and the wife's treating me to a meal at a place in Soho. Sunday the boat to Hampton Court from Westminster. That's a long journey. That is a long journey up there. I mean, put it this way, if you actually get the boat from Richmond to Hampton Court, it's nearly 2 hours. It's a long time. I would think it could, well, find out actually, which I should tell you how many hours it is. Are you sure? He said, it's been a couple of years since we visited London. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's still filthy and full of strangers. But luckily we're getting some tourists back in, which we like. I'm going to find out how long that boat trip is for you. So it's Westminster to Hampton Court. Here we go. It's 22 miles away. It's the longest regular scheduled boat service. So it's it doesn't tell it. There we go. Westminster to Hampton Court, 3 hours each way. That's 6 hours. Because if you go up, you've got to come back down again. It would be quicker to get the bus from outside Hampton Court, the R68. How do I know that? Because I'm clever. And then you get that to Richmond. Nice little journey along parts of the river and then not. And then you get to Richmond and then you get a fast train back to London again, which would save you 3 hours. So if you're thinking of... But you have to decide this beforehand as to whether to buy a return ticket or a single ticket. So 3 to 4 hours, depending on the tide. Very much dependent on the tide. So you'll thank me for that one. Because if 3 hours going up there is okay. And what you'll do is you will go... A nice sort of Sunday, you can have a cup of tea on the boat. But they're not the big boats that they've got on the Thames. They're much smaller boats than that. But still nice to do. But I thought you had to change at Kingston. I'm pretty certain the boat will go... so you go from Westminster or Richmond to Kingston, then you change at Kingston, get on the boat, and that takes you the next bit up to Hampton Court. I'm pretty certain. It always has been like that whenever I've done it. And I do it sometimes in the middle of summer, obviously not this year because of COVID, because it's just a nice way to while away the hours. And also you've got no distraction, nobody chatting away to you or anything like that. I generally have a nice cup of tea, and I get a discount on it, because if you're a pensioner, whoopee, you get it cheaper. And they've got the Cockney Sparrow, built at Eel Pie Island, the Connaught, the Princess Frida, built on the Isle of Wight, and the Connaught there. That's it. They've just got 3 boats. Actually, the Cockney Sparrow sounds quite nice. It's got an open top deck and a deceptively large enclosed saloon, which is lovely. And you can have a nice cup of tea as you're going along. It's good. And every time another boat goes past you, you have to wave. It's tradition. You go, hello, and the other boat's going, what's he doing? They go, it's that Steve Allen, he's waving again. So you'll like it. So you're going for a meal, and then Sunday the boat to Hampton Court. Lovely, isn't it? Roger says, Harry and Meghan have influenced me to become more of a royalist. I'm Team Queen. Yes. Lisa says, the Harry and Meghan photo looks like he's her hairdresser. Don't joke. He might be. He doesn't do anything else, does he, really? And Steve, off to Spitalfields Vintage, taxi rammed with all lovely things. When my husband Vince has spare ribs, he's polite and covers them with a napkin, as I'm a vegan, says Jeanette. Oh dear. I don't know how he eats them. The funny thing is, I actually like spare ribs. I do, but they're too messy to eat in, at least if you have them in the Chinese restaurant, they're not wet spare ribs, as I call them. They're sort of dry. Little finger bowl you need, just to sort of wipe your finger. Do that. Harry and Meghan the meaning behind their outfits and the hidden nod to Diana. What a load of garbage, honestly. Really. Get away from it, dear. You're not acting anymore, and he's nothing to do with the royal family, so why should we care? We don't. It's the first time they've posed together. Isn't that lovely? For a magazine cover shoot. Yeah, rivetingly dull and boring. As I say, listen, I'm never wrong on things. I'm telling you, it's not so good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And can you do your realistic portrayal of Lorraine Kelly and have a great day? Absolutely not. I'm a huge fan of Lorraine Kelly, especially because she's on my side regards Meghan Markle. Nobody trusts her. She's untrustworthy. You know, she's come up with all these things. Piers Morgan, quite rightly, said he didn't believe a word she said. He said he wouldn't believe her if she read the weather, which I think was taking it a bit too far because you know how much we adore the weather in this country. And Lorraine Kelly's exactly the same. You know, if you watch somebody who's systematically trying to kick our royal family, I tell you, you wait till the Queen dies. I'm telling you, that royal family will undergo such a change, the like of which you've never seen before. It will have to. You know, they'll have to get rid of Prince Andrew completely. I don't know why the people, you know, give them free cars. I've got no idea why. You give a free car to somebody who you look up to. I don't look up to Prince Andrew, that's a fact. Hairstylist James Johnson told Female that Meghan's hair highlights her authority, while her strong pose gives viewers a glimpse of her powerful new status. They do talk garbage, hairdressers, don't they? So anyway, do you like the colour? Nice, isn't it? Yeah. Powerful, very powerful. That her powerful new status. New status as what? Oh dear, I love it. Steve, you spoke about Mark Bolan earlier. Wandsworth historian Jeff Simmons has arranged a blue plaque to be unveiled this Saturday. Oh, well, there you go. A blue. Do you know what'll happen? Somebody will nick it. Is that blue plaque on where he died, or blue plaque on the house? Because there's quite a number of blue plaques. I love them. Another one here. Harry and somebody else saying, I love it actually. That Harry and Meghan have actually achieved nothing at all as far as they're concerned. They could stay in America, but just give us the money back for the waste of a wedding. Thank you very much indeed. Why should we pay £32 million for that? I mean, their support has dwindled. They're at rock bottom. They're at rock bottom in this country. The last survey, they went from, well, he did. Nothing. He was sort of up there and everybody loved Harry and he was funny. And then he turned into this boring bloke. Boring dullard. And so consequently, they're now at the bottom of the list. So, you know, you find one or two fans. A bit like the Insulate Britain guy. A little bit like him. Boring. Described by his neighbours. His house is not even insulated, and yet he's preaching to you, and his neighbours described him as a boring old man. Nothing worse, is there really? Nothing worse. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We read them all out. We never miss anything out. I know people say, oh, I sent you in a text. No, everything is read out on the programme. I have to do it. Legally, it's a requirement. It says so in the contract. In my long contract. It says, Steve, you have to read everything out on the programme. And I go, oh, do I have to? Because sometimes people are a bit thick and they can't help it. You know, they are sort of life's little, I haven't got any friends. You know, I think I'll write to Lorraine Kelly because she looks like I could write to her. And Lorraine Kelly's going, don't write to me ever again. I'm calling the police. You know, it's as simple as that. But no, I read everything out on the programme. As anybody will tell you. All the people who write in, they go, Steve mentioned me this morning. I do things like that because that's the way it goes. You have to do it, don't you, really? Oh, John Lydon's failed Sex Pistols court case has left him skint. Cost him £2 million. Buffoon. I'm so glad. It couldn't happen to a nicer person. I'm glad that you took them to court and you lost. Big time, because they wanted to use the music. They had an agreement that if the majority said they wanted to use the music, they would be able to use the music. So poor old John Lydon, what a failure. You have to go back to advertising butter or something, dear, won't you, really? In an interview with the Telegraph, if you please. This is a so-called, I am an anti-gra... That one. He slammed his former bandmates as evil. No, the evil one is you. You always were the evil, talentless one. He said, I've got no more savings, no more loans, no pensions. I've got nothing. I'm scuppered in so many different ways. Good. But then you shouldn't have done an agreement with somebody that was a legal binding document. And the legal binding document said, if the majority want to put this stuff and use it in a film, they can do it. And you were stupid because you're ignorant and took it to court and you now lost everything. That'll teach you. I mean, fancy not being advised by anybody.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants. At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Steve. I'm getting my second jab this evening. I'm 31. I'm doing it for the wrong reasons, really. Football, pubs, etc. But let's protect the people. I've had both and looking forward to the next one, which I shall be getting very, very shortly. Steve, Joe Allen's looks great. Would it be a good night out? Well, I've always had a very nice time, Shane. I mean, I know lots of listeners who've been there as well, and they've looked on it as their restaurant. You know, it's one of those sort of places that sort of makes you feel very welcome. It's you can't really describe it. I've been going there for 35 years. Well, it's been around since 1965. I went to the one in New York, which I think was the first one, and there was really a man called Joe Allen, and now it's owned by a consortium of people. But no, we've been waiting for it to come back for ages. So it's been around for a long, long time. I mean, you know, it's you go there for the atmosphere. That's what I mean. I've been there on no end of occasion and discovered LBC listeners there who come over and go, Steve, we love it. Thank you very much. You know, it's the way it works, isn't it now? People are grateful to find somewhere different. Weather's been nice again, says Waj. Rob says, thank you for the advice on the Westminster to Hampton Court. I mean, to be honest with you, you need to be told how long it is to sit on a boat, because it's quite a long time. 3 hours is a long time. But if you've got, enough time to do that, and you come down and you want to make a day of it and all the rest, then do it. It's well worth it, and you get nice views. You can go along the Thames, and I just said to Joe, I said in the days of Henry VIII, it was a 2 to 3 day trip to go up there because people were rowing. You imagine rowing it, and they were going, oh God, this fat lump at the back. They're going, I'm the GC, and you go, yeah, no, Henry VIII we were talking about. And another one here. Anthony in Cheshire. Oh, poor Anthony. A little bit lonely. Even lonelier now, I suspect, actually. Oh, does it mean something? Oh, bless you, honestly. You're a bit sad, aren't you? I didn't realise that stupid people existed at this time of the morning, but I suddenly realised, of course, medication time. And that's why. And Anthony in Cheshire. Yeah, this is lovely. Right-leaning. You're even more stupid than you look. Never mind. We're going to put you out of your misery, Anthony, so you'll have to go back to BBC Radio Shropshire, I should imagine, or something like that. And Jeanette says, there was me thinking I was special. Afternoon listening to you forever. You said you read every message out. We do, unless they're really thick. You know, and even then, we sort of shame them because they are too stupid. The sort of people who, I shan't be voting for the government because it's Conservative. I'm only voting because I'm a working class person. And you get all of that kind of garbage from people. I mean, some of them are just really so ridiculous. So ridiculous. The sort of people who feed pigeons. And you know how bad that is. And Steve, the old Wrinklies, insulating Britain activists, managed to annoy many drivers again. Did you see how the police pandered to them? Did you see that? 71 arrests. This is the second time in 3 days. And the police stood there like mamby-pambies going, is there anything we can help you with? You know, should we look at if you need anything, do ask us. What? As Nick Ferrari said yesterday, you've got precisely 1 minute to move yourselves before we drag you off the road. It's as simple as that, and you get arrested. Throw them in the back of a van, take them away, charge them, get them in prison straight away. OK? Simple as that. Protesters included an 82-year-old man. You silly old fool. You silly old fool, thus providing more pollution into the atmosphere than you can shake a stick at. But of course, 82 practically passed it anyway. Ridiculous, isn't it? And then they superglued themselves. Can we help you? No, leave them there. Leave them. I tell you what we do. We leave them there. We build a bridge over them. And then we just drive over the top. Simple as that. Let them stay there all day. I need to go to the toilet. Well, you're just going to wet yourself, aren't you? Why should we put up with these idiots? I mean, the police have been just ridiculous. Hertfordshire Police Force, God in heaven, what are they doing down there? I tell you what, if these protesters were protesting around a police station, they'd have them arrested within seconds. But of course, mamby-pamby police officers out there, oh, you're right. Look at them. Ridiculous. I mean, the resulting traffic delays added to the vehicle emissions. It really is, absolutely appalling. I mean, Edmund King said this the other day, president of the AA. He said a thermal insulation engineer was prevented from going to work. You know, they don't care about you because all these people are spongers. They're off on benefits. All these people are thieving the benefits. And they're more than happy to take the stuff for the country, but they won't go and protest to the government in Parliament Square. Stand outside, the Houses of Parliament. You know why? Because they all live in the country. They all live in the country in super-duper houses. I mean, it is somewhat ironic that a thermal insulation engineer trying to insulate Britain was stuck in the congestion caused by Insulate Britain. He said essential deliveries, emergency services, people missing hospital and business appointments, all hit by these blockades. They don't care. They're on benefits. They can sit there all day. They're spongers. Because if you found out where they worked, you'd make sure they lost their jobs immediately. Proper jobs for hundreds of thousands of people to start the first real step. That's what Insulate Britain said in a statement. We demand credible action. Go away, you bunch of girls' blouses. Goodness sake, honestly. Absolutely ridiculous. And, it's a case of people want to do things, but you won't allow them to do things. It's what's the matter now? What's the matter with Henry? Have you seen what's out in that newsroom with your name on it? Have you got some new drink problem or something? There's cases of booze. It's booze. Yeah. It's addressed to you. Well, you'll never lift it home. Yeah, there's three. Oh, that's nice. What was that for? The Trick Awards? Oh, right. Oh, okay. I'm not allowed to say what it is. It's controversial. Bless him. Yeah, 3 cases of booze out there. I think it's cider. Which is a shame, actually, because I don't drink cider. I wish I did, but I don't. 84850, and agree with you about John Lydon, Steve, but if you look deeper, he's caring for his wife. That's got nothing to do with it. Don't be so stupid. It's got nothing to do with the fact his wife's got Alzheimer's. It's the fact that they had an agreement in the Sex Pistols. Nothing to do with his wife. Nothing at all to do with it. He was the fool who decided to take it to court. He was the idiot. He was the one of limited intelligence. Not a sad situation at all. They'd agreed within the Sex Pistols. That was the issue. It's got nothing to do with any illness. You might as well say he's got a cousin third removed or something. It's got nothing to do with it. The issue is that they all signed an agreement that if the majority wanted to use the music of the Sex Pistols in a film, they could. And John Lydon went, I don't want you using your evil. And I used to look at him on television thinking, you're such a fake. Such an old fraud. And he's being interviewed for the Telegraph. Oh, my goodness me. You can't believe it, can you? But no, that's why it's cost him $2 million. You won't go to court again, will you, pal? Because you haven't got any more money. That's your problem. Steve, somebody else getting their second jab this evening. And Tim says 4:30, Krispy Kremes are the ultimate NHS night shift breakfast. Oh, how nice. I quite like the idea of that, actually. And it's cider, says Henry. Bless him. He says Nick's programme's going to be fun today. You watch, I tell you. And there's a mince pie out there on that desk. There's a mince pie on that desk. Not apart from the ones in here. And so he can have a mince pie and a bottle of cider. Can you imagine what the programme would be like? We're keeping welcome in the hillside. Nice mince pies from M&S. Niall in Beeston. I've heard of Beeston, but I can't remember. He says, I remember an LBC radio show for children in the 70s called Jellybone on a Saturday morning. It was presented by Therese Birch. Clive Bull did it later. They used to have the Jellybone. It's the Jellybone quiz of the week. And they would come in and they used to have a little group of people. Yes, Jellybone. It was a children's programme on Saturday morning. Because Saturday morning was sort of traditionally the side set aside for kids so that mum could go and do the shopping and leave the kids. And people used to come into the studio. I remember kids coming into the studio for it and being part of the Jellybone jury, which is lovely. Sorry? What did they do? Well, they used to play records and things like that and recommend things. It was very good. It was very good. But it was Therese. I think Therese Birch started doing it, and then Clive Bull took it over. Tommy Boyd, I think, might have done it as well. So quite a number of people. It was very popular. I didn't do it. At all. But you're quite right. It was a Saturday morning. Oh my God, says Anne, or OMG. I'm assuming it stands for Oh my God. And says, I love waking up to you in the morning, as like so many people that have suffered due to this damn virus. Everybody needs the Steve Allen boost. I'm sitting here with tablets, tea and biscuits. Oh, God, what a combination, Anne. What a combination. Mind you, I'm the same, actually. I'm the same, except I would have definitely tablets, definitely a cup of tea, because I've got some Marks & Spencer's gold tea bags at the moment. They're very tasty. They're very tasty, and they seem to go down quite well. So I'm sort of ploughing, because I do like a cup of tea in the morning. I'm trying to restrict myself and only have 1 cup of tea in the morning before I come into work. Then I have a few more. Good impression of John Lydon, says my friend Ian. Who knew you can do a Sex Pistol and George from Rainbow? Oh, I don't know, Zippy. John Lydon. Yeah, he was like that, wasn't he? I always thought he was a fake. It does sound a bit like, yes, Bruce. Yeah, good game, good game. Higher, lower, lower, higher. Oh, Anthony, give us a twirl. We miss him, actually. We miss him. He was very good. He could be a right pain at times, though, because he came from old school. He was old school, and there were lots of young people in the business. Remember Ernie Wise, bless his heart, saying the reason they were called alternative comedians is because they weren't funny, which kind of sums it up, really. And went to Joe Allen's many, many, many years ago. And swordfish steak to die for. So I can't do fish. I don't do fish. I don't know why. I mean, I do fish fingers, and I know it's probably not the same. And I can do scampi, but I can't do. I have eaten other stuff, as I said yesterday on the programme. So what have we got here? So Harry's a global icon. It's hilarious, isn't it? The worst thing is he believes it. It's even funnier. Boris has wielded the axe. Nadine Dorries, big surprise there. The woman who doesn't know, right from wrong. Martin Bashir will face no police action for faking the bank statements to get the Diana interview. And the telly professor Brian Cox says he no longer believes in aliens. See? Told you. I've been saying that for the past 42 years. People go, oh, well, you don't know, Steve. There are aliens on other planets. We don't know because we've never been out there. Yeah, well, we'll never find out, will we? They don't exist, okay? It depends on how you think the world started. Do you think the world started with a Big Bang, or do you think it was created by God in 6 days, and on the 7th day he had a rest? Because I didn't believe that one at all. The Earth's much older than that, much older. It is. It so is. People walking around Galilee by those times. So maybe I'm thinking it probably was a Big Bang. But what did we sort of come from? Were we sort of chimpanzees and elephants and things? In Leicester Square, sorry, not in Leicester Square, in Trafalgar Square, there was hippopotamuses that used to roam through there and stuff like that, and sharks, and used to roam through because it was all underwater millions of years ago. This was all underwater, and in fact there's a museum in London which you can look at all the teeth which they found when they've done excavations of Trafalgar Square. This was all grassland here, all grassland, all fields, and then before fields, swamps, and before swamps, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Striding through, trying to get through Admiralty Arch, and it was a bit not big enough for them, so they had to go somewhere else, which is lovely.
There once was a woman who lived in a shoe, and she knew just what to do. She went on Amazon and ordered 35 tins of shoe polish, of course.
Oh, shoe polish.
And now there's something else she can get from Amazon. Home insurance. She can shop insurance from a selection of trusted providers and pay for her policy securely without leaving the site. Anyway, time to give the house a bit of a polish. Shop home insurance like you shop Amazon on the Amazon Insurance Store. Amazon EU SAL is an insurance intermediary authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
And Brian says, Steve, if we all came from water, why are we not all wibbly wobbly? I don't know. Do you know, to be honest with you, I find it far too confusing to try and work things out. All I know is no such things as aliens, no such thing as the Loch Ness Monster, no such thing as the Yeti, the abominable snowman, or any of this kind of thing. There's no such thing as people living on other planets with spacecraft and everything else, okay? Why you would assume that if somebody lived on another planet they're going to be more intelligent than us is totally beyond me. But people like to believe it. They want to believe in something like that. They're generally mad as fruitcakes, I'm afraid. But you have to put up with it. Also, did you ever meet Janet Ellis, says Roger? Yes, I did. Somebody says they should have sent Priti Patel down to the protesters. She should have sorted out those mamby-pamby police officers. I don't know what they thought they were doing. I thought they were there to uphold the law. Are you all right? Can we help you with anything? I'm sorry, one of our police officers go make you a cup of tea. Do you need a blanket or something like that? I wish the heavens would have opened. Seriously, that's what I'm waiting for. And Steve, says Mark in Shoreham, Harry a global icon, more like gullible moron. He's not. His popularity has faded almost unbelievably. In a video clip released online, a police officer tells a group of demonstrators, if any of you have any questions or any discomfort or need anything, just let us know, prompting howls of outrage. Who was that buffoon who came up with that? But as I say, if these people were picketing a police station and they couldn't get in, they'd have them dragged away. Mind you, in other countries, they would have been dragged away and shot in some places, wouldn't they? I mean, really, in Russia, have you seen the way that the police treat people? They don't mess around. They're not messing around. In some countries, I mean, put it this way, I'll tell you what, let's send them all over to Afghanistan. Let's see how they cope with the Taliban. You know, we are protesting about the insulation of houses. Really? Are you really? Come this way. Come this way. Steve, if they made, and they might have, an all-electric version of your car, would you get one? No. No, I'm not remotely interested, Kevin, in electric cars. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure it's all very good indeed for saving the environment, but I'm not going to be here for much longer, so I don't really care about it. You know, it's ridiculous. Oh, goodness sake, honestly. And another one which says, have you ever tried Greg's sausage rolls from Iceland? Of course not. Don't be so ridiculous. I'm a cultured person. That's not for me. Yeah, kebab meat is much better. Much better. They're £2 a box of 4. Yeah, but what's in them? That's what I would. Is there sausage meat in Greg's sausage rolls? Have you been to the place down at Waterloo Station? I've had sausage rolls down there, and pasties are disgusting. Seriously awful. The sausage roll, I don't know what's in there, but it certainly isn't sausage meat. It's like a combination of filling and everything else, and it's quite expensive for a sausage roll. It's one of these pasty shops, but they should put a Greg's in the station. It would absolutely clean up. You know, people know what their products are, and they would go there. Students would love it. You know what students are like? We'll have 16 sausage rolls and a vegan one, please, just so we could sort of save the planet at the same time. But yeah, they don't have that at Waterloo Station. There must be a unit there that Greg's could go into. I mean, there's queues every day for the McDonald's. They must be making a mint. So why not Greg's? There's a space, actually, right next to McDonald's. It used to be a Starbucks, I think, downstairs at Waterloo Station. You could put a Greg's in there. And also the lorry could park outside, deliver the stuff. You've got ovens that just heat stuff through. I've got it all sussed. I wish they did franchises. I'd have one. I'd have one. Shane says, I think my curtain twitcher neighbours from another planet. Do you remember yesterday we had a couple of curtain twitchers? One of them, nasty little piece of work. Nasty. You can always tell when they're nasty when you pick them up on something like you can't spell, and then they become abusive. So, you know, we pass them on to the people who know about these sort of things. And Stephen went to Joe Allen's for the first time in the 1980s. At a nearby table was Fenella Fielding, who I always adored. Says John, near Brighton, Peacehaven. And I met her many years later at a book signing. Lovely, glamorous lady. Said, do you mind if I smoke? Did you ever meet her? I did. Yes. In fact, she used to live down off Chiswick, Ravenscourt Park. I think she was down there. I saw her. This dreadful wig she used to wear. She used to wear a dreadful wig, Fenella Fielding. You know, she's probably been. You can always spot her in movies because you'll hear her voice before you associate with the her with the woman. The voice was very, very distinctive. There you go, Fenella Fielding. She rose to prominence, referred to as England's first lady of the double entendre. My goodness me. Goodness had nothing to do with it. Her real name was Fenella Marion Feldman, and she changed it. Siblings, Basil Feldman, Baron Feldman. Her parents were Philip and Tilly, and she died in 2018 at Charing Cross Hospital. Carry On Screaming, you might know her as. She was very vampy, very vampy. Do you recognise her? No. Hopeless, isn't it? You know, why don't they give people my own age to work with? Because, yeah, they're all retired. But no, but she used to wear this terrible wig. I don't know why she could have had a much nicer one. Somebody, my friend Janice's father, could have sorted her out with a nice wig. But no, very glam and very sexy, which was good. And Paul says, do you trust air pilots? As opposed to what, water pilots or something? What's an air pilot? Because they see objects in the sky that can't be explained. No, they don't, Paul. That's the trouble, love. They don't. It's only for people like you. You know, they go, oh, I think if a pilot says it, it must be true. So I'm very much in favour of that. They don't see things up there. They just decide to wind you up. Steve, why don't they have trolley dollies on the underground trains? No room. No room. They're far too packed. If you try getting on some of the lines in the morning, my goodness me, you can barely move. You couldn't get half a piece of paper down in between people. Oh, yesterday, complete disaster at Waterloo Station. Complete disaster because of the incident of people walking on the lines. There were trespassers on the lines, so they had to turn all the power off. I'd have left it on. I'd have left it on, I'm afraid. I'm a little bit mean like that because they disrupted the whole service. Because trains from Hounslow, as they said, the 7:12 coming in, this was at 7:45, cancelled. I walked one end because they said, your train's now going to be between platforms 1 and 6. Get there. They've moved it back to 12 to 19. So by this time, I'm just about ready to kill. And then we get on the train at Waterloo, and eventually they said running late. So I had to go to Kingston. And wait a minute, where did I get off at? I got off at Kingston. Did I get off at Kingston? No, I got off at Hampton Wick, because then you could walk over the road to the bus stop. And the train was full of those ghastly people. What are they called? School children. And they literally took up the entire carriage. Of course, I'm not having anybody sitting next to me. Not on a train. Definitely not. And there was a woman behind me on the bus, which I then got into Twickenham, having got off at Hampton Wick. I was going to get off at Kingston, but it was full of those ghastly, what are they called? Children. And so I then got the bus. The woman sitting behind me wasn't very old. The worst cough I've ever heard in my entire life. Luckily, I was going to turn around and go, you need to go to hospital. You're a sick person. It was a real raspy, chesty cough. She's got a mask on, but she's coughing her guts up. And I should have said to her, go to hospital. I think you're ill. Because that's one of the symptoms. But I managed to get back. But I didn't get back till about 9:20. Seriously, it was so slow because of these buffoons on the line. I hope they've been charged. Andrew says, why do people assume E.T. would be more intelligent than us? You ask. Looking at the news headlines of late, could there be a less intelligent life form than us? E.T. would sort it out. E.T. phone home. He'd sort all those things out and all these people. I don't know why people want to believe in there being something else out there. And also, why would they want to visit us? They're obviously far more superior to us. What are they going to learn from us? Apart from two old biddies in Arkansas. Perhaps they could take Gemma Collins away and try and see what you could gain if you took her brains out. Wonder what sort of combination that would be. Because that was what people said they did. People saying that they were sucked up into a vortex, which took them into a spacecraft and they were operated on. Of course, dear. Of course. Stop drinking. That's what it is. That's what it comes down to. So people always assume E.T. would be more intelligent because they've managed to make it to here, whereas we haven't made it to there. And they go, of course, space is infinite. It goes forever and ever. So there must be something else out there. Why? Why would there be something out there? Why would they want to come and visit us? They've probably got their own shops and everything else, unless they haven't been to a Primark before, in which case they could probably pop over here and go to McDonald's. And that would be about it, really. And another one here. Steve, the Sex Pistols case was crazy. One of the strongest countries for contract law is GB. Contract law. Just look at the Everett v. Williams case, 1725. But they'd signed a legal document to say, quite rightly, that if somebody wanted to use their music, they could do it, provided the majority agreed. So in other words, if everybody had sided with John Lydon, it wouldn't have happened. But the boys said they wanted it to go ahead. He then stupidly takes it to court. I'm glad he lost. And Steve, the best sausage roll I had was from the Hampstead Butchers on Roslyn Hill. They sell them hot outside. Bit of a trek for you. Oh, it's way too much. I couldn't trek all the way there for a sausage roll. Good Lord above. I do like a sausage roll, but I like the ones they did in Pret-a-Manger, which was a sausage in some like phyllo pastry with cheese over the top. Delicious. I don't know why they axed them. Yeah. It was a proper sausage, like a Frankfurter type thing, in that sort of folded over, I think, which they sometimes put bacon in and things like that. And then we grated cheese on the top. And they stopped doing it. Rubbish. Honestly, absolute rubbish. But long way to trek. But I've taken it on board. Thank you very much indeed. New York has a wonder kid on the block. Yes, Emma Raducanu is the latest person there. Terry Lubbock dies of cancer. That's Stuart Lubbock's father. He didn't get the answers that he was looking for. The police appear not to be looking for anybody else at the moment. And as I say, he campaigned for 20 years to find out what happens to his son, and never managed to find out anything. Piers Morgan picks up an award at the Tricks, and the Games Master TV show is being revived after 23 years. Plus, memorial for Barbara Windsor, organised by Scott, planned for next year.
Last year, many under-5s were hospitalised with flu and often in need of A&E care. This autumn, children with underlying health conditions from 6 months old and children aged 2 to 3 can get their flu vaccine at their GP, with children from reception to year 11 to be offered the vaccine at school. The vaccine is a quick and painless nasal spray and greatly reduces a child's chance of needing a hospital visit. The Autumn Flu Vaccine, helping to stop the spread.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I love it. I love it. I love controversy. I really do. That's why we're here every morning between 4 and 7. There's always something in the newspapers which can guarantee, ladies and gentlemen, to get you going. And that's annoyed me. And I'm afraid it's these silly people sitting in the middle of the road supergluing themselves to it. Leave them there. Leave them there. Just divert the traffic around them. We'll bring some people in who can quickly build a road. And we'll build it round. They can just sit there forever and a day. Leave them there. That's the best thing for them. Steve, we may have aliens on Earth, says Conrad. They're called politicians, as they don't understand the population's requirements. Well, the police certainly don't understand anything after their disgraceful appearances yesterday. Can we help you with anything? Anybody need a blanket? Are we all right with this one? What in God's name are they? Have they turned into social workers or something, with people disrupting it? I tell you, if it was actually down in Parliament Square, they'd have them arrested immediately. Stick them out on the motorways, and all the rest of the police go, I don't know what to do now. And they didn't know what to do. It must have frustrated them no end. Anyway, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Also, we should remove all safety labels, let nature take its course with the stupid people. Oh, there's always somebody who's moaning about it. They're called moaning miseries. They're people who are deeply, deeply unhappy with life. And they sit there, and yet they break all the rules themselves. It's a case of don't do as I do, do as I say. You know, I mean, have you ever heard of people using super glue, ladies and gentlemen? What would you use that for? We've super glued ourselves to the roads. Good. That was like the other people who chained themselves to the railings at the airport. I'd have gone there and handcuffed them to the railings so they definitely couldn't get away. And they could sit there for 24 hours. It's part of it. Look on it as sort of rehab. Look at it as rehab, you know, because at some point they're going to want to go to toilet. You know, going to want something to eat. Oh, I need to go to the toilet. Well, you can't. We can't be bothered to actually do anything about you. It's as simple as that. It's dreadful. Apparently, my friend Ian says, I can attest the sausage rolls on Roslyn Hill are great. I used to walk to the Hampshire Butcher a lot, but I lived in Belsize Park. He says, so for me, it was a 10-minute stroll. And Henry, I'm with you every inch of the way. That'll be an interesting little gathering. Steve, 100 days till Christmas. 100 days till Christmas, which is good. And you've got the flip calendar. So he says you are back on top form now. I think I'm sounding better than ever. And I don't say that lightly because, you know, I mean, you know, if you knew everything that had gone on, you'd probably say the same. But last night they had the Trick Awards. This is the television radio industry awards club. And I went there. In fact, I went with Barbara, actually, some years ago. And we were all, obviously, on the EastEnders table. So we had the EastEnders cast on a table with it. It was fantastic. It was really great. It was really great. Yeah, they all thought I was Phil Mitchell. You all right? What's your name, mate? Phil. Yeah. All right, babe? Yeah. So, who won what last night? Radio programme went to Roman Kemp from the Capital Breakfast programme just around the corner. So, congratulations to him. One of 2 awards that he got the other night. Food programme went to Gordon, Gino and Fred's American Road Trip. Not a lot I could say about that. News presenter was Piers Morgan. So that was it. See, the funny thing is, I mean, he was on a programme with loads of other people. It was like we did have years and years ago, they had the Variety Club Awards. And we had a breakfast show at the weekend. Well, I've always had a breakfast show at the weekend. But the award for Best Presenter went to one half of a double act. Which sort of, it was a little bit, wait a minute, if you give it to one person, it's got to go for the other. They're both doing the same programme. And in Piers Morgan's case, I mean, Susanna and any one of the other people on there. Podcast of the year went to David Tennant. Entertainment was Gogglebox. New drama was Bridgerton. Reality show, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Oh, God, honestly. A little bit desperate. And what else we got? Sport, A League of Their Own. I don't know anything about that. Drama was Call the Midwife. Factual, The Repair Shop. Oh, God. Oh, dear. Soap actor, Shelley King. No, nobody on that one, I'm afraid. Comedy, Would I Lie to You? Daytime went to This Morning. I mean, there isn't anything else on. It can only have gone to This Morning. Sorry? Could have gone to Steph, yeah, but I mean, that programme is just like a turnip. So it's such a horrible mess. of all these things. I mean, that programme, for the zero audience it gets, must be costing a small fortune. TV personalities, oh, wait for it. Anton Bloomin' Deck again. God in heaven. I can't wait for them to get really ancient and come on in chairs and with walking frames. Multi-channel news, Good Morning Britain. Multi-channel news, Good Morning Britain. That I didn't get at all. Radio personality, Roman Kemp. Again, Roman Kemp. So congratulations to him. Soap of... I'm going to sneeze now. Sneeze. Thank you. Soap of the year was Coronation Street. I wish they'd give it to Emmerdale one year. The Trick Special Award went to Kate Garraway. So congratulations to her. Well deserved. Well deserved. And to everybody else who got their awards last night, I bet your heads are help. Oh, dear. Roman Kemp hosted the awards. Blimey, so he got a fee and he gets the awards. It's outrageous. Outrageous. But anyway, well done to everybody. And yet more awards flood into Global headquarters, which we're very pleased about. Very, very pleased about. Yes, it's quite nice. I mean, we can now go mad, can't we? Because we have shelves groaning in LBC for awards that we've actually picked up. We've got lots there. Amy Winehouse's dress from her final show is going to be sold. Who would own that? Who would own that? So I'm assuming the family. Why are they selling it? What an odd thing to do, isn't it? So that was the dress that she wore in her final show. It's been donated. It's a bamboo and floral print halter mini dress designed by her stylist. It's expected to fetch between £10,800 and £14,500. But who owns it? I mean, I just don't... it's an odd thing, isn't it? The show that she was wearing... I mean, she didn't die in that, did she? No, because she was at home, wasn't she? And she subsequently cancelled... She was booed off stage, I think. So she cancelled the rest of her tour. Other pieces on sale include underwear, shoes and designer habit. Underwear? Made for the singer in the throes of her career, along with some garments she never got a chance to wear due to Act's performances. Underwear, shoes and design... I can understand designer handbags and shoes, but not underwear. Although Queen Victoria's underwear came up. When I say it came up, it was 50-inch waist. Had to do something, didn't it? With great difficulty. Oh, look... That's, I mean, it's a nice dress, but I wonder who owned it. I'm assuming the family. She wasn't married, was she? It's among a collection of her clothes and personal artefacts. They're going on sale for the Amy Winehouse Foundation. So there you go. Imagine putting, walking out there and go, oh, I managed to get 3 pairs of her knickers. And you think, what? I think there are certain things which you don't have done. Excuse me. Do you know, I love a nice cup of tea in the morning. It doesn't matter what day of the week it is. And today being Thursday, it's a very nice day to force yourself to have a cup of tea, which is lovely. Nicki Minaj has declared a Twitter war against Piers Morgan. Well, we don't want you in our country, darling. You're as mad as a fruitcake. You really are. The pubs who are installing robot bartenders to plug staff shortages. Well, why don't you get the landlords behind the counter? It's about time landlords did a bit of work. Most of the time they sit round this side having a drink and holding court. Because they just get cheap staff in, don't they? Nestle have warned that sweets are set to soar in price. And the song that everybody wants to sing along to in the car apparently is Bohemian Rhapsody. Well, I don't sing... No, I say, hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn king. Steve, another one here. It says, as a member of Insulate Britain, no, you're not. You're a liar. You're a liar. Why do people write this sort of stuff? You're not a member of Insulate Britain. They wouldn't want a fool like you. Why would they want a fool? You wouldn't be up at this time of the morning. It's far too early for you. You've got to wait till the benefits arrive, haven't you? You're not a member of anything like that. And it says, I heard a lady on the television say that because of the disruption, she missed her cancer treatment appointment. Yes, well, let's go and blame it on these people. Carolina. Oh, okay, you are, Carolina. Member of Insulate Britain. No, you're not. I hate liars. Drives me mad, actually. She says, we're not protesting for the fun of it. That's why we should have left you glued to the road then. Would have made it a lot more entertaining. As opposed to sort of saying, are you all right, little babies, honestly. The Sun, hapless schools boss Gavin Williamson got the cabinet axe, and Liz Truss takes over from the Afghanistan bungler Dominic Raab. Really is bizarre, isn't it? Cristiano Ronaldo and his family have switched mansions after bleating sheep kept them awake. Well, I've lived next to sheep for ages. They're out. Well, not. But I've seen they don't bleat. They eat. They eat all the time. Obviously, during lambing Cristiano Ronaldo, because you obviously don't know about this, you might hear it, meh, 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 but you don't. The rest of the time, they're just eating. They don't, they don't care about things like that. Apparently, a picturesque. Oh, I don't know if I can read this. You'll hear it, and then you can decide. Okay. Oh, after the break. No, I want to do it now. It's a picturesque, gently flowing waterway called Cockshoot Dyke. That's what it's called. But apparently it's been banned by Facebook because it's too rude. And yet it's on the Norfolk Broads. Have you been to the Norfolk Broads? Boring as hell. Seriously, it's a lot of people floating about on rented boats. It's very dull. But the name is too naughty, say Facebook, and its algorithms have even classified it as hate speech. Oh, for God's sake, honestly. What a woke country we're turning into. Somebody says, should I start stockpiling sausage rolls? What a brilliant idea. Stockpiles. I mean, to be honest with you, go today and get the little sausages with the bacon wrap round and just take them out one freezer and go and stick them in your freezer. Because you might not be able to get them nearer the time. And you can't have Christmas, as you know, sacrilegious. You can't have Christmas lunch without those little things. So, I mean, I don't know how many you get in a box. 20, 24? I'll find out today. And I might buy some. The producer could have eaten a whole box of them yesterday. If he'd been out and bought them, he would have eaten things like that. And because he has a Marks and Spencer's near where he lives, in fact, practically next door, he'll be eating all their Christmas fare and everything else, and little vol au vents and little pies and everything else. It's all quite delicious. So I think the idea of stockpiling sausage rolls would be. I'm not sure about sausage rolls though. I don't know if they freeze. My mother froze everything. Seriously, most of our stuff was frozen, and my Auntie Grace lived on her freezer. Oh, look at those. They look delicious. Oh, they've got cocktail sticks in. We just stuck our forks in. So you could eat a whole plate of those, couldn't you? Yeah, no trouble at all. Yeah, during the break we could eat these. They do. Are these from Iceland? From M&S. Oh, from M&S. I do love those. They're very nice indeed. Very nice. So, I mean, if you buy them, you can... Actually, if you buy them fresh, you can freeze them. And you better keep them for October, November. Yeah, you can keep them for that amount of time. It's good, isn't it?
Imagine how it'd feel to win £10,000. Like you'd smashed it. With Set for Life, you could win £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life from the National Lottery. Play on the app. Prize may be capped. Account terms, rules, procedures and game-specific rules apply. Players must be 18 or over.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Steve, in the 1980s, I had an evening job behind the bar at the King's Head in Islington. I just don't understand why they now think it's beneath them to be a bar person. Mind you, pubs have clamped down a lot. In the early days, they would always say, somebody'd say, so-and-so, and one for yourself. And the person behind the bar would go, I'll have 50 pence with you. And they would take the 50 pence, put it in their little jar, and that would be their tips for the night. Because you don't drink, do you? 50 pence worth of booze is a bit silly. Sometimes people will say, I'll just top up my lager. But you can't do that now because it's mainly paid on card. And secondly, everything's metered. They check who's had what drinks and things like that just to stop fiddling. Because it's very easy to fiddle in pubs. Very, very, very easy. A friend of mine, Ian, sent me some lovely little films of Christmas shopping over in the States. And he goes into this place and they've got lots of items on the table, trains that light up and, go around all this way. But two of my favourite things were street lamps on a stand, probably standing about, 6 to 8 foot tall. The light inside and inside the light, it's snowing. It's snowing. And obviously it goes into the bottom of the light and then it comes back round again and gets looks fantastic. I mean, he sent me the thing and I wrote back and went, fab. A light that snows. It was really beautiful. I don't know why they don't do them over here. We found the Father Christmas walking up the ladder with his little lights and everything else. They sold it on QVC yesterday, a tabletop version for 30 quid. So I want the big one though. They do a big one which is mains, and this other one is battery. Oh, perhaps I could do with battery. I don't know. It looks good fun though. And if you're going to go for size, go for size. And it walks up the ladder, then walks back down again with his little pack of lights around him. On the bigger one, he's trailing the lights behind him. So you get a sort of a long thing, and he just keeps going up, down, up, down. This one goes up, down, and then stops. So you have to sort of, push it onto the buttons again. No, it's not that one there. It's that. See that little one there, electric climbing Santa. There we go. Oh, error. Bad gateway. What's bad gateway? Does that mean it's not sort of thing Henry would understand? An electric climbing Santa. There they are. Oh, blimey, it's all sorts. There we go. That's one there. Vintage night. Oh, that's a vintage Mr. Christmas. Don't want a vintage. That's £72. That's called no. We don't want. Oh, blimey! I didn't realise there were so many of them. And he plays tunes as well. Oh, how lovely! And these are what on Google? Are they? Is there anything on Amazon about climbing Santas? That might be today sorted out. I might have to go and buy something on Amazon because, as I say, I'm trying to get through to the pensions office. Well, I mean, you might as well say I'm going to live, on the planet Zog, because you can't get through to them for love nor money. 100 days to go today, by the way, for Christmas. So come on, pull yourselves together. Start getting into the festive spirit. Nothing on Amazon. Is it? It's not. No, it's not long. It's not long. Honestly, I should start rapping, shouldn't I? But I said to you yesterday, if you see something that, one of the kiddywinks wants for Christmas and you find it, buy it. Because come Christmas, there's going to be a lot of very disappointed children this year. So we're having a look on Amazon to see if we can find a climbing... Oh, right, they've got quite a number of climbing Father Christmas. Is this on Amazon? Oh, interesting. Can you go down just a fraction? I just want to see... Oh, right. Oh, the deliveries you can get, they're quite quick. I like the idea of Santa climbing outside the house. Blimey, there's quite a range here. See, look here. Delivery date, September the 27th. It's coming from China. If most of these, get it by Tuesday, September the 21st. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of this is China. They look great, though, don't they? I might have to risk it. Because I just quite fancy Santa climbing up. Yeah, I'll have a browse later. That'll be a bit of a treat. I get quite excited about things. If I had, a house that was big enough, I would have a room full of Christmas stuff. I would be seeing stuff all the time, and I would want to bring in, because I would have a house, and I've seen the house I want. I'm just short about 10 million. I'd have Steve's grotto, but I would bring in a snow-making machine. So that when people woke up in the morning on Christmas Day, and I'd be downstairs doing croissant and cornflakes and stuff like that, and, the full English. And I would make sure that we had a snow machine outside, so the whole garden would be covered in snow. Brilliant idea. Dogs love it. They go bouncing out when they've seen snow. They don't realise what it is. They've got no idea, but they like things like that. The first ever Loch Ness Monster sighting from China has been reported. You can say you just climbed out of bed. No. Is he with it? Is he with it today, or is it? Have you had a cup of tea? Should you have a cup of tea? Yeah. It's not tea. He's had a bottle of cider from outside. Did you see what Henry was sent? 3 cases of cider. I mean, exactly. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, this monster sighting of the Loch Ness Monster from China, Weiming Jiang spotted Nessie 5,300 miles away in Jiuzhou City via a webcam. Wow. She saw a black dot, then 2 very close to the shore. They moved on the water for 6 minutes. It's all fake. Okay, there is no such thing. I mean, last year there were 13 sightings of Nessie. Mainly from people who have a drink problem, I suspect. And over the centuries, 1,143. The most famous Nessie photograph, taken in 1934, was a fake. Big surprise. But of course, you still get the people who go, no, it isn't. I believe in the Loch Ness Monster. Last month, a family from Hillingdon in West London were on a boat when its sonar pinged something up to 4 metres long, 20 metres down. Yeah, it won't be anything, love. Okay, just tell you now. I mean, everybody's got good quality cameras on the phones now, but not one decent picture of Nessie. Not one decent picture. You know why? Because it's fake. Okay, they're keeping an industry going up there in Scotland. We used to have big arguments with Thomas, one of my Groovy Gang members, and he would argue the toss about, it's real, Steve. It's real. He'd put on his best Scottish accent. I used to go, Thomas, it's rubbish. It's made up to keep an industry going so some poor little old lady can flog, would you like to be a Loch Ness Monster doll here? That's what it is. I don't know what accent that was. Yeah, Lorraine Kelly again. Oh, you're gorgeous. You're wonderful. Steve. Martin of Chingford says these insulate protester hypocrites should put all their mugshots on their website to affirm their support. That would then enable all those disrupted business to refuse to serve them again with all the goods and services delivered by road. Yeah. I mean, they are hypocrites. Like, one of them, he sort of leaves his little farm, bless his heart. He's got the worst rating ever, and people call him a boring old man. It's like all of them, they sit there. We are protesting about things like this. As I say, build a road round them, let them stay in the middle of the road. They could stay there all day, super glue their hands together. In fact, why don't we just chain them all together? Could be like a chain gang, I think. I love it. They're so stupid. Blockheads. They've said, you look at the traffic that was at a standstill on the Dartford crossing, and the police, it takes 4 of them. They must be getting weaker, the police force now. Years ago, they were quite tough and strong. Only the best was good enough, the creamiest milk, the whitest bar, the goodness that's in Milky Bar. The Milky Bars are on me. And it takes police officers to try and hold back. One of them was a livid driver. I'm not at all surprised. He was going, what are you doing? And the police go, oh, can we help you with anything? Does anybody need any blankets or anything? Oh, dear, what a bunch of mamby-pambies. The second day of anarchy on the roads. I'll tell you, people are going to take the law into their own hands if the police don't pull their fingers out. We don't encourage that, but to be honest with you, if you were sitting there trying to get to hospital for a cancer appointment and there's a load of climate change protesters blocking parts of a motorway, you would be inclined to drive straight through the middle of them if you want to get to hospital. It's as bad as that. Kylie Minogue's finally reunited with her boyfriend. How many boyfriends has she had? Loads and loads of boyfriends and can't find anybody to settle down with. And I wouldn't mind, but she's now 108 and she's not going to find anybody. Her US base is a luxury development and her neighbours include Holly Valance and Nick Candy. So she lives there, but she must be really lonely. I should be so lucky. I should be lucky to be taller. That would be the thing she's doing. But she can't keep boyfriends. She really can't. It's one of those sort of sad reflections. She's had loads of boyfriends and then people go, oh, he isn't right for her and this isn't right. And I think, oh, goodness me, honestly. What do we do? Do you remember, Adam says, when Emma Thompson flew in first class from America to support the XR protest? Yes. And then when it had finished, she got back to Heathrow Airport and got on another long-distance plane. Oh, yes, the hypocrites are out there. Steve, we took your advice this week and hit the toy shop whilst it was well stocked. I think I might do it early every year from now on. It was very calm and lovely, says Sally. It saves any weeping at Christmas. So the kiddies go, well, I wanted a speedboat. They sold out of speedboats. All right, dear, you'll have to have a Polly Pocket. I don't want a Polly Pocket. This is me. This was me last year. I wanted a speedboat. People, there was one kid one year, he was given something. And he ripped off the paper and threw it away. And you think, kids are too ungrateful now. If they're up to the age of 3, don't wrap any presents. Just give them paper. Wrap up an empty box because they think the paper's the present. Seriously, we did this with my godchildren. You could literally wrap up a box with brightly coloured paper with a ribbon, give it to them, let them spend 20 minutes trying to get the ribbon off. Which keeps everybody very quiet. It's better than putting night nurse in the trifle. Okay, it works much quicker. And they open up the box. They're not expecting anything in the box. They're 3 years old. Why would they expect anything? Put a toffee in there. And I'll keep their mouth glued up for a while. Yeah, lump of coal. A picture of Santa's reindeer and go, he said thank you very much, but he's eaten the present. And then when they get to sort of 6 or 7, then you can start eking out presents, like putting puppies in there or something like that. There was one couple did. They gave it to the kids. They ripped open the thing and a puppy popped its head out. It was so grateful to be breathing. And I thought that was quite nice. But we bought one year. They did. It's on YouTube. Yes, you can. You don't leave it in there. You just put it in there before they come down to do the presents. Heavens above, what do you think we are, puppy farmers or something? Yeah, it was wrapped in November. They just left it with a few air holes in there and some Winalot. Kept it happy for ages. The dog was very grateful, was licking everybody when the top was opened up. But no, I mean, people give presents, pussies, for Christmas, something like that. You can give, and people go, oh, great. And you go, yeah, you have to take the dog out for a walk. Really? When? Every day. It's got to go to toilet. You've got to house train them. It's like training your nana, isn't it, to go to toilet? You have to do that. Because my nana used to sort of sit there and we used to have to say to her, do you need to go to toilet? They say that to me now. The people next door, they say, you need to go to toilet, Steve. And I go, I'm all right at the moment. And then I sort of might change my mind. Got a long journey home. If I have to go and stand down at the station because some buffoon has walked onto the railway lines, that's about 3 days we've had disruption on the lines, and they have to turn all the lines off to go and rescue these idiots. It's like the people who wander into the lions' cages in zoo and sit there, and you think, what are you doing? And they go, I want to talk to the lions. The lions, of course, think it's a living breakfast, and they sit there. They don't know what to do either. They've never actually had a breakfast that's moved. In the morning, there was some bloke in a German zoo, I think, and he went and climbed into the lion's cage and sat there, and the lions sort of looked at him to start with, thinking, what is it? And then it moved a little bit, and that's what triggers lions to attack something. If something's just sitting there, how many times have we seen a picture of a hyena with a little baby gazelle or something like that, and it's not doing it because the baby gazelle just stands there and it doesn't do anything. It's sort of semi-plays dead. The moment it runs, the animals will put their paws down on it and keep it there. You look quite horrified by that, Michal. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I'm just telling you this because it's factually correct.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Steve. Me and the wife got stranded, says Phil in Streatham in the Arizona desert. She asked, what do we do for food? I said, the road runners are difficult to catch, but the coyotes are stupid. Do you know, that would frighten me, being caught in the Arizona desert. Mind you, monsoon weather over in India at the moment. Thunderstorms, temperatures up to 30 degrees, says David. Oh, I've been in Hong Kong when they've had thunderstorms, and you can see the heat rising off just about everything, off the roads and things like that. But yes, the other day in London, when the heavens opened here, I walked down to the bus stop. Luckily, I'd brought my trusty umbrella, and I was like sort of a cheap version of Mary Poppins. But it bucketed down. But the amount of people walking past me as the heavens had opened like you can't imagine, with no umbrella, no Mac on, no newspaper over there, nothing at all. Imagine you get soaking wet, and then you get in and you go, I feel a bit sniffy. And you go, what's the matter? I think I got a cold. Because I thought I had a cold the other day, actually. It was only a brief thing. Because year before that, I lost my voice over Christmas. A disaster for a radio presenter who relies on speech. But it came back again. It came back. I just went a bit throaty. Sometimes when it gets a bit tight, and you think to yourself, I need a bit of lubrication, and and you think, should I gargle? Like that. I used to gargle years and years ago. You'd go to the bathroom. What? You go to the bathroom cabinet, and I forget what it was actually, and you'd sort of go like that, and the soundbite at the end, that'll be soundbite of the night. Now that one we might have got right, but yeah. So you'd sort of gargle, and because when my throat, I could always tell because my glands swelled, and you could put your hands either side, and you could feel your glands which were sort of swollen. You ever done that before? I've done that. I do that quite a lot actually. I can feel now. I can feel definitely, and the moment it starts getting a bit more swollen, is the time you have to you just sort of push it a little bit. You feel like you're sort of pushing it into the back of your throat, but I'm not. I'm just sort of trying to take the swelling down. Bit of a pain, really. In the papers today, well, the ISIS terror bride begs forgiveness. Nobody believes her. Nobody believes her. Well, there is one presenter on LBC who believes her and seems to want her back in this country. But as far as I'm concerned, I've said before, she was a devious little madam years and years ago. She cheated and lied and contrived to get herself over with her friends. And here she is in all the pictures, after the collapse of ISIS. But she's in a camp which I should imagine must be harbouring loads of supporters of ISIS. So what they've done is they've tarted her up with lipstick, painted nails, the whole thing, which is completely different from her headscarf in 2020 and the first appear in a black hijab. And then she managed to get rid of the hijab, managed to find some sunglasses, which were very trendy. I mean, the whole thing sounds a bit too contrived as far as I'm concerned. I want to come back. I can help the British government. No. We don't want you. Sajid Javid doesn't want you either. And she said I've been stupid to join the terrorist group. Stayed out there long enough, though, didn't you, dear? Stayed out there long enough, talking about seeing severed heads and everything else. I'm not really interested. I'm really not interested. And she said she would rather die than rejoin ISIS. I thought that was the whole idea of people joining ISIS, so that you could die. because then you go to heaven and you meet all these virgins. How you convince people of that, I've got no idea. But they've suggested she was lying about only being a mother and a wife in Syria. Absolutely. I wouldn't trust her at all. Just supposing she comes back, the amount of money we'd have to waste on security watching her all the time to make sure she was not mixing with the wrong sort of people who are probably on their books already and who she might be prepared to do something that we're not aware of. I wouldn't trust her. Wouldn't trust her at all. Sajid Javid says she's a liar. So let's leave her where she is, shall we? And not bother about her ever again. Piers Morgan has been crowned Best News Presenter last night, 6 months after he quit Good Morning Britain. He beat competition from Hugh Edwards and also pipped Susanna Reid to land the honour at the Trick Awards. GMB, co-hosted by Kate Garraway. She's going to BBC to do something. She's leaving ITV for a little while. She's making another programme. He faced a backlash for laying into the Duchess of Sussex, but he was cleared completely by Ofcom, who must, get sick to death of half these people complaining about it. He's allowed to have an opinion, and an opinion he had. Yeah, so Kate is joining for a new presenting role. She's going to host a medical programme. It's called Doctor, Can You See Me Now? Which is quite interesting. So, I don't know, because most people can't get to see docs. You remember that horrendous story I told you the other day of a woman who tried 20 times to get a meeting with her doctor, and eventually she got the meeting with the doctor, and it turned out she had stage 4 cancer. 4 weeks later, she was dead. Had she been seen by the doctor first time round, she probably could have been saved. We don't know whether she would have been, but we're saying it might have made it a lot easier. But they're going to do... she's going to continue in her role on GMB, working on a sequel to the award-winning documentary, because Derek Draper came in on my programme. He'd had a little bit of an upset with the government, let's put it that way. And when he came in, and I said, I've got to ask you about it, because the news programmes are asking if they can have clips and everything else. He said, that's all right. So we spoke quite openly. He's lovely. He's absolutely lovely. No, he didn't come in as a paper review. He came in because he was there was something else that he'd done, but we were the first station to get him as an interview. He's lovely. But I think he's one of the longest patients that's ever been under the NHS. Now he's at home, and I don't know whether he must get extra help or something like that. I don't know, really. But he was lovely. And she's lovely as well. She's gorgeous. She works downstairs in one of our sister stations. They're always they're never brotherly stations, are they? They're always sister stations. I don't know why. Shane says that was a very good gargle. I do good gargling, actually. I do good gargling. And I'll tell you what I keep seeing. I've become strangely fascinated. People who go on television and tell lies. Do you remember the other day I told you about they found a number of so-called war veterans who claim to have been, in the forces in America? It turns out they're liars. They make it up. They had a bloke, and he was one of the America's Got Talent programs, and he claimed because he spoke like this and he had been shot in the war and had managed to learn how to speak again. So they put him on there. And then when he sang, like most people, Gareth Gates has a terrible stutter, but when he sings, you'd never know. But when they ask him questions, then you would know. And this bloke spoke like this because he'd been shot. And of course, that was the clincher, because then he sang, and he sang beautifully. Turned out he was a compulsive liar. He'd made it up. He'd made up the whole thing. And he goes on television, and the woman starts talking to him about, oh, you've done really well in the programme. You weren't in the forces, were you? I was in the... No, she said, you weren't in the forces. You weren't in the forces. You weren't shot abroad. There was nothing like that at all. And it's amazing how these people carry it through. His wife's sitting in the background, patting him on the shoulder. I'm thinking, you liar. You weren't in the forces. You weren't shot overseas. It's amazing, isn't it? The things that people will do to sort of, it's like questioning children. Did you do that? No. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Did you do that? No. You did, didn't you? Yeah. No, I didn't. I'll tell you. I'm going to give you a slap in a minute. I didn't do it. Yes, you did. Yeah, it's like with me. Steve, did you go on air the other morning? Yes. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. I did. And you can do everything. You can always tell the fakes in America. They cry, but with no tears. If somebody cries with no tears, they're a fake. They're a fraud. Love it. Steve says, James, I've just got my Christmas tree delivered. Lovely. That must be from one of the shopping channels, which is good. So anyway, Piers Morgan he's done very well, actually. I still can't work out why you'd want to buy Amy Winehouse's knickers. I really don't get that at all. Well, I mean, it's all part of the stuff that somebody would want it. As I say, like somebody's bought Queen Victoria's knickers, but those, I say, you could put up in the garden as a tent and throw a whole circus inside them. I mean, she was fat. God knows she was fat. Made in Chelsea on how he shed his lovable rogue persona. This is Jamie Lang, the one who's... Now, I think he's wearing a toupee because he lost all his hair at one point. And then also, it's a bit like Davy Boy Beckham. All of a sudden, the hair comes back, but it looks different. It looks different. And Jamie Lang's hair looks a bit different. And I'm not sure whether or not. But the trouble is, are they still going on about it? Oh, born to millionaire parents. They're still going on about he's heir to the biscuit company. Oh, he has had a hair transplant. I thought he had, because I remember seeing it one time, and I've said on air, that looks like a hair transplant. Because it's sort of blonde. Because look, he had no hair at all, and then the next minute he's got this sort of funny looking hair. I think he takes it off. I don't know. Is a hair transplant one you take off, or is that a toupee? Oh, it's sewn in. Oh. I often thought about that, many things I've thought about having done. Yeah, if ever I lose my hair, but luckily, full head of hair. And if anybody says differently, I'll see him behind the bike sheds at school time, for something completely different. But no, so he was sort of there, because you've got to find, if it's a hair transplant, I mean, he's sort of blonde, but they used to say he was heir to the United Biscuits fortune. He wasn't, of course. It was another load of old garbage, like the Paris Hilton. She's heir to the Hilton. No, they sold it years ago, dear. She's got nothing at all. That's why the poor old bag has to work. Shame in it.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, Steve. I hope ISIS are listening to this little traitor offering to tell everybody about their little secret. She can stay there and rot, as far as I'm concerned. Well, actually, Albert, I mean, I don't know what we do with her, if anything, so let's leave her there. Because, as I say, I just think she's untrustworthy. I don't think somebody changes their allegiance like that. She went out there, she knew exactly what she was doing. Exactly. She was very manipulative. I mean, sad she lost three children. She had 2 husbands, I believe, all connected with ISIS. She knew exactly what was going on, and now there isn't anything left for her. She wants, I think I want to come back home and I can help the government. The only way you can help the government is by staying exactly where you are. That would help us all, because we don't want you back. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, sacked cabinet ministers get a golden goodbye of 50k. Yeah, but then they just go on to be advisories, don't they, on various companies and stuff like that. They sort of go there and they sort of say, oh, I'm now on this. I mean, some of them do very nicely. I mean, really. Steve, remember Thunderbird Island? It wasn't called Thunderbird Island, it was Tracy Island. Fancy not knowing what it was called. Embarrassing. Tracy Island. Yes, you couldn't get one for blood nor money. And in fact, Blue Peter made it. They made Tracy Island. Don't you remember? It was that ghastly Anthea Turner who made it. Oh, hello, everybody. The one who teaches you how to fold towels. And so she made it. I mean, she didn't come up with the idea, obviously, and they made it. And so parents could then make it out of toilet rolls and crisp packets and all sorts of strange things. And she's got a new show. I mean, luckily she hasn't been on our television for ages, which we're all very grateful for. And also, it's the same show. It's hosted by Keith Lemon, so it's got the word disaster written on it. There she is with Tracy Island. She was a smug little so-and-so, even in those days. And so people then started making Tracy Islands because it was something, because you couldn't buy them. The company that's the trouble. Coming up to Christmas, what they'll do is they'll sort of say, this is going to be the Christmas must-have toy. The factories churning them out can't churn them out fast enough, so consequently people get very angry about it. So I always say, don't take any notice of sort of what the Christmas toy is. I mean, this year, rumoured to be a blow-up Steve Allen doll. But I mean, that's only the rumour at the moment. It might change. But anyway, so Anthea's turning up on a show. Guess who with? It's an all-star cast, hosted by Keith Lemon, so you know how garbage it's going to be. And it's got Arj Argent, who thinks he's going to be the new Patrick Swayze. I mean, seriously. That's all these people do, is wait for another show to come along. Anthea Turner can't get arrested. They don't know what to do with her because she's so irritating. And yeah, I'm sure if she wanted to, she could be. Wasn't she married to Peter Powell? Or she went out with him. She went out with Bruno Brooks as well, so she's been around the block. And then she went out with somebody else. So the Pussycat Dolls singer and former Strictly Come Dancing's Ashley Roberts are joining forces. And you can learn to perform routines, because it's called the Real Dirty Dancing Show. 10 famous faces. Well, so far, Arj and Anthea Turner, and these are famous faces. Arj, I think, more famous for his stomach than anything else. I had no idea that he actually had any talent. So have they announced anybody else? I mean, Keith Lemon is just past it now. I mean, that ghastly programme he's doing at the moment, which is supposed to be a comedy where he dresses up as a woman, he just looks like Bo Selector. That's all he looks like, which is what he did in the first place, which was, equally dreadful, I think. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, I've been living in Hemel Hempstead for 5 years now, and I've noticed the Hertfordshire police are one of the softest police ever. I think that's what Nick said the other day, because they're standing there saying, are you all right? These are the people sitting in the road disrupting everybody, like, as I say, can you imagine if it was any of these police officers standing there being all mamby-pamby, and these people went and picketed their house and wouldn't let them get out? They'd be the first ones to call for reinforcements. But, of course, if it's got to do with us, they couldn't give a flying 4X. They really don't care. Steve, I've seen a few videos of parents who have had a military tour, then they've been wrapped up to surprise their children. Oh, I like some of those. I think they're actually brilliant. And somebody says, I've just bought a brandy-laced Christmas pudding. Good until the 8th of January, so get them in now. Well, what you should do is, if you're making a Christmas pudding today, and I see no reason why you shouldn't, what? There's only 100 days to go. Make 2, start putting brandy in, and that's quite nice. And the more you put in it, the longer it will last. Or failing that, go and get yourself, I think it's called a rum top. And what it is, it's a jar, ceramic jar, and what you do is you put fruit in the bottom of it. So you start layering up, either with fresh fruit or probably tinned fruit, and then you pour on rum. Okay, hence being called a rum top. And you keep going like this, and the fruit in it will absorb all the alcohol. So you can see where we're heading, can't you? You're heading for your Auntie Annie, who won't make it to Boxing Day. She'll be so sozzled. She'll be out there trying to find the blasted reindeer. And it's a case of you put this stuff in, and you fill it all the way to the top, and then you leave it, and it soaks up the alcohol. And then on Christmas Day, it's an alternative to Christmas pudding. You just spoon out all this fruit, all different fruits, pears, plums, strawberries. You can put anything in there. As long as you keep topping it up with the rum. You can get through tons of rum on this one, so it's quite popular if you like rum. And then you have it at Christmas with some ice cream, and it's delicious. I mean, you could probably set fire to it, but you'd probably lose the house at the same time, so be very careful. But we quite like that. We used to have a Christmas pudding that we lit. Did you ever have a lit Christmas? No, you're not. No, I knew you would. I knew you probably had everything, didn't you? All the presents you ever wanted. Creep. And oh, Mum, you didn't buy me the horse I wanted. Oh, it's outside. Thank you. Just had a box, empty box. But no, I mean, it's funny. We used to do. We don't do them now. Used to do a Christmas list. My goddaughter, the youngest. I mean, she's practically driving now. Well, she is driving, but just not on the main roads. She's driving around the property, which is okay. And she used to give me the Argos catalogue and say, Uncle Stephen, I've marked the pages. And you'd have to decide what you wanted to buy her. Nowadays, people stopped asking me what I wanted when I was 17. They don't buy you presents for Christmas now. They just assume that do you need some new slippers? I'll get you some slippers. Some new pajamas or something like that. Or, I'll get you, because I remember my brother sometimes buys me clothes. He's got no idea what I wear. And so they end up buying something. And sometimes I'll go, oh, that's all right. But if I'm buying shirts, I like to feel them, because I want to make sure they're the right material. I don't want the wrong material next to my body, to my skin. And so I'm very fussy about stuff like that. So I try and say, in fact, sometimes I re-gift it back to him. I'll go, there you go, no, you have it. I'm never going to wear it. Saves them having to trek it back into town again to go and swap it. Leather jacket. No, we did see one in the paper the other day, which I liked, but it was real fur. And we decided, no, that was not going to be happening. Steve says, Edward, it's not Prince Edward again. I've told him that, don't write to me. I've told you, pal, don't write to me. He says, you're like the John Wayne of presenters, shooting from the hip, taking no prisoners. Well, I don't think it's like that. I mean, Evans, I think I'm fairly easygoing. Do you remember I've spoken before on the programme about the shambles? Have you ever heard of the Shambles? They're up in York, and it's an old-fashioned street. And there's a picture of it on the front page of the Mirror today because of the water that came down in 2070. And they say most places in the UK could be damaged or changed forever by global warming. Yeah, I mean it's lovely to go to. It really is. We've been there a few times, and that looks a lot of it looks a little bit like Church Street in Twickenham. That's fairly ancient. I mean, it's not as ancient as this one here, which is a medieval shopping street. The 7th century Minster could both be ruined, the shopping street and the Minster, by 2070. Again, thank goodness I won't be here. And the other thing that we could lose, it's one of the sites most under threat from climate change, is in Northern Ireland, and it's the Giant's Causeway in County Antrim. Plus Hampton Court Palace. So that costs a fortune to maintain, and in some parts of it, it's really old and everything, because it's been there since God created everything. There's a historic village of Happisburgh in Norfolk, part of the city of Hull, Portsmouth Historic Dockyard. Have you ever been? You need to go. That's where the Victory is, and the Mary Rose and stuff like that. Ben Nevis in Scotland. Too many people walking over it. There's a seabird colony in Shetland, Formby Coast, Blakeney Point Seal Colony, and surrounding fens in Norfolk, Lindisfarne's Causeway, Lindisfarne, the White Cliffs of Dover, because they become more eroded every year, Lake Windermere in the Lake District, Brighton Pier, because there is only one left, the other one mysteriously burnt down. One wonders how, as they say. Yes, many burnt down quite a few times. Now, at one time, they used to do tours on it. They don't do tours on it at all, actually. Brighton Pier, the Tower of London. I mean, it's so funny when you go to see the Tower of London, you go there and you look all the way around it and all these high-rise buildings and everything else, and there's the little old Tower of London in the middle of it, which used to house all sorts of people. I think the Krays were put in the Tower of London. People were executed, as we know. Also, the Cairngorms National Park, the Isles of Scilly, St Michael's Mount, Blackpool Tower could disappear. But the Giant's Causeway, it's one of Northern Ireland's most historic sites. It's basalt. I think it's basalt. And it's all... I've never been, but I've seen loads of pictures of it. But obviously every year as the tides come in and the tides swell and they get bigger, they rock against it and a little bit more is worn away. A little bit more is worn away. The Cabinet reshuffle. So down, Dominic Raab, up, Nadim Zawi. Liz Truss, up, Michael Gove, up. It's a man who came up with all these peculiar things when he was a student. Very odd man, very odd. In Nadine Dorries, nobody understands that one at all. Least of all, James O'Brien, I should imagine, will be talking about a little bit later on today. And after the news, I've got a story of something which it goes to prove, if you haven't seen something for a while, you've got a box of something in the garage, before you take it to the tip and throw it away, do please go through it. One man nearly threw something away that's so rare and so valuable, he could have kicked himself, but luckily it fell out.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Thursday as we get ever nearer the weekend. We've had the rain and now we've just got the overcast weather, particularly miserable. And Steve, everybody keeps talking about Shamima Begum and the stories that she came up with. Well, that's why, she's on all the papers today because she did this interview the other day. Now she's completely tarted up. It's all the full makeup. It's all the whole business. So she's renounced ISIS. So she says. Do we believe her? No. Most people appear not to. Certainly people in government who are those people who are keeping her out of the country. Graham says Keith Lemon's not a real person. His real name's Lee Francis. What cloud have you just wandered out of? God, blimey, honestly. No, every time that she put him down, they always go, Keith Lemon's presenting this, because he can only play Keith Lemon. I'm quite well aware it's Lee Francis, but there's no difference between the two of them. They're both exactly the same person. Exactly the same. Unless he's dressing up as a woman, in which case he just looks like, Keith Francis again, dressing up as a woman who's really Keith Lemon. So Lee Francis. No, there's no two separate people. It's exactly the same one. He goes out wearing these ridiculous hats, looking like part of Ken Dodd's Diddy Men, little children. He becomes Keith Lemon apparently when he puts a bandage on his wrist. He's that mad, but not funny at all. Celebrity juice, not funny. Anything he does, not funny. The only way you're ever going to find him funny is if you've had half a bottle of sherbet. In which case you might then find him absolutely hilarious. Shane says, one Christmas I lit the Christmas pudding. I had a few beers, accidentally set fire to the tablecloth. I'm not allowed near the pudding now. We used to have it. It was quite nice, actually, but it was never proper flames. It was a little blue flame that hovered over the top of it. But I quite like Christmas pudding, but the trouble is, because we eat so much over Christmas, that's what I was saying the other day when somebody said, oh, you know, what do you think about Christmas as a religious aspect? I said, it's got nothing to do with religion, Christmas. It's to do with people giving presents to each other, putting a tree up. It's all pagan. It's all pagan. It's got nothing to do with Christianity. But what do you have with it? Custard, brandy sauce or ice cream? I don't do brandy sauce, so it would have to be custard. And I do like... And also, don't bother making custard. You go and buy it ready-made. Ambrosia Devon custard, you can eat it cold out of the tin. Have you ever eaten it straight out? I've done that. Oh, it's delicious. You just take the tin lid off, and they don't have a ring pull, no. But I've got a machine that you put on top of the tin, push a button, and it takes itself around there and cuts the top of the tin off. Long day. You didn't have... Oh, right. Yeah, I thought everything had ring pulls now. Beans and spaghetti hoops and stuff like that. But no, I did like custard with the Christmas. It seems to go well with Christmas pudding, but custard goes with everything. Trifle, fruit salad, or jelly. You can put custard with anything. All those pies and everything else, you know, if you've got a strawberry pie or a blackcurrant pie, or what's the other one that they have? It's Aunt Bessie makes one. It's like a crumble. Yeah, jam roly-poly, delicious with custard. In fact, I think the ones you buy in Iceland, made by Aunt Bessie, still alive at the age of 370, and are quite delicious. So anyway, so here is a man, and he is called... Oh, I've lost his name now. The original Derek Plant from Fleetwood in Lancashire. Now, he collects vinyl records. Okay, and he found an original demo of the White Album track, Happiness is a Warm Gun. He bought it in a car boot sale job lot, and it was in a Ken Dodd and the Diddy Men sleeve. And as he was taking it to the junk place, it fell out on the ground. And this original demo... He says, I knew instantly what it was, having collected the Beatles for years, and it's worth about £10,000. There's only 2 in existence. He said, and somebody wrote about it, and it's got the wording on it. He said, it said on there, demo, Beatles, White Album, blah, 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 blah. And it was almost junked. It's only because it fell out of the sleeve. The sleeve was round the wrong way in the pile that he had. He said, I've been collecting Beatles stuff for years, and this one, my brother's got one as well. It's a Beatles, you know, My Bonnie on a 7-inch, and came off on a jukebox, I think. And loads of people used to have things like that. But this one is so rare, there are only 2 in the world available. What you do, it still plays. It doesn't jump or anything like that, which records were prone to doing, because keeping them flat was the trick. If they hit sunlight, then they could warp, and you'd have all sorts of whoop and Gumden style. Not really. Oh, look, Bake Off star John Waite. Nobody knows who he is, but he's apparently a star, which is amazing. And he leaves a dance studio, followed by pro Johannes Radibi. So they actually could be partners in this year's Strictly. They make such a big deal about it, don't they? Oh, look, we've got a gay couple dancing. Good heavens above, honestly. You'd never know, would you? Fans will learn. Fans? I mean, he won Bake Off in 2012. That's called like 9 years ago. I mean, how to drag your career out. But he's still a star. Huge star. People love that. Actor and comedian Robert Webb has told how his near-death experience with a heart condition has made him grab opportunities, such as Strictly. He said if he didn't have emergency surgery, it wouldn't last 2 days. He was very good when he did Flashdance. He's a bit older now. But I bet you anything, because I've seen him out running. I saw some pictures in the papers the other week, and he looked very fit, and he will make sure, whereas some of them can't be bothered. They really can't. And you think to yourself, you're going to come a cropper on this. They're going to be puffing and wheezing and all the rest of it after some 3-minute dance. You know, whereas Robert Webb's been out there pounding the pavements because he's putting his heart and soul. The other ones are just taking the money. False pretences. The Diary today at the Trick Awards. Ashley Rainbird, Kate Garraway did very well, and as did Roman Kemp. He did very well twice He got Radio Programme and Radio Personality of the Year as well. Kate Garraway got a special video message. And Piers Morgan had a very emotional reunion with Susanna Reid, who is his extra wife who doesn't even get the good bits. Make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. And here we go. Return to ruined homes. People who moved back into their cottages after a few years because they flooded. This is a place called Fish Lake. It went underwater. Boris turned up there. And when you look at these houses, I should imagine just absolutely trying to clear everything out must be a nightmare for them, a real nightmare. Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen is the song that you all sing along to. Oh, yeah. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. That one, that's as high as I can get. What was number 5? It's the Eye of the Tiger. That's fairly popular. You Can Go Your Own Way. Fleetwood Mac. Number 3. Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi. Number 2, Dancing Queen by ABBA. And number 1, Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. The other ones on the list, Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Wanna Have Fun, which I like. Mark Ronson and Bruno Mars. And Uptown Funk, nobody sings to Uptown Funk. Of course they don't. David Bowie, We Could Be Heroes. Just for One Day. Hey Jude. Best version of that sung by Shirley Bassey. She did the Royal Variety performance. And she comes on stage in this dress. Well, I mean, sex on legs or what? This dress, when she moves, every inch of this dress moves. And she sings, Hey Jude, don't bring me down. Take a sad song and make... And when she goes in the... Na, 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 na. And so she does this thing, brings the house down, goes off stage, then comes on in this frock again, which when she moves, it's like sort of tassels on the end of curtains. And her voice is so suited for this. Look at this. I mean, sorry, we are looking at the thing now. I mean, it's fantastic. The crowd go mad for her. And all she's singing is la, 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 la. Other song, Black Eyed Peas, I Got a Feeling. Don't know it. Final Countdown, I know. Don't Stop Believing. Pharrell Williams, Happy. Kings of Leon, Sex on Fire. So This Is Thriller, number 15. Oasis's Wonderwall is underneath Michael Jackson. Make up your own jokes. Spandau Ballet, Gold. Only Believe. The Killers, Mr. Brightside. I don't know that. I've never even heard of it before. Never even heard of it. Oh, right. Is it very well known? Is it? Oh, of course you would know, wouldn't you, honestly? If you've weed on Saturn, he's on Mars. Sorry. It's 13 minutes past 6. Now you see them, now you don't. Shetland birds are in decline. Well, I don't know why, actually. Nothing interferes with them out there, apart from a few people taking photographs of them. So it's just the way it's going. Apparently lots of them fall off the cliffs. Well, they fly, don't they? So they've sent a woman out from the Mirror called Nada, and puffins gather together, but local colonies are rapidly declining because they get picked off. When they jump to go back into the water, they get picked off by seagulls who pick them up and then take them away to eat them. Not very nice, is it? Penman investigates. Only a page this week, which I'm not over keen on. There's another one here, a notorious ticket tout who was first written about in 2006. He got 2 years in prison, and he's back again. They don't learn, these people, do they? They really don't. And what was the other one here? We complain that crooks simply switch logos from BP to Shell. Fakes, frauds, and the shaming of Facebook. Facebook had the gall to claim to be fighting scams whilst taking money from crooks to advertise their fraudulent investment schemes. And they say it's so easy to get past Facebook, because they just, the average person here, they say, gets done over for about £2,000 to £3,000 with Facebook fraud. I mean, it's just unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. A Liverpool fan got a medical assessment from a Red Star called Harvey Elliott after they ended up in an X-ray together. Jacob Sudar had broken his arm in a youth match when the midfielder was wheeled in with him, which is lovely. And mullets. Who would have mullets anymore? Many people in America, actually, but one of Britain's longest-serving barbers has retired wearing the mullet he has not cut for 43 years. David Smith is 70. He's had the same hairstyle for all that amount of time. It's good, isn't it? I quite like the idea that people don't change their hairstyles, and they keep the same kind of thing.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, did you see the pictures of Dan Walker holding hands with Louise Minchin yesterday while she was blindfolded? It's the longest goodbye in history. I mean, is she coming or going, says Brenda in court. Well, your guess is as good as ours. They've dragged it out to the point of boredom. Now I've got, they went farewell Louise. Well, we said that years ago. And apparently it's taken her 20 years to work out she's not seen her family. I mean, she's obviously a bit slow in that department. I suppose the next thing is she's gone, I want to spend time with my family. And you think, well, you're going to need to work, aren't you? But mind you, she has been minting 200k a year, £200,000 a year for reading big words off an auto cue. Can't be that blooming difficult, can it? But it is the longest goodbye. In fact, they just when she said, I'm quitting, and I thought, good. And then the next day she turned up again. Couldn't believe it. Steve, Vincent said, I've just watched the Shirley Bassey video. Simply amazing. She really did love to flirt with Prince Philip. I don't remember that bit, but I do definitely remember her doing this. Na, 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 na. And she repeated it because I went to see her down at a huge concert at the Dominion Theatre, which was raising money, and every star that you could think of was there, including Bassey, who did this amazing. And it brought the house down. The people who did the Royal Variety, Shirley Bassey, big voice. The girl from Tiger Bay did very well. Steve, I don't want you to get jealous, says Ian. I thought you might like to know that Irene and I are taking two friends of ours, Martin and Francis, to Oslo Court to celebrate their golden wedding anniversary. Oh, you'll love it. Love it. Oslo Court. It is in a block of flats called Oslo Court, and it used to be a flat, and it's been a restaurant for years now. I've been there loads of times. I love it. They do everything. It's nice. Put it this way, set your clock back. They even have a sweet trolley, where somebody wheels it about and goes, look, profit of rolls and fruit salad. You look at pictures. Yeah, it is. It's in the block of flats. It's lovely. It's been there for donkey's years. I was taken there a long time ago, and it's British food. It's all sorts of things. They do, fish, lobster. They do steaks, everything. I don't think I've ever paid. I think I've been with people who've actually paid for me. Linda Robson goes there. Loads of people have been there because it's good, wholesome food, and it's a nice atmosphere, and the staff are great, and it's really. Oh, these pictures of the food. What are you showing me this for at this time of the morning? Oh, you do this to annoy me, because I'm on a fixed diet. Otherwise, I'm not going to get into my skinny jeans. Yeah, beach body. Actually, I've just realised I've got to go to the dry cleaners today to get all my. I sort of stockpile all my shirts, and I then take them over there, and he sort of washes and irons for me, because that's it. Because as we know in this studio, Mihal doesn't iron his shirts at all. In fact, doesn't he just literally takes them. No, you don't. Don't shout at me. I'm the presenter. I'm always right. You can't argue with a presenter. We're right. I've got a microphone. You haven't. That's the clue. You've never ironed that in a million years. I don't know why you think you iron these things. I think what he's done is he's put it on the lowest setting because he's worried, because I just can't see him doing it. I mean, I don't iron, but they come back ironed. All my stuff comes back on hangers. I have people iron for me, which is that. As far as I'm concerned, that's not a luxury. That's called a necessity. That's called I can't be bothered to do the ironing, because I feel sorry for families where mum's got to iron for about 4 people, and there's piles of washing. It comes out of the washing machine. I don't have to do anything like that. I take the shirts, dump them on the counter, and then I go back on. I'll do that maybe on the Tuesday or the Wednesday. In fact, I'll do them today, and they'll be ready for me Saturday. And I just bring them back, and then I hang them up in the wardrobe. It's as simple as that. But at least they're ironed, unlike yours. I think you're working on the fact that the heat from your body will take the creases out. Well, let me tell you, it doesn't. Okay? The creases on your body have now transferred to the shirt. It's as simple as that. Don't have to explain it anymore, actually. And Donnie says, I'm off to the Wealden Crematorium Open Day on Saturday. A lot of crematoriums do that. Have you never been? You should go. It's very interesting, because you don't know anything about it, do you? I mean, you know. Well, they show you how crematoriums operate, and so they take you in and they show you almost a behind the scenes thing. I mean, I did it years and years and years and years ago, and it's very, because people worry about it. They don't know what goes on behind the scenes. Once, the coffin goes through the curtains or goes down on a lift, people don't know what happens. And so they explain how it works. So we're all educated. Yeah, check the diary, see if you can squeeze in a quick visit to the crematorium. That's just, just in case. So just to upset you, we're having you buried. Decided we're not going to let you be fashionable. Why is Matthew Wright still sporting that ridiculous rat's tail on the back of his head, says Paul. Has he still got it? I don't know if it's real or is it stuck on. I'm never too sure. Is he still doing some shows? Is he doing with us as well? He used to have a show here on the weekend. For seemed like ages, actually. Seemed like ages. And Steve, the feast of St. Edith of Kempsing today. Shall I say one for you, says Donny. Yes, please do. Please do. And Donny says, a big thank you to Louise for emptying the dishwasher. You have to empty a dishwasher, don't you? Do you know, it's the only thing I've never had, a dishwasher. Personal or otherwise. I just can't get... I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't have anything to wash. It all gets thrown away. Throw it away. Throw it away. Don't keep it. But do you have an ironing board? I remember when I first moved up to London, we had the iron, but no ironing board. So we used to put a towel down on the floor and iron on top of the towel. God, we were poor. Seriously, we didn't have anything at all. There was never any food in the fridge. I don't know what we ate. And we were living in the car with no food anyway. I used to have to go and buy trousers. I had an account at John Lewis, and I went to buy trousers, and they would last me, and then they'd pay me in the discos for working. But I mean, the money was peanuts. Even on a Saturday night, 20 quid. And then somebody told me years later that some of these DJs in Ibiza earn like 50 grand a night for DJing. £100,000. Yeah, some of them are seriously expensive, aren't they? But I've never been to any of their gigs, so I wouldn't know what it was. I'm assuming they don't introduce the music. They just mix. Dale didn't earn. No, he didn't. No. In fact, if you read his autobiography, you'll see the places he was working, we were earning the same money. It was the same group. The difference was he lived at home and had a car. I didn't live at home and didn't have a car. So, he was always doing better than me. I don't know what he did with his money. I know that when we used to go out to the Heathrow Airport, to Heathrow Airport, not the Heathrow Airport, we'd go to one of the airport hotels after we finished gigging. I would go to him or he'd come to me, depending on who finished first. And then we'd go and get a club sandwich up at one of the late at night. And that used up most of our money. So we were basically living in a fantasy world of let's pretend we've got money, so we could go to the hotel and we'd have a club sandwich which had, chicken, bacon and everything else, because we didn't drink alcohol. I discovered the delights of that, or the perils of that, a little bit later in life. But I didn't. When I was in the nightclub, it was sort of orange juice or something like that. And then I discovered the delights of Southern Comfort. Bucks Fizz. I wouldn't touch a Southern Comfort now with anything at all. I hated it. I grew to hate it. Bacardi I used to have. Ugh, horrible. All these things. Now it's Prosecco. I've just drunk Prosecco for years. I don't sort of think about it too much. And then somebody said to me, oh, not champagne. Who said that to me? Somebody said that to me. It might have been today. And said, not champagne. I went, no, I'm not really into champagne. It's all right, but I think it's a bit overrated. Roger says, not long to go and it'll still be dark when you're on your way home. Yeah, because the clocks are going back in a few weeks. So, end of October, so it'll be dark. So I'll be arriving in the dark, going home in the dark. Well, going home in the dark? No. It'll be lighter. Yeah. No, he says, not long to go when it'll still be dark when you're on your way home. That'll be, yeah. When the clocks go backwards, will it not still be dark when I leave here? It will, yeah. It'll get darker until the clocks go back. Right. I don't think you know, do you? I think you're just making this up. You're just putting it on the screen, then it'll get lighter. You don't know that. You've got no idea. What do you know about the way the heavens operate? Nothing. Nothing at all. Well, then it'll get light. Anyway, it doesn't matter, really. Doesn't matter. I watched the interview on GMTV yesterday. GMTV? Is that still going? I mean GMB. And Shamima says Joanne was touching her mouth and hair too much, showing off her orange nails. No. I mean, there is no way that she would show her face and try and westernise herself without being told to do so. No, you're right. I mean, they're very strict on things like that. So, as I say, there's just something, you get vibes on people. You watch them on the television, and some people, you warm to them and you believe them. And other people, you look at them and you think, I just don't trust you. I just don't trust you. But then, you can't keep saying, as I do constantly, I told you so. Because it just makes me out to be too perfect. And it's so difficult in this day and age to be too perfect. But as sure as God made little apples, I'm going to get a Father Christmas crawling up a ladder for Christmas, I'm telling you. Because I just quite fancy that idea. I think it's something very, very festive. I wonder whatever happened to Timmy Mallet. I was only thinking about that the other day for a brief second, and I thought him and Mallet's Mallet on the television, where kids used to get beaten over the head with a piece of sponge. And I remember thinking, that was an act and a half. And I don't know what he does now. I should imagine he still looks the same.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Alan said, I've just watched Shirley. That's called Bringing Down the House. Isn't it funny? You see, we sort of... we mention something and immediately people go rushing to the internet, to YouTube or whatever else to see what something looks like. Catch out the people who tell fibs in America. That's always a very, very good one. Also, did you know that Winnie the Pooh has a bridge and a game named after him? Pooh Bridge and Pooh Sticks? What's Paddington got named after him? A station, yeah, but 2 major films. And also, there is no Pooh Bridge, I'm afraid. You might want to think there is. Pooh Sticks was just a little game, whereas Paddington is... I've told you before, no good starting a row over who's the most popular bear. It's Paddington straight away. Paddington has sold millions. Winnie the Pooh, hardly anything at all. And also, he's a bit odd, isn't he, Winnie the Pooh? Goes around, friends with Eeyore and jars of honey and stuff like that. I mean, Paddington moved into a proper house, had a proper job, helped out Mr. Gruber, and he's on the property ladder. Paddington is like major star. Paddington could sell in America. Somebody from Downton Abbey actually helped him out. I mean, apparently families can now stay in Winnie the Pooh's house in the 100-acre wood in the Sussex countryside, which is a load of rubbish. Of course there is no Winnie the Pooh house at all. Oh well, it's to celebrate his 95th anniversary. See, he's ancient as well. And so he's a pensioner. And here it is. The property is a small building in the middle of a forest. Hosting the Airbnb stay is Disney-appointed Winnie the Pooh illustrator Kim Raymond, who created the Bear B&B and has been drawing the iconic bear for more than 30 years. Not as good as Paddington, though. I'm sorry, we're not going to argue. We're not going to fall out over this. I'm just telling you I'm right. As I say, every tourist shop in London has got pictures of Paddington Bear. And they've got little Paddington Bear figures, and they've got Paddington Bear proper bears. Nothing on Winnie the Pooh at all. You know why? He's dated. He's past his sell-by. He's now resorted to an Airbnb in the 100-acre wood. Paddington lives in a posh house. The family are extremely rich, and he's going to go for years. Years and years and years. Liz in New Cross says, no, it'll be lighter in the mornings for a while. In autumn, we get plunged into darkness in the evenings when the clocks go back. There you go. And Shane says, when you put your clocks back, we put our clocks forward. So it's getting close to summer. And Tony in Woodford says, Bigfoot would give Paddington a run for his money. You're probably right, actually. James is going to take his girlfriend to Oslo Court. It's like, seriously, it's the idea they've got a sweet trolley. You don't find that anywhere now, do you? Where somebody pushes the trolley around, you pick your dessert, profiteroles or fruit salad or, other cream horns. A little bit of a treat there, got me going again. I tried to have, because they do cream horns in Marks and Spencer's, and I did, but I tried to suck the cream out and it wouldn't work. I bit the bottom off as usual. I went like that, but I think I inadvertently blew, which doesn't help because it all came out the wrong end. It was supposed to have come out my end into my mouth, but it didn't. It sort of just generally dribbled out the other end and sort of just landed on the floor. All a bit disappointing, I always think. But next time we shall get it right. Phoebe Wallerbridge says the Bond girls in No Time to Die have to be sexy and woke. Is No Time to Die the new Bond film? 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen. 3 hours. I mean, I ask you, who's going to sit there for 3 hours? By that time, I'd have gone to sleep. I mean, only 2 hours. Sorry, 2 hours 46. Yeah, but that's 3 hours. That means that you're going to go to the toilet at some point, and then you're going to miss a bit unless they're going to have an interval. They had an interval in I think Cleopatra and Jesus of Nazareth. King of Kings was very good. Did you ever see King of Kings? The music was stunning. And it was the Hollywood version of the Bible. And the theme tune that went all the way through went dun, 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 dun. And it was start to finish, King of Kings. Made in 1961, Cecil B. DeMille. Although I think actually it was made earlier. I know it's 61. No, I might be right actually. But I think, 1927 was the silent version. Well, I've seen the other version. I didn't go to the cinema for that. I wasn't around in 1927, contrary to public opinion. But the music's great, and it's a really good film. It's sort of Hollywood doing it as a big epic. And it always reminded me, there is a bit in there where Jesus is on the Mount of Olives and he's talking to the thousands of people before, well, they can't have heard a word. There were no megaphones. He did not have a microphone. And he's going, and the people down the bottom, what's he saying? And so having to pass on the information, it reminds me of Monty Python's The Life of Brian, where there's all the people there and they're going, I can't hear a word he's saying. Speak up! What's he talking about? And we should all go and the fishers of men and all this. What's he saying? Couldn't hear a thing. But in King of Kings, it was hilarious because they used all the local people who lived in the area. And they obviously at some point, they said, OK, now move up the hill because you're waiting to see Christ. And he does look, because they portray him in all the movies as this sort of white-skinned man with a beard. Well, he wouldn't have been. He'd have been quite dark. It was the Middle East. He would have at least had a little bit. It was so beautifully done, though. And they had everything. I mean, everything. Biggest ice cream manufacturer in the Middle East, wasn't it, was in that film? Walls of Jericho. It's an old gag, but I don't mind repeating it. Listen, if you can't use old material, there's no point in coming into work. There is no point in trying to be, original every day on the programme. So Nicki Minaj, most of you listening will never have heard of her, but she's declared a Twitter war against Piers Morgan after he called her the rudest little madam. Yes. And it blew up after her bizarre claims that COVID-19 jab had made her cousin's pal's testicles swell. I mean, the whole thing was so ridiculous, and so... He called her a ghastly little madam. She's peddling lies. And then she says, I've never met you. I know we all look alike. So she's playing that little card. Anyway, she denied appearing on the show because I think he's been on America's Got Talent. And she denied appearing on the show but had to backtrack when a fan posted a video of her on stage in 2011. So another compulsive liar, honestly. Also, the US Chief Medical Advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, denied the swollen testicles claim. So there you go. And Professor Chris Whitty says Nicki Minaj should be ashamed. Well, I mean, just by what she was wearing the other day. I mean, honestly, what an embarrassment, dear. Speaking at the Downing Street News Conference, England's Chief Medical Officer said there are a number of myths that fly around, some of which are clearly ridiculous and some of which are clearly designed to scare. That happens to be one of them. Oh, she's a bit simple, isn't she? She doesn't know. She couldn't even remember which television programme she'd been on, but I suppose there's so many. Somebody says, have you watched Clarkson's Farm? I haven't. I know all about it. Because I've seen the publicity and I know that the local people down there didn't want him. Yet he's bringing much needed money into the area. I don't know why they don't go for it. Charlie Girling, from our showbiz department, little Charlie. Do you know, every time we used to go out to screenings, Charlie Girling and I would have to walk through Leicester Square and go to screening rooms in Soho or in some of the hotels around there. And because she's fit, I read that once, and she's fit, and she used to stride ahead of me. I said, slow down. I couldn't keep up with her at all. But she says, whenever people ask me my rudest celebrity, because everybody's got rude celebrities, she says, I never have to think too hard. She truly was the rudest woman ever. Well, Charlie, rude and thick, I think. Let's hope she's barred from this country. She gets to the gate. Nicki Minaj, rudest person. And yet another friend of mine, Steve, who interviews a lot of people, said Sean Connery was incredibly rude, known for being rude and dismissive of people. And a friend of mine did work, I mentioned it earlier, with Bruce Forsyth, and he could be a bit dismissive if it was somebody young in the business, because he came from a generation where, he played the piano, he did a bit of joke telling, played game shows. I mean, as game shows hosts went, him and Bob Monkhouse were top of their game. There is an art to doing a game show. I did a little one on Channel 5, but I mean, it was just, but we were recording, I think, about 5 a day or 10 a day. I can't remember whatever it was. It was a lot. It was an awful lot of game shows. But Bruce was the past master of doing it. And he'd learnt, his trade. Whereas people nowadays, you've only got to be on a reality show and they go, oh, you can be this. And you think, no, they can't. No, they can't. But they stick them on telly anyway. Somebody said, do you think the people will be back again sitting in the middle of the road? To be honest with you, they're so boring and dreary and dull. As one person described one of the blokes there, the farmer. They've said he's just a boring old man. But they lie down. And why don't the police do their job? They're obstructing the Queen's Highway. Why are they not out there dragging them away? I don't quite understand it. A bit drippy, the police, aren't they?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, 10 to 7 is the time. 10 to 7, I see that the One Show host, Angela Scanlon, I've never even heard of her. Small wonder, is anybody watching the One Show? Are we finished with that one now? Can we dispense with it? I've never heard of her. She apparently was taken to hospital after a 4-vehicle pile-up, if you please. She was in a cab that hit a private ambulance on one of the UK's priciest streets. Oh, she was on the Bishop's Avenue. And transferred to hospital, said to be okay. But, somebody said it made a hell of a racket. Well, it does, but I don't know who she is. Does anybody? I mean, I thought the One Show was that other girl, whose name, Alex Jones. Oh, maternity leave. Wait a minute, did she just get pregnant then and just come off the programme or something? They don't really care, do they? I think, mind you, I never thought the show was any good anyway. Seriously. I'm not making a big deal about it. It's just that we all got favourite programmes and we've got other favourite programmes. Yeah, I mean, I'm much more into Emmerdale, I think. I'm much happier watching people in the wool pack and the arguments. And now there's all sorts of things going on there. I really can't cope with it. We found a grandmother in the paper today. This one's a thief. Her name's Sheila Hancock. She worked in a corner shop. Okay. And she nicked thousands of lottery cards. We couldn't quite work this out. She nicked thousands of them and took any winnings from the register. Her boss caught her on CCTV when he realised his store made no profit. He now works for nothing as he refunds Camelot. Mr. Patel said he treated her like family and invited her for dinner with his folks. She even bought his daughters aged 2 and 8 gifts. He said she was probably using money she'd stolen from me. Anyway, she got 2 years in prison. She's an ugly person as well. 2 years in prison, suspended. What is the point of having, convicted tea leaves? She got 140 hours unpaid work. She stole £33,000 from him. And they go, oh, suspended sentence. And yet we found somebody else who went to prison for stealing off somebody else. I mean, there's a load of these old tea leaves out there. And you look at her, and so, she admitted the thefts from January 2020 to April of this year. 2 years suspended, 2 years jail, suspended for 2 years, and 140 hours unpaid work. What's the deterrent? Thieving old baggage. Honestly, dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. That's his business, and it's always the ones, isn't it? She also has a previous conviction for benefit fraud, for which she received a suspended sentence. Isn't it about time we locked her up and threw away the key? What is the point? Honestly, I doubt it. It's quite. Imagine if that was your business, and all of a sudden and this is somebody who'd welcomed you into, you'd welcomed them into your family, you'd bought them things, and then behind your back they're thieving from you. I'd have been out buying tins of baked beans, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'd been doing? And tipping them over her. Because I'd probably be allowed to buy baked beans. Other young people aren't allowed to buy baked beans now. What have we got here? This is a mum who's got, she's very happy, because she's got 3 of her 5 children whilst using contraception. So obviously it didn't work, but she's now got, she fell pregnant with Charlie, who is now 20, whilst on the pill. After having Alfie, 14, and Stanley, 8, she went back on it. She then had Lottie, 7. Hubby Dan had the snip in 2015, but she still conceived Buddy, who's now 2. They've got a big family here, a big family. In fact, the 20-year-old Charlie's grown his own beard and everything. They do grow beards now, don't they, youngs? I think it's called trend. I think it's a trendy. I'm not, unfortunately, a trendy. It's that 5 o'clock shadow, but I can't grow a beard. Not my sort of thing at all. Oh, here it is. There's a picture of Nick Ferrari in the paper today, and he'll laugh. It's on page 28 of The Sun, and it's a pioneer priest who looks exactly like Nick Ferrari. This is the first. When I opened up the papers this morning, they're all going to be checking now. Everybody's going to be checking. They're out there. They're going to go get hold of the Sun, page 28, left-hand side, and here is a picture of it's somebody called Sheila, but it does look like Nick Ferrari. It's very funny, actually. So I can say that now safely because he's now ensconced probably halfway down the stairs going to the studio. I'm probably safe on this one. They're enjoying it, are they? Isn't it uncanny? It really is uncanny. Don't find pictures of me in the newspapers every day, but there it is in the Sun for this morning. The Daily Star's got Bozo juggling his cabinet of clowns. I still can't believe actually that they've given Nadine Dorries something. I mean, really, that one, culture secretary, anything less. Daniel Craig pouring a Heineken as he pokes fun at the 17-month delay on the new Bond film. I tell you, I mean, I think the Bond films have lost their way. Nearly 3 hours is too long. I'm sure it's lovely for those people making it. Well, my favourite Bonds were all the early ones, the Goldfingers and, You Only Live Twice and Diamonds Are Forever. Roger Moore was my favourite. I like Roger Moore. I didn't like... I thought Sean Connery was very good, but Roger Moore was my favourite. And we interviewed him. He must have come in here about 3 or 4 times. And I told you, the last time he came in, he was having trouble with his feet. And he insisted on taking his shoes and socks off to show his feet, which were all bruised and damaged and everything else. And he was not in a very, very good way. But I thought he was great. He was very... down to earth, very down to earth. And I mean, I like all of the Bonds, but if I had a favourite, it would be him. Royal soap opera, say the Daily Mail, the High Court humbling Andrew over the sex case papers. This one's going a bit pear-shaped. Charles's charity chiefs who've quit over the cash for access, and the airbrushed Harry is a global icon. They've given him hair, which of course we know he doesn't have, which is hilarious. And in fact, he's so airbrushed, it's almost a little bit embarrassing, and such a posy picture for somebody who's not particularly photogenic. Also, the outspoken Tory critic gets the top BBC News job. This is Jess Brammer, who worked as an editor on Newsnight. And she's got a lot of outspoken tweets. Honestly, I don't know where they get these people from at the BBC. It's hilarious, isn't it? And policing, call that policing, say one of the papers today. And it's the police down in Surrey, Dartford, and one furious driver trying to drag them away. I think the water cannon are needed again. I know we got rid of them, but I think we should bring them back. And the police just stand there. Seriously, like plastic policemen doing nothing at all. Touchy-feely officer tries to appease the activist. Oh, Diddums, are you all right? Can we help you with anything? Should we get you a cup of tea? You all right? What the cafe owner said to them: I'm running a private little business. I've got kids to feed, a mortgage to pay, and insulation on my walls to put up. How am I supposed to do all that if you lot are getting in the way? No answers from any of you. No, of course they're not. They're stumm. Because there's something the matter with them. They've all got a few brain cells loose, I think. Will they be out today? Who cares? Who cares? But I tell you, it's going to turn nasty. Very nasty. What have we got? Oh, lots of people talking about house prices dropping. And what was the other one, actually? There was something else. They say, was Prince Harry flirting with Jill Biden? Oh, God, honestly. I shouldn't think so. I don't think Harry knows how to flirt. He's not very good at things like that. And Primark have pledged to slash its fast fashion waste. So that's good, isn't it? Because we're all Primark customers around here. Yeah, I love it. Love it. Can't get enough of it. I really can. So listen, have yourself a fantastic day. I've got 2 podcasts today. Please download them. My Little Bit Extra podcast is available very, very shortly. Piers Morgan winning an award and thanking Meghan Markle for her help. About time she did something useful. Daniel Craig talking about leaving his role as James Bond. If the directors are listening, I'm vacant. I can do it. Shaken, not stirred. And find out what Vicky Beckham was up to when she wasn't at the Met Gala. Ding, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. It's the 15th of September. And I don't know what the weather forecast is for today, but I don't think it's as much rain as we had yesterday. My goodness me, I tell you, it tipped it down. I remember standing there under my umbrella, and I've got a little button on it. You push the button and the umbrella goes up, and you push a button, the umbrella goes down again, which makes it easier when you're waiting for a bus, because everybody was dripping all over the blooming place. And don't you just hate the people on the buses sitting there? They've got their earphones in. Somebody pushes the bell to stop. The person with the earphones in, the thicko, then pushes the bell again, and then somebody else who's also got their earphones in pushes the bell. So you end up, the bus drivers must drive them absolutely crackers. The nursery worker showing too much cleavage loses bid for payout. I think so too. Was dropped, and they go, I want money. You go, no, it's a nursery, dear. Okay, thank you very much indeed. The Met Gala went ahead yesterday. No Victoria Beckham. I thought she was a fashionista. I thought she was somebody to do with fashion. Then we saw some of her clothes and decided Maybe not. Also, what's a booster jab? And The Graduate, the sad story of The Graduate, who tried to see a GP 20 times before finally getting a face-to-face appointment, but it was too late. She had stage 4 cancer. She died 4 weeks later. It's as simple as that, purely because she couldn't get to see the GP. Bizarre, isn't it? It's all gone a bit pear-shaped. Sarah Ferguson droning on about her size again and sort of, she talks about herself in third person. I said to myself, Sarah, why are you worrying about this? And I thought, well, it's to make Andrew sort of try and pretend he fancies you, I should imagine. Lawyers have taken aim at the dodging Duke. He really is creepy, isn't he? And BBC's Louise Minchin, I'm sad to leave. Oh, just get on with it. We've had about 3 leavings. I mean, I hope it's not a joke. And you're going to go, actually, I'm staying. People wanted me to stay. Nobody cares. Just hurry up and leave. You've taken the money over all the years. Now she's realised she's got a family. And she's going, I'll be spending more time with them. Oh, good. That means we won't have to put up with you on Celebrity Big Brother. That'll be a good idea, won't it? Because the trouble is BBC, they've got a little machine. And it turns out presenters who are bland. They can't help it. They've got the makeup right and all the rest of it, and they've got all the other bits and pieces right, and they're saying the right things. It's just they're boring. They're not allowed an opinion. Have you ever noticed that? You won't ever hear anybody with an opinion on the BBC because it gets them into trouble. That's why commercial radio is so successful, against the old-fashioned BBC, because you can't do it. That's why when a lot of the BBC presenters move to commercial radio, it takes them a good while to actually get used to having an opinion. You're allowed to have an opinion. I mean, Eddie and Sheila, look at them, top of their game, but they were BBC people. I'll get a letter from him now, you watch. Because it's all of a sudden, it takes a while to actually get used to, I can actually have an opinion on that, I can talk about that. Yeah, you can talk about it. All they do, if you listen to the Jeremy Vine stuff, is he'll go, so-and-so, so-and-so, somebody comes on, says the bit, and he goes, thank you very much indeed, then go to the next person. It's boring radio. Mind you, boring people, I think, for many of them. What have we got? School says it's breaking down the barriers by providing free uniforms. Peter Andre, honestly, poor old Pete, he's not the brightest penny in the box, is he? He says Jeremy Kyle was made a scapegoat by ITV. Yeah, well, you really aren't the brightest penny, are you, Peter? It's a shame. Well, shouldn't your wife, who's a doctor, sort of teach you to keep your big mouth shut? Okay? Somebody died on that programme, okay? It's one of those sort of things that, you really shouldn't make comment about. You're not qualified. You don't know enough. And then there was the Nicki Minaj. And I liked her song, On the Beach, that was it. But anyway, Professor Chris Whitty says rapper Nicki Minaj should be ashamed after she tweeted an unsubstantiated story about a man who had a COVID vaccine and then allegedly became impotent. Speaking at a Downing Street news conference, England's chief medical officer said there are a number of myths that fly around, some of which are just clearly ridiculous and some of which are clearly designed just to scare. This happens to be one of them. And she has replied, and this is what she said.
Yes, hello, Prime Minister Boris. It's Nicki Minaj. I was just calling to tell you that I thought you were so amazing on the news this morning. And I'm actually British. I was born there. I went to university there. I went to Oxford. I went to school with Margaret Thatcher. And she told me so many nice things about you.
Is she drunk?
I'd love to send you my portfolio of my work, since you don't know much about me. I'm a big star in the United States.
Keep away from the drink, dear. It's obviously affecting you. Went to school with Margaret Thatcher. You're more stupid than we thought you were in the first place. That's what Nicki Minaj says. She's a rapper, apparently. Bit of an old has-been. When was the last hit? Anybody tell me about that one? She's still dining out on the other one. You really are dim, aren't you? You really are dim. It's stupid people like that. Mind you, we found another one. Remember one of those people who sat in the road? Turned out to be a farmer. His house is so bad, it's got a rating of G. So he's obviously not as clever as he thought he was. But you know what these sort of people are like. Dreadful. Steve. Oh, sorry, I do beg your pardon. We take all your texts and emails this morning. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. At the Met Gala, I say, with no Victoria Beckham, she doesn't go out much. You know why? It's because 1,000,001 people are 10 times more famous, and she wouldn't like that. Whereas Dave will turn up for a fridge opening. Only got to open the door of Ford Zephyr, and there's old David Beckham going, hello, and we all go, oh, God, it's David Beckham with the funny hair again, which is very odd. He had to put up with poor little George Lineker, who got dragged along to this awards ceremony. What he does, I've got no idea. And what was Lewis Hamilton wearing? I mean, I ask you, we always knew he was a bit of a pancake. A pancake. I don't know what a pancake. It's just somebody who's really bland and stupid. He wears these ridiculous outfits. I think they must be wetting themselves. They go, we've made him wear it. Look at what he looked like. It's a net curtain around one of his trouser legs. Seriously, it's as bad as that. It's as bad as that. And he turned up, and the trouble is he sort of plays it. They say he turns heads as he sports a net skirt and see-through mesh shirt. He looks like a complete and utter dodo bird. Look at it. It's not a skirt. He's just got something attached to his trouser leg. What do you look like, love? You're a racing driver. That means you just sort of put your foot down, isn't it, really, on the accelerator. Apparently he's wearing a black blazer and trousers with a see-through mesh shirt and netted veil skirt. They say it was a modern twist on a classic look. A classic look for who? Somebody from RuPaul's Drag Race? Perhaps we'll have Lewis on there doing drag. That'll be the next thing, isn't it? I thought he'd have turned up with a girlfriend. We live in hope of these things happening. But he looked ridiculous. Some of the outfits did look stupid. That's why Victoria Beckham can't go. She's steeped back in the 70s. We're not even sure why she... So she never turned up to the Met Gala. Even dreary old Brooklyn, who can't make coffee and take a photograph, turned up with his girlfriend. She must have got the ticket. She must have paid for it, because old Brooklyn hasn't got diddly squat. And his father is over here. Meanwhile, Romeo's not doing anything, and Cruz, well, whatever. But at least Harper Beckham is sort of just absolutely adorable and can do anything. She could probably rustle up a 10-course meal in about 5 seconds. Mario says, blimey, this Minaj thing, 2 brain cells and one's off sick. Did you hear it? I went to school with Margaret Thatcher. Don't record anything when you've had a couple of sherbets, darling. Makes you sound a bit stupid. And your idea of a fake accent, a little bit racist, I thought, but, that's just my opinion on things. Stupid woman, honestly. You do get some dim people, don't you? Not even Paddy McGuinness can save the BBC Sports Quiz. He's the wrong person, completely the wrong person. Completely the wrong, but there's nothing the matter with him. He's just the wrong person for that programme. Completely wrong. They should have left Sue Barker on it. It was so much better. What's the one here? Oh, Wayne admits. Wayne Rooney. Right, have a drink. Hello, babe. What's your name? What's your name? Granny. Come on, get in my car. He admits he punched holes in doors after a row with Colleen on the telephone. I wouldn't mind. He was the one who cheated. She never cheated. Stupid people. What else we got? A World War I poppy, picked by the brother of a fallen soldier, is coming up for auction. They reckon it could fetch about £3,000. It's a poppy from the battlefields, and it comes with a letter of provenance to say this is where it came from. So yeah, it's real. Yes, it's dried. It's 100 years old. We used to do it. Did you not do it when you were little? You used to get bits of paper, and you'd get flowers, and you'd press them. You put them in, and then you put blocks on top of it until it squeezed all the moisture out. Oh, really? No. Well, I have to be honest. A lot of wreaths from old funerals still survive. Things like that. It's just the way it goes, isn't it, really? Dawn Neeson in her column today talking about the Taliban and the Met Gala. And experts are repairing Stonehenge after erosion. It's only a bunch of bricks. God's sake, just get a few more in. There's Nicki Minaj. Look at you, you old has-been. They're playing out obviously the clip of her talking. She's quite stupid, isn't she? It really is. It's embarrassing, really. If you wanted publicity, dear, you've got all the wrong publicity. Steve, Nicki Minaj is 38. Margaret Thatcher died at 87, 49-year age difference. Yeah, because she was drunk. She was being a bit stupid. She wasn't... she didn't really go to school with Margaret Thatcher. And she really can't do an English accent, because, she thinks that she's being clever, but unfortunately, she goes, and I'm a big star. And we're going, no, you're a big disaster, dear. That's what you are. Poor sad old has-been. But Shane says, how old is that rapper? Well, playing age 38, mental age about 5, I suspect. A little bit like watching the cast of The Only Way is Essex, where they really are dim. They actually take the word dim and they sort of turn it round. Jack says Strictly Come Dancing starts this Saturday. I know. It's a shame he doesn't finish on the Sunday. Do you know, we always got told who was voted out, because we have people on the inside, and they used to phone us and say, I'm sending you the name of the person who was voted out. And then people complained. Dear LBC, Steve Allen gave away the... Oh, get a life. Get a life. It's a little television programme. It's a bunch of has-beens dancing on a television programme. Who cares about it? They're all doing it for a fee. It's like, people, because they do the results on the Saturday. And it's always, and then they go, this is the result, blah, 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 who's actually going to be kicked out. It's like somebody said to me the other day, it's not shown till the Sunday, why is Joe Swash still on that baking programme? The irritating little 3-year-old who's still doing the same high-pitched voice, thinks he's very funny, but of course he's not. And he managed last week not to cook the duck. It was raw, and he wasn't kicked out. And the fans of the programme are saying, this thing's fiddled. Why would you keep somebody who's as dim as he is on the programme? The only thing we're laughing at is that funny hair he's got sprayed onto his head in a funny little colour. Poor little soul. Somebody says here, somebody talking about GB News. It's not still going, is it? I'm quite worried, actually. Quite worried that it's still going, because now that Andrew Neil's not there, the man who started it all up, 0 ratings on most of their... I mean, that must be the most embarrassing ever. You chuck so much money at something and you go, oh, this is going to be, really good, and then it gets 0 ratings. Mind you, I know a few radio stations with 0 ratings as well. Embarrassing. Happy birthday to Prince Harry. Give us our money back for the wedding. OK, we want 32 million back. OK, because if we'd known it was a bit of old fraudulent stuff going on and you were taking money under false pretenses, knowing you were probably going to leave the royal family, we want it back. OK, we got the money back for Frogmore. That took a bit of pushing, didn't it? I forget how much money we got back from Frogmore. That wasn't only £3 million, £2 or £3 million. But the wedding, we want it back. All right, pal? Nothing. Wish you happy birthday. I don't think so.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve. I went to a gala many years ago with my singer girlfriend, Stephanie Lawrence, in brackets, she knew you. Yes, I took her to Joe Allen's. Anyway, Pavarotti was singing in the courtyard and we'd had a few too many drinks. He doesn't like it when you join in. No, he doesn't. Stephanie died, a long time ago, the year 2000. Her age was listed at 50. And I tried to get an interview with her, and her agent kept saying no, and that's the person you've got to deal with. So anyway, I was a bit naughty. I turned up at the stage door. She was at the Dominion Theatre in time, and I said, "Oh, I'd like to see Stephanie Lawrence," and they said yes, she'd like to meet you. And it turns out she was a listener, because obviously the time people finish in the theatre, by the time you get home and all the rest of it. And we didn't become great friends, but I took her to Joe Allen's, and she appeared a lot in the West End. And then she went on to appear in New York. Blood Brothers was over there, and I got flown over by Bill Kenwright together with Gloria Hunniford. There's quite a few of us who were flown over to review it. The Americans didn't get it because it was a musical. It was about Mrs. Johnson and 2 kids, and she can't afford to keep the 2 kids, so she gives one away. But each kid doesn't know that they have a brother. They have no idea, hence Blood Brothers. And they meet, and one's been with a posh family, and the other one's sort of working class and all the rest of it. It was the musical that I went to see when there was about 4 or 5 of us out one evening in the West End, and we said, let's go and see a show. It was just off the cuff. Let's go see a show, and so we looked down, and playing just not a million miles away from where we are now was Blood Brothers. And so we phoned up the office. Bill Kenwright was in the office still, and we said, can we get some tickets? And he said, yes, of course. He phoned the box office, and we had tickets, and we went to see Blood Brothers, and we walked out of that theatre, and I tell you, I was knocked sideways. Because at the end of the show, if you've not seen it, the 2 brothers come together. Mickey, the working class boy who's been with his mum all this time has had a mental breakdown, and he kills his brother in it. And it's just, I can only tell those people who've seen it, and it's been around for a long, long time, this music. I don't think we're sort of spoiling anything in it, but it was the most powerful piece of theatre I'd ever seen in my life, and we came out and we raved over it. I've never raved so much, and I've seen enough shows in my lifetime, but this one we raved over, because at the very end, because you're not expecting it, and somebody's shouting, "Mickey, put the gun down, and he fires. You go, poof, and his brother drops dead on the stage, and then Mrs. Johnston sings that haunting song, "Tell me it's not true, say it's just a story, something on the news." And we went out that theatre, we were in floods of tears. I've never cried so much in my entire life. And in fact, I said on air, I said, listen, see this show once, you'll be queuing to see it again. And Bill put it up on all the posters, all the Blood Brothers posters. It had a quote from Steve Allen on it. And that's why I always remember Stephanie Lawrence as Mrs. Johnson. Also, I tell you the other thing, which is not known, she loved putting on her makeup. But in Blood Brothers, Mrs. Johnson is a working class Liverpool housewife. She's not supposed to be glamorous. And I know that Bill Kenwright had to keep her out the theatre, because the longer she spent in the theatre, the more makeup she put on. And it didn't look right, so they had to stop it. She was with Carl Carl used to be the lead singer of The Move. He was the narrator of it, and he was married to Miss Diane from Crossroads. It was Carl Wayne, I thought so, and he died a long time ago. I saw him in Twickenham. He was having a cup of tea at one of our little cafes, because I think him and Miss Diane, Sue Hanson, he died in 2004, and that knocked me sideways as well, because he used to come in on quite a few occasions. And in fact, Sue Hanson came in when they brought out, he was only 61, when they brought out the box set of Crossroads, and she came in, and I haven't undone the box set. I've still got the box set, which is lovely. Nice. And my friend Jordan, do you know, I must be psychic, because I was thinking to myself last night, Jordan hasn't phoned me. I can always tell when he phones, because he reverses the charges. And they go, oh, would you accept a charge? Oh, not him again. I asked the driver this morning to put you on the radio. He then told me he'd picked you up in the past. Everybody's picked me up in the past, Jordan. You know what they're like. They know what they're like. So I hope it's all going well for you. Didn't sign. What's that? What? Non-disclosure agreement. Yeah, didn't sign it. What a shame. But fancy hearing from Steph Lawrence's boyfriend from all those years ago. Were you in there? Did you drive a motorbike? The only reason I mention that is because there was somebody in her dressing room at the time who had a leather biker's jacket on, and I remember thinking it must be a I don't know why that. I thought that as long ago as last week, actually. And somebody says, I fell asleep in Blood Brothers. Hated it. Well, yeah, but you're a peasant because you come from Plymouth. You don't know what theatre is, do you? Theatre for you is it's behind you. That'll be your idea of theatre. Anything more sophisticated than that, and you're completely screwed. And Steve, I'm 99% sure Blood Brothers started at the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch. I don't know. I only saw it when it hit the West End. I only saw it. It might have done. Lots of things started at the Queen's Theatre, and yeah, I mean I know that it closed in November 2012. It ran for more than 27 years in the West End. So there might have been a touring version out at the Queen's. I really don't know, actually. I couldn't tell you about that. And the wedding was the turning point when Meghan realised she'd rather be living in La La Land with her prince, says Roger. 32 million that pile of garbage cost us. Really, we want it back. If they're going to go and live in America, you can't take all the, thank you very much indeed, backhander here, and all the rest of it. I think she was probably thinking, oh, I'm very popular. Unfortunately, listen, they live in America. Let them sue. Mind you, she has a propensity for that. I mean, she's still not happy with Piers Morgan calling her a liar. But some of the things she said were untruths. They were blatantly untruths. Perhaps she doesn't understand. Jackie in North Watford says, I tweeted Nicki Minaj that the COVID virus can cause erectile dysfunction. Is that going to be a good idea or a bad idea? Is that what she said? She said that. She said that, I think. Whatever it is, she doesn't know. She's a rapper. She doesn't know anything about, the vaccine. She doesn't know anything about it at all. I'm secretly hoping that she has actually had the vaccines. I'm going to be getting my third one very, very shortly. Very shortly. David says you can tell in Minaj's voice that her fragile ego was hurt by Boris saying he didn't know who she was. Nobody over here knows who she is. Nobody cares, really. Nobody cares. And Steve, people who spread rubbish about vaccines are dangerous, says Sarah. I'm 36 and fully vaccinated. I caught COVID-19. It was hell. It just attacks your chest. I'm so grateful to be vaccinated because I know I would have been in hospital without being vaccinated. I then caught a post-COVID-19 chest infection after weeks and weeks. I'm still not myself. Yes, I have an assistant producer who went down for 11 weeks with it. 11 weeks. And he said to me, I wasn't sure I was going to pull through it. So when I see people getting on the he was in his 20s. He's in his 20s. He nearly died in his 20s. And he's fit, he told me to say. So that was it. He had 11 weeks he had it. And you think I'm very good. Mask on, all over the place. If I sit on the bus, mask on. Got to. What else we got? There's a bus driver, Charmaine Major, who gives a thumbs up. She's sort of pictured leaning out of a bus window with a thumbs up because apparently passengers don't think she can do the job. She's in Leeds. I don't believe a word of it, darling. I really don't believe a word. We've had women driving buses for about the past 30 or 40 years. Round our way, we've got loads of women driving buses, and I've never heard of anybody saying, I don't think you're capable of driving a bus. I think it's a made-up story, I think, to try and, get yourself a little bit of publicity. Because who in their right mind would ever say, it was whenever it was, 74, June 74, the first woman to drive a London bus licensed to carry passengers, Jill Viner, her name is. She died in 96. And so for somebody in Leeds to go, I don't think you're able to drive a bus or anything like that, is the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever read. Seriously. She looked lovely, didn't she? Looked lovely. She looked very, very happy. Very smart in her uniform, which is good. I like that idea. And they've got a photograph here. She stands in front of a DMS-type bus, DMS 1626. So she was London's first woman bus driver in 1974. Good for you! I quite like to drive a bus, but I know I'd be useless at it. Ding, 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 ding. I wouldn't let anybody on. I'd drive straight past the bus stops. No, I don't like the look of any of you. And if somebody got on without the mask on, no, sorry, you need a mask on for this bus. I don't have to wear a mask. Well, you have to wear something, but you're not getting on the bus otherwise, okay? Simple as that. They were doing tickets on the train yesterday, the first time in about 6 months. Where the bloke goes, tickets, passes, and all that kind of stuff. It's amazing how many people are trying to fiddle things, isn't it? I was quite surprised, actually. Quite surprised. And Steve, do you remember taking a group of LBC listeners, says Jill, to see Blood Brothers many years ago? We meant to meet the cast. It was a lovely evening. We used to have the Steve Allen Theatre evenings, and we would take people. We would sell tickets. Sometimes we'd take 20, 30, 40 people. And at the end of the show, whichever show it happened to be, we'd all have a glass of wine and meet in the theatre bar. So that was a nice thing. And then the stars of the show would come and have a chat. Is Blood Brothers on DVD, says Shane? That I can't tell you. The producer will hunt it out, and if it is, you must definitely get it. You must definitely no, not the musical, but we do have the CD. The CD of the music is available, and you should get that because that's lovely. Really is nice. We like stuff like that. 20 ways money-savvy Brits are saving their pennies, and Princess Margaret's bracelet sells for £320,000. Wow, which is a lot, isn't it? And how toxic of Gary Lineker, says one of the columnists today in the paper, to use tennis ace Emma for his own ends, talking about the fact she's, she was born in Canada, but for goodness sake, she's British. All right, she's British. Leave her alone. Stop sort of picking on for your lefty mates. We don't want anything like that. I've got a beach hut for sale. I know how many of you love a beach hut. This one you can't drive to. You can't even park the car behind it, which is which is probably a good idea. But it's all kitted out like a real naff sort of place, and it's got a little cooker in it, and it's got gas and everything else, which is nice. Henry says Ian Payne ate all of the almond biscuits this morning. Did he eat them yesterday? That is outrageous. That is typical Ian Payne. That's why he's the size he is. Have you seen him? Seriously. I wanted to say to him, are you pregnant? Because I've never seen anybody carrying that much weight. Well, apart from James O'Brien. And but he doesn't. I've never seen him eat biscuits. Does he eat anything, James O'Brien? I've never seen him eat. Some people you see eating in the office. But, they were particularly good almond biscuits. They actually tasted of almonds, which makes a change, because sometimes you have to try and work out what the sort of the flavour of the biscuit is. And I didn't get all the right stuff yesterday. I don't know what I was doing yesterday. Oh, because it tipped down so much, I didn't want to get wet. Decided, my looks are far too precious. I don't want my hair ruined. I don't want to go frizzy. Thank you very much indeed.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Nice. I saw Blood Brothers with Carl Wayne, who was the narrator, and I've seen it 4 more times. Oh, it's fantastic. This is the story of the Johnson twins, as like each other as 2 new pins. And as I say, we didn't know what we were watching, but the band were on stage with them. They were up above on a sort of like a gantry. You could see them, but the songs were great. Really, really good. I've got it in Chinese as well. Chinese for Blood Brothers. I started a thing years and years ago of buying musicals in the West End in different languages. So I've got Phantom of the Opera in Chinese, which sounds quite bizarre. I've got Les Miserables in Chinese as well, and the poster that goes with it. It was very good, actually. Yeah, exactly the same melodies. Yeah, sometimes the words don't quite fit, and so they sort of jump. Oh yeah, you know all the right songs. Even to Do You Hear the People Sing? It's like when you hear ABBA songs in Swedish. Do they do them in Swedish? No. Do they really? And Spanish. Is there a CD of all the ABBA hits in Swedish? Well, I'd buy that. Dum 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 dum. Wonder what Mamma Mia comes out as. It's Swedish. Probably the same. Oh, I tell you, if you can find that, I'll be buying that immediately. That sounds fantastic. ABBA's greatest hits in Swedish. Well, Steve. Here we go. ABBA Swedish language version on YouTube. Waterloo, first place at Eurovision. Oh right, Swedish version of Waterloo. Wonder what that sounds like. Could we hear a little bit? Oh, could we not? Oh right. Oh, I want to hear it. I want to hear that now. Yeah, I'll have to wait till 7 o'clock. I don't think I'll wait till 7. It's not going to rain, is it, today? I don't think so. I seem to remember when we looked at the weather forecast yesterday, it seemed to be pretty okay. But by God, I tell you, it flooded everywhere. Here we go. Thick cloud and light winds. 21 degrees today with a gentle breeze. Tomorrow is cloudy with a bit of sunshine. 22, cloudy on Friday. Saturday, cloudy with rain. Oh, dear. I'm taking my friend Corey out on Saturday. Going out to eat. Sunday, 20 degrees, cloudy. Monday, cloudy, 19, 20 degrees on Tuesday. And a bit of sunshine on Wednesday, but cloud as well. It's not very good. So no heat wave. So again, they tell lies. They tell lies to us. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, off radio, Steve. Oh, off radio. And he says, I was working with Cliff and the music for the show Time. Oh, I loved that. I never saw the show, but I love the theatre. The Dominion Theatre is so big. It's vast. It's about 2,200 people. It's absolutely tremendous. Steve, I flew an internal flight in America where the captain and the co-pilot were both women. Really? Oh, I'd have got off straight away. I mean, because they'd be doing their nails and lippy and hair before they land and all that kind of stuff. You'd have to have the window open, wouldn't you? I don't think the percentage of pilots is particularly high of women. I think that, EasyJet's got a number, 3%. Is that it? 3%? That's bad, isn't it? I wonder how many are gay. We're going to do men and women. 97% are gay. Of all pilots. And here we go again. Right. Put your foot down, sister. We're in for a bumpy ride. You can imagine, can't you? So there you go. So pilot and co-pilot. Steve, I saw Blood Brothers during the early noughties when Stefan Dennis from Neighbours starred in it. I loved it, but I think, says Tanuja, it would be an emotional wreck as I've now got 2 sons of my own. That was what, it just blew me away. I saw it so many times, and they put so many people in the show, and I remember thinking, this is just great. It wasn't a big cast. Has it got a list of all the... I don't think there was a film. I don't know why. There's been films of various other little bits and pieces. Put up Blood Brothers so we can see who all the people were in it. But I loved Mickey. Mickey's character was fantastic. I know a good bit of gossip, actually, but I can't tell you what it is. It's one of those things. So Barbara Dixon, Kiki Dee, Stephanie Lawrence, Petula Clark came in 94 because somebody says to me that the show didn't do well, and so they actually brought in Petula Clark, and it became it's been running for 27 years, so they didn't need to bring her in. Mickey, Con O'Neill was the one. I Went to America, and David Cassidy was in it. But Con O'Neill was fantastic, absolutely. And the narrator, who breaks, who throughout the play breaks the fourth wall to help the story progress, also plays the policeman, the milkman, and a judge. Got to work a bit for that one. And the finance man, the catalogue man, and the bus conductor. That's quite a lot to remember, isn't it, really? But having seen Barbara Dixon in it, Kiki Dee, I loved. Stephanie Lawrence was 93. Then Pet Clark, Helen Dallymore, and Lynn Paul, who was in the New Seekers. I'll beg, steal, or borrow. Wah, wah, wah. You remember that song? No, just me again. I'm always facing. The trouble is, when you work on a programme like this, because the cast behind the scenes that you don't hear from, thank God, are very young. Some of them barely out of diapers. Barely out of diapers at all. They've got no idea. You sing a song and they look at you blankly, and you know damn well they have no idea what you're on about. When I go off on one of my little rambles, they sit there looking at me, and you can see them going, he's off again, his tablets have kicked in. And I sort of sit here thinking I'm being very, very entertaining. But of course, if it's with somebody their age, they don't know anything. Seriously, they didn't. And when I was talking about Mr. Whippy the other day, they thought it was some naughty film I'd bought in from Denmark or something. I said, no, it was ice cream. It was ice cream. SOS in Swedish is brilliant. Sadly, they're the only 2 ABBA hits to be recorded in Swedish, says Niall. Oh, right. Well, even so, I'd still like to hear them. I assume they do speak Swedish, don't they? It's just that their English is so... Yeah, but their English is so perfect. You can't imagine, can you? That they can actually sort of lapse back into it again. I've never actually fancied learning Swedish. It wasn't those sort of things. Sarah says, Steve, I studied Blood Brothers for my GCSE English Lit. And we went to see it twice. I've seen it a further 3 times at the Phoenix Theatre. Every time I tried to prepare myself for the gunshot... But it got to me. Sadly, not there anymore. No, it finished years ago. It was always known as Bill Kenwright's pension. ABBA recorded songs in 5 languages. Most of the songs recorded in English. They did 4 songs in Swedish, 3 in German, 1 in French, and 15 in Spanish. I learnt to sing Silent Night in German. We learnt it... What? We learnt it at prep school. And so we'd have been 9, Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht. And we had to learn this thing, and so we all just stand there, little choristers. Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht, da, 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 da. And so it went on. I can't remember any of it now, apart from the first bit. Choir boy Steve. Oh, yeah. Had my little cassock and surplice. Carried the cross. That's what they say in the office. They say, choir boy Steve. They look at me and they go, do you know, could he get his voice any higher? They go, well, you can if you squeeze really tightly. But, I loved being in the choir. I thought it was fantastic. I loved it. It meant that on a Sunday morning you got off from all the schoolwork and everything else, and you had to go up to the church earlier so you could get robed up and everything else. And if I was very lucky, I got to play the bells, because what? Honestly, you try and start a sensible conversation. In the wall of the vestry, there was a box on the wall, and when you opened the doors, there were 10 bits of rope with numbers written above them, and it went up into the belfry, and there were 10 bells up there, so you could what? I should get very cross in a minute. Yeah, and no, you'd pull the bell out. You'd pull the rope out, so bing, bing, and it would play the tune of the carol or hymn or whatever it was, and they would give you the little reading thing. So it was my job to do that in between, cassock and surplice. But of course, you do remember the Steve Allen fateful day in the church where I needed the toilet. That was the fateful day, unfortunately. I haven't told this story for years, but I was only 9, and as the choir, you'd have the congregation. It's only a little church. It's still there. I often sort of laugh and joke with myself that I'm going to be buried there, but it's quite a way away. It's in Chelmsford. It's midway between Chelmsford and Shenfield. And we all walk through the church singing, as they do, all these choirs do, and sometimes you've got a crucifix, sometimes you've got a candle, doesn't matter. And then you line up and you've got all the little boys like us, and then behind us were sort of the bigger boys and the older men. And we used to have to sing. Sometimes the services went on forever and a day. They weren't Catholic, it was just normal C of E. And we did the Te Deum, and we did the hymns, and there'd be the numbers up, and then you'd have to sit down and listen. And I did actually want to go. I don't know why, actually, because, as little boys, you don't really sort of worry about the toilet or anything like that, do you? Because you just sort of... But anyway, I did need a wee. God knows I needed a wee. I was desperate. So I remember saying to the boy next to me, who I think was head chorister, I said, I need to go to toilet. And so he said, right. And so he then looked backwards and said to one of the older men behind, he said, Stephen needs to go for a wee. And so he said, okay. So he came from behind the choir stall, and then you have to sort of bow to the altar, which is automatic. And he said, come with me now. Of course, by that time it was too late. I'd been. And so as we walked away down the aisle of the church, where I was standing was a little puddle, because I'd wet myself, unfortunately. And so when we get all the way to the end, he said, the toilet is just there. I said, I've been. I said, there was a puddle up there. You can imagine the whole congregation in the front were all going, there's a puddle where he was. It's just awful. So I've done it frequently since then, often. Yeah, something, just have a little bit of a change, sitting in the studio and you go, I really need a wee. And then you think, well, what the heck? Listen, that's part of the fun of it. Sit there with a big smile on your face. They don't know. They've got no idea at all. I did do that once. It was a while ago. Unfortunately, it always occurs after you've had a few bevies, doesn't it? And you have a few bevies, and then all of a sudden somebody says, do you need to go to the toilet, as this damp patch is spreading over your trousers. I love it.
You were up at 4, baking pastries at 5, and open at 6. 100th cappuccino by 8, 200th customer by 9, and there's still 12 hours to go. That's why you need a business broadband that works as hard as you do. Introducing Sky Business. With 4G internet backup and our stay connected guarantee, that's better business. To find out more, visit skybusiness.com. Sky Fibre only, 30-second 4G activation or one-off credit. New customers, Pro Plus packs only. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Oh, dear, look, honestly, I love it. Don't you love it when things fall out of the newspapers? And I've got 3 editions here. And it's sort of buying your pants and your socks and everything else, mail order. And I have to be honest, we're all doing mail order now. I mean, very rarely do I go out to a shop and actually buy something. If I'm going to go, I'll go to Kew Village. It's a retail park, and they've got a very big Marks and Spencer's, and I can have a wander through and buy bits and pieces. Or I'll nip into Kingston and go to Marks and Spencer's there for sort of pants and things and other things. Yeah. And but then, of course, I'm not sure what to buy. I've got loads of winter coats, but I guarantee every year I'll see another one I like and I buy it. And you think to yourself, it's only for about a couple of months, isn't it, that you wear a winter coat? The one I had last year had a furry hood as well. I looked like, it was sort of like camel hair. I looked a bit like Little Bo Peep. And it was the fact I had 3 sheep following me behind everywhere. And I quite liked it, actually, but I'm not very good with it. I like to know where I am. And if you've got a hood on, you can't see what's coming from behind you. and you like to check, because I don't want to bump into people. I'm not very good at things like that. And oh, that's a nice. Oh, I like that new fur coat. It's it's a real fur coat. Oh, I don't think I want that. I don't want a real fur coat. No, I remember somebody. We were walking past the stage door to Miss Saigon at Theatre Royal Drury Lane, and some of the cast were going in. I knew who they were because you could spot them, and a woman came towards them wearing a fur coat. And as they got level with some of the cast from Miss Saigon, one of the blokes in the Miss Saigon company went, "Ugh, dead animal." Well, of course, this woman obviously didn't speak English or understand at all about it, because fur just went out of fashion. All of a sudden, people having paint thrown over them. In Twickenham, we used to have a fur shop, and then there was an advert that appeared in Country Life up until about a year ago, where they would take fur and turn it into something else. So in other words, you couldn't wear a fur coat, and yet you go to Russia, you go to Vienna, you go to Stockholm, you go to any of the Norway, places like that. They wear real fur coats. They just do. I don't think you'll find people in Russia, anybody poor or rich, who doesn't possess a fur coat. My mother used to have a fur stole. Didn't have an actual fur coat, but lots of people. I remember the one dolphin, a dolphin coat. Oh right. Oh yes, related to the dolphins. So I don't like things like that. My mother it wasn't my mother, it was somebody here, showed me a picture of somebody wearing a hamster coat. It was made up of something like 40 or 50 hamsters, and they were sort of all sewn together. And I remember looking at it, because we had hamsters, as you know, and I remember thinking, why would you ever want to wear that? I couldn't, and mink and stuff like that, and it was just too ghastly for words. But no, you go to Russia, you'll find in the winter people wearing fur coats all the time. Italy's bad news, because you get little gangs of boys on motorcycles who'll rip them off your back. Literally. Oh yeah, they'll rip handbags off you and everything else. You try being dragged along the road by two little urchins, trying to nick your handbag. It's ridiculous. This poppy intrigues me. It's a World War I poppy picked by the brother of a fallen British soldier over 100 years ago, expected to fetch thousands at auction. The flower, described as a poignant symbol of brotherly love, was plucked by Christopher Lester in memory of sibling Private James Henry Lester. He died in France in 1916 when he was 21. They died young. It could fetch up to £3,000 when it goes under the hammer, and it's actually been sort of signed, I think, by Christopher Lester. It looks like it. The following certificate must be signed by the writer. I certify on my honour that the contents of this envelope referred to nothing but private and family matters. Amazing, isn't it, really? And there is a picture of it. I think that's quite sweet, actually. There. See, I could never get rid of something like that. I could never get rid of it. It also includes a death plaque and certificate in wooden frames, a framed picture of James, a trench art stand in the form of a heart made from brass and copper, a locket with pictures of James and Christopher, letters, books, boots, a satchel and a hand-carved cross. All of the items belong to the brothers. Who's selling it? I mean, look at the age of them. They were so young. I think James Lester was driving an unnamed officer to an event in France, aged just 21, when they were hit by a long-range shell. The officer was killed instantly, and James died of his injuries 2 hours later. Soon after, his brother, Christopher, a fellow serving soldier, went to the spot where James was hit by the shell and picked a poppy and some other flowers. Isn't that awful? But who would sell... See, that would be family history. I'd never get rid of family history. It's like you sort of die, and somebody looks at all your photo albums, everything else, and go, I'm not of any use to anybody. You'd think that people would pass them on, because that's your family history. People are so keen to find out. If I owned that, I wouldn't have let that out of my sight. Perhaps there's nobody left, which is even sadder. But I mean, for the sake of £3,000, which they say it could fetch, it's not a lot of money, is it? Mind you, big family. Blimey, is that the family? Go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 children. Those were the days. In and out of bed. Here's another one. Nowadays, you find an average family is 2, because that's all people can afford to bring up. If you had families of 7, that's a lot of kids. I mean, a lot of people wearing hand-me-downs in that. Luckily we didn't have to put up with things like that. But my mother told me that because she was nearly sort of the youngest in the family, she got hand-me-downs. In her shoes, she had to have newspaper put in there because they weren't her size shoes. They were too big. But if she put newspaper in, and she would go to school with newspaper in shoe, people did all sorts of things in those days because they didn't have the money. Nowadays people seem to have, loads of money for all sorts of disposable. They actually look as though they might have had a bit of money. In fact, they're all good looking, aren't they? All the girls have got dollies, and the boys are sort of wearing their sort of knickerbockers and their boots and everything else, and their hair's been brushed. You can imagine, can't you? Brush your hair. And the mother's got one of those severe hairstyles, which looks like she's wearing. It looks like it's a toupee. But no, how lovely. That was in 1906. They come from Staffordshire. Alf Jr., Alf Pop Lester, John, Mary, Ellen, middle row, James Henry seated. Oh, right, that's James Henry. Christopher John seated. Edith standing. In the front row, Isabel, Mary and Annie holding dolls. How lovely to have a big family like that. But the boys died very young. That must have been such a blow to the parents. Such a blow, but more food for everybody else on the table. That's the way it was, wasn't it, really? Because people didn't... I mean, they looked, as you say, about what? As if they were sort of quite middle class. So I shouldn't imagine they had to worry too much about the bread. Did you ever see that programme, The Victorian Kitchen? And it was presided over by this woman who and all the boys working in the field and all the rest of it. And they dressed as they would have done. And they were showing you how they survived. Everybody made everything. Now you'd be making stuff for Christmas so that you could put it away. And then people had things for Christmas. Whereas all I'm advising people to do is if you see toys for the Christmas that the kids want, and you can see them now, buy them now. Because by Christmas, there's a very good chance they won't be around. And the light-up... I still haven't found the light-up chocolate boxes. I'm going to have to go out again today, aren't I? At least it's not going to rain, I suppose. That's something to be grateful for. Russ says, I loved your pant-wetting stories. You've had me in stitches. The worst thing was... If you wet yourself as a little person, and this applies to boys and girls, you then had to suffer with wet pants, which was really a bit... You wanted to go and take them off and sort of, but then you didn't have anything else to put on. So you had to kind of suffer it. Then you sat down, which was even worse. Steve, who's the lady who did the tours around London? Diane Burstein. You can find her on the internet. She's a Blue Badge guide. And she still does her tours, and every so often she'll write to me going, thank you for mentioning me again, because a lot of LBC listeners went on the tours around London. So you just put in Diane Burstein, official guides to the City of London, and she came guiding in the early 90s. Best decision she ever made. She loves it. She's a Jewish Londoner. She can do all sorts of tours, and very good they are too. And the good thing is, not only do you learn about the history of the place where you live, but you also get some good exercise. And sometimes they stop off in pubs. God forbid. Shane says, I always laugh when you say, what? To the boys. Well, you have to, because sometimes I'll say something which I think is being quite serious, and they're sitting and they're smiling and laughing at me. You can imagine how hurt I get some of the time. Are you laughing with me? Yeah, but I wasn't laughing with me. I was being quite sort of sad about the whole thing, and you would just laugh, especially if they haven't heard of it. They look at me in sort of such disinterest. Can you find that? No, it isn't on there, Steve. Another one of your fantastic imaginary, I mean, I'm quite convinced that in another life, I probably had a very great friend who was an elephant, who sort of just used material. What? Stop it. Honestly, I was in such a good mood when I started this morning. It's rapidly tailing off. Thank goodness we've done an hour already. So Amber Gill says, winning the show, Love Island, has ruined her dating life. Well, you can't have it all, dear. You either have a career or you have a dating life, okay? Try not to have the both, because it hasn't worked for anybody else. Very rarely, unless they don't have any talent, in which case it's completely different. Steve, we had to learn Silent Night in German too at school. We did in Scotland. We didn't even do German. It baffles me to this day. Yes, what we did, Russell, we had German, French and Latin. Although, to be honest with you, the only reason for learning Latin was if you wanted to be a botanist or a chemist. That was the only time you're hardly going to bring up a sort of, how are you today in Latin? So we got as far as a moa massamat to mamas and matis amant. And that was it. But we had to learn French and we had to learn German. I think I was better at French, actually, but strangely, in sort of adult life, laughingly, I'm better at German.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Wednesday, the 15th of September, and it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you until 7, Monday through Friday. Trying to walk the dog, says Mario, listening to Steve's wetting himself story. I can't walk for laughing and in danger of doing the same. I love that. Whenever ladies go, I laughed so much I wet myself. Do you think it's obviously quite prevalent? Quite prevalent. Great show, says David in Sunderland. Just got some more DVDs. I got 3 this morning. I got the ones that I'd ordered. So I got The Man Who Invented Christmas, which was based on Charles Dickens. And then I got the Die Hard. I got the a Carry On Christmas special, which is, I think, has got 3 films on it, and something else. Can't remember what it was. They all arrived yesterday, which was lovely. So I picked them all up this morning. Lovely. Little Julie says, "Oh, I hope you're well, Steve. Had a bereavement recently in the family. Do you know, this must be the worst couple of weeks in living memory. I've never known so many bereavements. Literally, it's terrible. But so I've been dealing with that. Yeah, I mean, it's really been very difficult. People that I know have lost people as well. So hello to the original Spikers and to Halinka. So it's always awful. But I've discovered as you get older, you do tend to lose people that you know. And the amount of people who've done, and also young. Some of them are so young, and you think to yourself, it must be absolutely terrible. Steve, my mother was only a child during the war, but remember sirens going off and having to go into the Anderson shelter in the backyard. My grandfather's braces were caught on a holly bush and snapped back on him. He pushed my mother forward and said, "You go on, love, they've got me." Anderson shelters. You remember Anderson shelter? No, no point. There's no good asking them anything. You remember them. Sometimes you still find some shelters. Yeah, in people, well, the whole of Clapham Common is a huge shelter. You go underneath Clapham Common, there are a few doors there. They store cars there now. It's huge. It's absolutely, it covers most of the common. Most of the common. I think you'll probably find photographs of it online. And it was the shelters during the war. Yeah, they are. Look at them. Absolutely amazing. There's also one in Tottenham Court Road, which has been let out to offices, I believe. And some people have got them around Richmond. There's quite a few in people's gardens. People have got them, yeah, big. Belsize Park, Camden Town, Googe Street, Stockwell. They're all over the place, aren't they? And these sort of drums lead down to a series of tunnels dug as shelters. And so, you know, in the event of everybody ran for the shelters and people stayed down there. I mean, the intention was to extend them after the war and build a high-speed version of the Northern Line. That, alas, never happened. But you can visit special hidden London tours organised by Transport for London. You should do it. You should do it. I mean, especially if you're a person who lives and works in the capital, even if you live just a bit outside, learn a bit more about the capital itself. There's all sorts of great things to see here. I mean, apart from the fact you've got great radio stations like LBC, you know, you can then go off and and learn a bit of history. And then it impresses other people who say, "Oh, do you know anything about that?" You go, "Oh, tell you all about that. Tell you all about that." Yeah. And all the beds are still there. I mean, many of the original bunk beds are still in place. 8,000 shelterers could be squeezed into the triple banks. 8,000. And they've still got relics from 70 years ago. One chamber's got the base of a food bar, while behind stands a fuse box marked buffet. And they've still got the original toilets in there and things like that. And they've got the stairs that lead down. I mean, it's quite good. And they also had, the Ministry of Labour had a national service office down there. And people, you know, because it was safe, it was underground. Many of the passengers from the Empire Windrush, the first post-war ship to bring large groups of immigrants from the West Indies, slept there in 1948 while seeking accommodation elsewhere. Many eventually settled in nearby Brixton, the site of the nearest labour exchange, thereby beginning the area's association with Caribbean culture. Did you know that? No. I didn't know it either till I've just read it. And I was wondering how Brixton sort of became that. And it's because that was the site of the nearest labour exchange. on Clapham Common. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. And Steve. Somebody else says, people sort of learning Silent Night in German. I don't know why we had to learn it in German. I can't remember. Me and the missus off to Cyprus on Saturday, says Lee. Can't wait. Temperatures around 30 degrees. Oh, no. Laurie Lee, not good. And Roger says, I'm sure our Wayne can verify there's quite a few women pilots at BA. Yes, I should imagine there are, actually. I should imagine there are. I see no reason why there shouldn't be. But it's only totals 3% worldwide. Not many, is it, really? I mean, not many in Afghanistan, I shouldn't think. Can you imagine the Taliban approving of women actually having a job? Good Lord above. That would really spoil everything for them, wouldn't it, really, as they bring themselves into the modern era. A gold sculpture of famous legend Pele's famous left foot could be yours. It's gold-plated. It's expected to fetch up to £5,000. The stuff that's being sold at auction now. It's amazing, isn't it, really? Richard Madeley has been slammed. Poor old Richard, honestly. Why have they slammed him? I'll tell you why. They say insensitive comments hailing a low death rate for the double-jabbed. Why would he be slammed for that? What he said was, it was good news that only 59 vaccinated people had died this year. And then Susanna Reid said, well, that many deaths is never good news. And one viewer tweeted, those 59 are people with families. Yes, but compared to how many thousands of people we've lost, 59 is good news, whether you like it or not. That's good news. It's getting better. It needs to head in that direction. So he was absolutely right. You get stupid people, the trollers. Over 1,500 a day at the peak. And 59, he was absolutely right. Absolutely on the money with that one. Yeah, it's sad that somebody dies, but it's sad, people get run over. I should imagine there was more than 59 people got run over or died of cancer the other day. Nobody ever mentions them, do they? Nearly 1 in 10 people have had... Oh, I can't read that. That's far too rude. I can't read that. Not on an early breakfast show. Apparently, doing exercise alone means you get a bit fruity. Well, I've never heard... The producer had the audacity to ask me. He said, have you ever been excited when you've been doing exercise? I don't think so, unless I've got a bacon butty in one hand and a packet of chips in the other. Definitely not. Abdominal exercises like sit-ups or lifting weights and climbing a rope or a pole. How many people climb a rope? I ask you. Come on. Oh, look, I tell you what, it's 5:10. Let's go and climb a rope. No, I don't think so. But apparently, that's the biggest trigger for fellas. And it was abdominal exercises, cycling or running for women. Well, I've never heard of such a thing. I wonder why there were so many young people going to all the gyms around my area. Because it occurs when you're about 17. I've never heard of anything like it. But obviously, by the time you get to my age, you're well past it, so there's no point, is there? I wonder why people were sort of cramming into gymnasiums, wearing all this sort of tight lycra and stuff like that. All very, and doing sit-ups. Perhaps we should do sit-ups in the travel or something like that. I did see somebody do that once. I got on a train ages ago. Somebody got on with a bicycle. She put it down and she took up 4 seats. Another one of those selfish people. And then she started doing exercises on the floor at Waterloo. Seriously, she sort of spread her legs and started doing these sort of sit-ups and leaning forward. And I'm looking at her thinking, are you mad? I've never seen anything like people had to step over her to go round. But it's the people with the bicycles. I don't see them so often now on the trains. The people who are very selfish and take their bicycles on the trains, thus taking up seats where people could be sitting. Not allowed in pig... Psh, have you ever seen anybody thrown off a train? I haven't. I've seen the guard come along and not say a blooming word. I see the same person every morning, bringing his stupid bicycle on. I don't mind if it's a folding Brompton, something like that, or any one of the other brands which are available. But, it's when somebody puts a whole thing up there and then they also sit on the seat. I always think we should strap them to the roof of the train, make it marginally more entertaining for the rest of us. Steve, I was a station officer at Clapham Fire Station for many years, been down the deep shelters many times, says Pete. Still had the beds there last time, amazing. It's something you have to go and see. Because that's, it's like, I suppose if you lived in Egypt, you'd be going out to the pyramids every day, wouldn't you? You'd be going down there and having a good look around, seeing if they've left any food on the hob or something, perhaps some soup. But no, I agree with that. I like to know about areas. I've been to the Twickenham Museum, and I know bits about Twickenham, so if somebody comes down there, I can tell them all about Twickenham. And you should do things like that. Circus today, for me, no, because they don't have a matinee. They've got a 5 p.m. show today. Because I remember checking yesterday. I did go up there and look as the rain was tipping down. I took the bus up there and I sort of looked, and they had the tent up, but the side walls were not up, and they were preparing inside the tent. There's a motorcycle ball. It's one of those big metal balls, and they put a motorcycle inside and they go round, that kind of thing. I can't do that. I get dizzy looking at it. And they were setting everything else up. And so what I might do is go, I think I said I might go on Thursday or Friday, because I think they've got an 11 o'clock show in the morning. So it'll just be me and loads of very little children going, ah! Very, very noisy. But I don't mind that. I did Silent Night, Steve, in sign language, says Anne, in Torquay. Learning, hearing people, learning to communicate with deaf people, forming a singing choir. It was a lovely experience. Yeah, I'd love to do signing. I'd love to do that. We went to Gandhi's Circus last Sunday in Nottingham. Most amazing show ever, said Steve. Yeah, there's another one that comes up. So the one that we've got is Zippo's Circus, which is lovely. It's all the wagons that go with it and how long it... So they set it all up for 4 days and they take it all down, go somewhere else and set it all up again. They must be exhausted at the end of it. But there's another one, Gifford's Circus. Is it unusually busy? Usually, but yeah. I mean, there's loads of kids around Twickenham and things like that, and Richmond, and parents like to take the kids to a circus because it might be their first experience. Sometimes they've had horses. They've had Mary Chipfield on horses. We had Mr. Barrett, who was the ringmaster with his budgie act. Last time I went to see it, they had a pussycat act. And I've seen a dog act, dogs playing football and stuff like that. But Mary Chipfield with her horses was quite good. And I think we might have had camels at one point. I'm pretty certain. I think we had camels with the circus. But you don't see those sort of things very often. You really don't. I mean, the lions and the tigers, you get in all the European circuses. It's big over there, very, very big. But not here. Not here. I don't think. Although, actually, I think little lions and tigers are quite cute and cuddly, aren't they? I mean, I wouldn't want one myself. Oh, look, members of the Taliban. You can tell that. No sense of fashion. No sense of fashion apart from growing a big bushy beard and appealing to other men.
Oh, that looks good.
It's new, off the Subway series menu.
But you said menus are for yes men.
Well, I'd normally create my own, but this is a masterpiece.
Right.
Every now and then, two tasty foods combine to become even more delicious. Pizza, hot melted cheese sandwich, it defies labels.
If it defies labels, how am I meant to order one?
Oh, just ask for a Pizzaiola submelt.
That makes sense.
Try the irresistibly cheesy range of hot press submelt, part of the new series menu. There's now 2 ways to Subway.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. I hope you're well. You know what Britons are being urged to do now? You won't believe this one. I thought it wouldn't take long. They're being urged to freeze their Christmas dinner to avoid being caught out by the shortages. So, in other words, going out, apparently, due to the shortage of HGV drivers, there's going to be a scramble for traditional treats. So buy them and freeze them. So you can go into Iceland now and buy little sausages in bacon and stuff like that. Those you could freeze and then take them out for Christmas Day. There's not going to be. They were trying to put a rumour about there's going to be a shortage of turkeys, and I thought, why would there be? Why would there be? But of course, if there aren't any lorry drivers to drive them, but I think that's different lorry drivers. The lorry drivers who are bringing the turkeys in, mainly the turkeys are. You do get fresh turkeys, but most of them are frozen, aren't they? I think. We always have. What do we always have? There's a name for it. I can't remember. It's not like a whole turkey. Turkey crown we have, and that's quite nice. And then that just comes in its metal tin. You just shove it in the oven. Taking out the giblets first, which I think might have been taken out already. And then you don't have to sort of worry about anything else. I mean, there won't be any shortage of vegetables. You'll be able to get loads of sprouts. Loads of sprouts. Have I ever cooked Christmas dinner? Do I look like I've ever cooked Christmas dinner? Of course I haven't. I have people what do. I couldn't cook a Christmas dinner. I couldn't coordinate it all. It would drive me mad. Because you've got to be... Unless you've got loads and loads of ovens at home, if you've got 2 or 3 ovens, in which case you can have different things coming on at different times. So I've never cooked Christmas dinner. I've eaten loads. I mean, normally I'm on air on Christmas Day and Boxing Day. So I'll have had a Christmas lunch at Joe Allen's. I'll have had Christmas lunch at my brother's and his wife Marion. And I'll have had Christmas Day another Christmas lunch with my godchildren. So I like my Christmas dinners. Sarah says, I'm 54 and I've never been to a circus due to my fear of clowns. But not all circuses have clowns, Sarah. They have what they call the modern day clowns, which are the stand-up, fall-down, bucket of water kind of thing, but not the sort of clowns that you would have seen in the old films. You don't see that anymore. You do see them at certain places, but mainly Pennywise. Oh, that's that scary clown, isn't it? I don't like that. Excuse me. Do you remember I was telling you a short while ago, what's the most dangerous animal on Earth? And apparently it's a hippopotamus. And they've got a picture of a hippopotamus which was heading for these people. They're trying to take pictures of it in Botswana, in the Chobe River, in a very small boat, and the beast then targeted the boat. The beast, well, they're huge. Have you ever seen them? They eat like loads, mainly people in boats. And luckily they were able to speed ahead of it. But these things run along the bottom of the river. Frighten the life out of me. Exotic pets plea. Pet laws need an overhaul, say the Born Free Foundation and the RSPCA, because lots of people have got iguanas, amphibians and invertebrates. I don't like any of things like that. Look at the size of that hippopotamus. Look at it. Honestly, that is just absolute. Look at the teeth on it. I mean, I don't know what they eat. What do they eat? They eat, I don't know. What do they eat? So we're now trying to find out he can't spell hippopotamus. Just put what do hippos eat? Oh look, there's a hippo eating mainly leaves and roots of forest plants. So they are vegetarian. Do they ever eat meat? I should imagine they probably would if they could get hold of a crocodile and make it snappy. They have been known to eat their fair share of meat, and the only meat that they would come into contact with is sort of carrion, I suppose. There are other reports on meat eating. The hippo's stomach anatomy is not compatible with carnivorous and eating meat, most likely due to unhealthy behaviour or nutritional stress. They're still very scary. Still very, very scary. They reckon they kill 500 people a year in Africa. They can crush a human to death with their weight ranging anywhere from 3,000 to 9,000 pounds. So it just falls on you, basically, and sort of squashes the life out of you, and then can be known to just sort of attack you. Not nice, is it, really? Steve, I've already bought last week my little sausages and pancetta to make piggies in blankets on Christmas Day. They're in the freezer, says Britt. Ready to go. I hate people stockpiling, but I'm definitely determined to have a Christmas this year. Hopefully we have you on Christmas morning. I don't know. I mean, I don't think we haven't got as far as working out the Christmas rota yet. Soon. It'll be arriving soon, yeah. And so, I mean, I've done it for a long, long time. Normally sort of Christmas Day and Boxing Day. But as I say, who knows? What day does it fall on? Oh, it's a Saturday. Oh, I might not, you see, because it's a Saturday. I don't know. We'll have to wait. So Boxing Day is the Sunday. Ah, right. Perhaps I'll be given a rest. Yeah, Andrew Castle might want to come in, mightn't he? He must be delighted when he was talking about the tennis the other weekend for his breakfast show. He couldn't have sounded more deliriously happy if he'd tried. Dawn Neeson talking today about amazing all the folk hijacking Emma's stunning success in the US Open to have a go at all the racist Brits who hate immigrants. But for those at the back, no one has a problem with legal and managed immigration. Sensible people, she says, are wary of uncontrolled, unmonitored, paperless, fit young men fleeing war-torn France in dinghies. She also talks about long suspected the only science anyone in charge of the COVID mess has been following is the one designed to protect their jobs and very healthy pay packets. More accurate to describe it as follow the funding. And an expert has worked out the average British family will pay an extra £900 annually in additional taxes, much of it to go into the black hole of the NHS. Good Lord. And talk about the Met Gala, the list of winners, sinners and dogs' dinners. Why were so many of the women wearing little more than 3 strategically placed strings of diamantes? Zoe Kravitz, Kendall Jenner, and Sweetie, and Tayana Taylor. Well, all the blokes were suited and booted, except for poor old Lewis Hamilton, who looked like the last turkey in the shop at Christmas. Looked absolutely ridiculous, poor soul. Do you know 500,000 kidults, which is kid adults, aged 55 and over, still live with their parents? It's a bit like, I suppose, that Ronnie Corbett's Timothy in the 80s sitcom Sorry, which was very good. Expenses include food, clothes, fuel, holidays and even pocket money. Miriam Tierney, from a company which carried out the study, blamed the stay-at-home trend on soaring house prices. It is. It depends where you live in the country, doesn't it? It depends. You know, if you live in some parts of the country, it's cheap. If unfortunately you live in London, it's very, very expensive, and so a lot of people have to rent, and that's terribly expensive. Steve, you were so right, says Roger. Not a climate campaigner in sight in the rain yesterday. Of course not. They don't want to get wet, do they? Bless them. Average UK house price, £266,000. That's the average. All right, so it goes up and down depending on the area that you're in. £266,000. I mean, I remember a friend of mine, he moved into a place in Ealing, and it cost him £500,000. And I remember saying, £500,000? And he went, yeah. And then when I think about it, it's only £500,000. But £500,000. The average London house price is £648,000. There are cheaper, there are more expensive. But even so, £648,000 is the average London house price. Small wonder kids nowadays stay at home till they're 55. Steve, thought about it the other day. Wife and I had dinner at the White Swan on the river down your way in Old Isleworth. Lovely evening, a few rowers on the Thames. Well, you were lucky to get that. I mean, a lot of the time down there by the White Swan, the river has sort of dried up a little bit, and so you're looking at a pile of mud, which is a shame. Steve, I like ABBA, but I prefer the Herres, says Connie. I love their songs, even their Swedish ones, even though I don't understand a word. Well, you do know them. Herres. Jackie says, go meet the orangutans on while I'm listening to you, Steve. They're so funny. Thank you. Bubble and Squeak for Boxing Day. Yeah, it's where you have cold turkey and Bubble and Squeak, you know, the potato with cabbage in it and using up all the bits and pieces. So you mash up your Brussels and your carrots and everything else, put it in with the potato and fry it. And you can have turkey sandwiches and you get the pickle and everything else. It's quite nice, actually. People like that. But I want a Christmas dinner. So if I don't get it, that's it. There's a dreadful outcome, I'm afraid, for people. Paul Merson broke down on Good Morning Britain, reliving his £7 million gambling nightmare. He blew £7 million. He sobbed as host Susanna Reid read an extract from his new memoir. It read, I need to stop. I hate myself when I gamble. Please help me, God. He's not touched cocaine for 27 years and alcohol for 2. He said in lockdown it was scary. My brain was telling me you've saved enough for a deposit for a house, get out of rented accommodation. So he just spiraled out of control. £7 million. So he was into betting, booze and drugs. A lethal combination. So be grateful if you're not into things like that. Of course, it's always the people who've got the money that are the people who waste it. I know no end of footballers who earn a small fortune and who are so bored most of the time, they go gambling. They go gambling or they turn to drink or they have drugs or they spend a lot of money on very expensive cars. What else do we have? Stepstar H missed out on adopting a child because somebody involved was homophobic. So he says. You see, I mean, I'll tell you what really annoys me about these sort of things. Who was homophobic, Chu? Why don't you tell people and call them out? Why don't you call them out? It's no good sort of saying. It's like, you know, Meghan Markle and Harry in their book. Somebody in the royal family was racist. Who was racist in the royal family? Or are you lying? Who was it? You know, go on, say it for what it is. Don't just sort of say, oh, because you might as well have said, oh, somebody believed in sort of aliens on the planet Zog or something like that. You know, if somebody was racist in the royal family, tell us who it is. Don't just sort of put stuff in there because you can't substantiate it at all, which really annoys me. The UK's biggest zoo is building a solar farm in the shape of a lion. Whipsnade is aiming to be carbon net zero by 2035. I like Whipsnade. If you join London Zoo, you get to go to Whipsnade as well because it's owned by London Zoo as well. And apparently over in Tobermory on the Isle of Mull, you know, the Isle of Mull, you know, what's the story in Isle of Mull in Scotland? Absolutely. They've had to close the toilets. Dogging. Seriously. Tourist Pollyanna spotted the notice in Tobermory. When she posted it online, once somebody joked, what level of dogging is considered to be excessive? Because that's what they've said, excessive dogging. Sorry for the inconvenience. On a toilet in well, how many people are going to Tobermory, for God's sake? Honestly. So that's the sign on the toilet, revealed it has been closed because of excessive. And they said nearest toilet, Tobermory Harbour Building. Which will probably be the next one to be closed down. I love it. Oh, in Marks and Spencer's, they're selling a lot of different bits and pieces now to raise money for Macmillan Cancer, and they've got Colin the caterpillar, which is really cute. Really, really cute. They do Little Collins. It's Macmillan's tea morning. And they've got tea bags and coffee and all sorts of things. If you buy certain items, a certain percentage will go to Macmillan Cancer. So, if you're one of those people who does the coffee mornings and you like raising money for Macmillan, then it's a good cause, very good cause. Somebody says, "Oh, I thought about you the other day." No reason, I just thought about you. Thank you. What else have I got a story of this one? There's so many different stories that popped up in the papers. I've definitely got to find the nursery worker showing too much cleavage. Now, obviously, they went, no, look, go and dress yourself properly, and then you can come and work here. And so she said, no. And so she then went to a tribunal, and they went, no, you're not getting anything. Why would you? Honestly, you're working with little children. Not good at all. And shopkeepers, wait for this one. I've never even heard of this one, although the producer thought he had. Urged not to sell baked beans to kids in case they use them to vandalise people's houses. It's apparently some new trend. You see, it's people like that. You want to grab the kids, don't you? And literally just pour baked beans all over them. Pull your shirt out, pour baked beans out. Pull your trousers out, baked beans down. I've never heard of that before. Have you ever heard of that? People putting baked beans over your houses. But they don't, shopkeepers, you imagine a shopkeeper going, I'm sorry, I can't sell you beans. Why? You might want to go and vandalise a house. What can I do about it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
We discovered more on the mysterious vandal who is pouring baked beans through letterboxes and over cars. The baked bean bandit is pouring the popular breakfast snack into letterboxes. Residents in Wonersh say the felon is attacking their properties overnight. And so the police are now searching for this mystery vandal. He's quite somebody with obviously quite a few screws loose, I should imagine. What a waste of baked beans. And then he's poured them over somebody's car, which means that you've got to get out there and clean it off in the morning and all the rest of it. I would have thought out in Wonersh, or is it pronounced Winnersh? Winnersh is different, is it? Okay, I was just thinking Winnersh Triangle and places like that. All you've got to do is put up CCTV. You'll find the person. It'll be somebody who lives locally. Obviously, you're not going to travel to Wonersh. And sort of go there. But they actually put them on swings in roundabouts and everything else. So who is stupid enough? Once they find them, they will be ultimate thickos. Parents arriving at this play park in Swanwick in Hampshire found the beans smeared on the swings and roundabouts. It's called food vandalism. And, it just seems a dreadful waste of food. But, it's a bit of a half-baked idea, yeah, thank you. Good. And... it's a case of why would you want to sort of go and buy a tin of beans and pour them over something? That's why when we catch them, I want to dunk them in a lake of baked beans and then go, oh, what a shame. It's like the people who do the graffiti, the 3-year-olds, who write, my name's so-and-so, whatever it is, and they do their little moniker. They're generally quite a few sandwiches short of a picnic. And you want to literally get them and just cover them in their own paint. And they go, this is my moniker. I was tagged by Steve Allen. Because what would my tag be? Hunky. Straight away they'd know it was me. But at Richmond Station, it's a never-ending job of spraying the paint off the walls, covering it over, and then the little 3-year-olds come out there and spray paint it again. They've all got a screw loose, haven't they? I just saw some people the other day with skateboards. They looked about 25. With skateboards. That's for little children's skateboards. It's not for adults. Oh, dear, honestly. And what was the name of the man famous for singing in Latin? No idea. A man who sang in Latin. There used to be a bloke who used to sing with a tea tray. He used to sing Rawhide, and then he'd bang himself on the head with a tea tray. Did you ever remember? No, just me again. I wish I'd not mentioned it, actually. Makes me sound terribly old. I don't know anything about the orangutans, meet the orangutans. And Lawrence says, never mind all of that. My pigeon, as the whole of London, he chooses to poo only on my balcony. Is he telling you something? Yeah, they cost a fortune in clearing up pigeons in London. That's why they put spikes out for them when we try and run them over. I think they should all be poisoned. We have spikes. Yeah, but what the pigeons have learnt how to do is they've learnt how to dislodge them. Yeah, but I have a way of getting rid of them. I go, shoo, like that, and then aim a water pistol at them. But it's not so much a water pistol, it's a long tube, and you pull the handle out, and it's what they call a super soaker. And they don't like that one. But they now associate the noise of shoo with they're going to get wet. and so they're off out, and they had to sit outside in the rain yesterday. I was hoping they were going to sit out there for a long time. But they didn't. Steve. A lot of people talk about Abbott, and then Steve, I've just had a mince pie. Says Shane. He's in Sydney, and in Woolworths, they had them in the front of the stores. You can't miss them. I don't think we've got mince pies on sale yet. Although, actually, a friend of mine, Paul, he bought some mince pies. I like them with custard. I do like a mince pie heated, and then with a good dollop of custard on the top of it. No, I don't do brandy sauce. I've never liked brandy. Isn't that funny? I semi-like brandy, but I'm not really into the sauce there. If I was having mince pies, I would either put Devon custard on. Devon knows how they make it so creamy. And or then I put squirty cream on, or ice cream. Or just basically all three, and just mash it all in together. You know, that's quite nice, isn't it? I was a messy child. You know, if ever we had rice pudding, I'd put jam in the middle and then stir it in there and then leave it, if it was at school, just so they couldn't hand it out again to somebody else. So, you know, because sometimes they might have done that. We did that with sort of tapioca. You know, frog spawn. Ugh, ghastly. Dreadful. Steve says, well, there used to be a trend of egging cars or houses. Maybe beans are cheaper. Well, I've got no idea. I haven't bought eggs in years. Beans I bought, you can get a 4-pack for £2. But it's obviously done by somebody of limited intelligence. They can't help it. It's not their fault, you know, that they didn't excel at school or do anything else. Bin men and women are being headhunted by HGV firms. Get somebody to drive the blooming lorries. And 5 yobs hurling threats while speeding down the Thames on jet skis. By yobs on jet skis. What sort of person, if you're a yob, can afford a jet ski? They were by Hampton Court Palace. You know, it's. I mean, well, I don't know. The sort of the threat is, you know, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I've never been on a jet ski, but put it this way, they have to get it out of the water at some point. The police just follow them till they run out of petrol, and then you confiscate it from them. You go, yeah, yobbos, no more threatening from you. And that was it. And so this trend, I don't remember the trend of egging cars or houses. I don't remember that. Oh, you mean it was not really a trend, that was for trick or treat, wasn't it? People throwing flour or something, dreadful waste of flour. Didn't get it at all, actually. But now they're doing baked beans. But they will be caught, and then you'll see them, and they'll go into court with a hoodie over their face and their little masks on, because they're frightened, because they're going to get into trouble, and their parents are going to be humiliated and embarrassed, and they'll never better show their faces ever again in the village. Just thought I'd mention that. The Duchess of Cambridge will today meet some military staff and civilians who helped to evacuate desperate Afghans during the Taliban takeover. I saw a thing on YouTube, and it was a bloke, and we've had it in this country, people who turn up for military parades wearing the uniform and all the medals, who turn out to be frauds, people who tell lies. And they confronted one in America. He was pretending to be a major in America, turning up at schools, talking, saying I was this and a Navy SEAL. So the TV company checked with the Pentagon, and they said, we've got no record of this person at all. Nothing. And so they doorstepped him. He was coming back out of somewhere wearing casual clothing, and he went, well, yeah, yes, I was. And they went, no, you weren't. They started off asking a normal question about, you know, what was it like when you were serving as a Navy SEAL? And he was going, oh, it was quite tough, but it was good. And then they said, you weren't ever a Navy SEAL, were you? And he didn't know what, and he tried to sidestep it, but of course the cameras were on him. And then they brought on a proper Navy SEAL whose job it is in America to expose these frauds. How many has he exposed so far? 9,000. 9,000 people have told lies to the public about it. And we had some in this country. We had some marching to the cenotaph, and people saying, who are they? They were going, they're people with a few little things missing in their brains, I'm afraid. It was just clouds wandering through, and they put on the thing, and they dressed up. And somebody says to me here, wait a minute, which was quite a good one. Have you had the Joe Allen email about opening next month? No, it's open now, Patrick. It's open now. God, you're a bit late on that one. Heavens above, I already booked. Have you not booked? It's open now. Joe Allen's is now open, and it opened I think last week. So you don't have to wait. You can wait till next month, but I'm going this week, which is very nice. Not been there for long time. I wonder if my account's still in operation. I might have to check that. But no, I'm booked. I'm booked in. So Joe Allen's is back on again for all those people You made a mistake. It wasn't open last week. It's opened this week, isn't it? Next month, is it? Oh, right. No, opening for a month of previews from the 17th of September. What's the date today? 15th. Yeah, I'm going this week. Well, yes, until the official launch. But yeah, so it's a preview, opening for a month of previews. So what they're doing is basically testing the water. But I'm booked in this week. I'm booked. Oh, my goodness me, look. Oh, it's reopened. Oh, I know who those people are, very much so. Norman is in charge of the bar. Joe Allen lives, which is good news. Very good news. I wonder if Kathy's still there. I do hope so. I'll be very disappointed if she isn't. Very disappointed. So they've got Tim, Lawrence. Wait a minute. Oh, there's Deborah. Stuart. Oh, how fantastic. Oh, I'm in there this week. I'm taking Corey. He's never been. So it'll be previews. So it could be a limited menu or whatever it is. Whatever it is, it's back. And that's all we needed to hear. I told you, there's two things I always wanted. Little Italy open and Joe Allen's. So it'll be Joe Allen's this week, probably Little Italy next week, because the Steve Allen Lunch Club is reforming again with Mr. M and Danny and Jordan, which should be a lot of fun, and Gavin. So it's been a while. But hopefully. The guy who banged his head with the tray was Frankie Lane's Mule Train. Yeah, no, the song was Frankie Lane's Mule Train. What was the name of the bloke who banged his head, though? Bob the Tray appeared at Dan Farson's Waterman's Arms on the Isle of Dogs, says Brian, in Thailand. Apparently Abby says Waitrose, Steve, are selling mince pies already. Well, might have to get some mince pies for tomorrow. It's only 3 months to go, isn't it? It's very quick. And then as fast as they arrive in the shops, they disappear. But most of the ones that you're buying now, the sell-by date will be probably in a few weeks' time. So anyway, whew, how exciting. So anyway, Louise Minchin is leaving breakfast time. Who cares? Does it really make any difference? People don't tune in for a particular person on the television. They're tuning in for a reason. They couldn't care less whether it's a Louise Minchin there or, the biggest spotty dog in the entire world. On radio, people tune in for a particular person. Because if you don't like the sound of somebody's voice or you don't like what they're talking about, you don't have to listen to it. On television, you're a bit stuck. And she's earned a small fortune over the years. And she goes, I want to spend more time with my family. Oh, good. So we won't be bothered with you on any programmes on the television then. So that's good news, isn't it? Baked beans through doors, my word, Steve. If ever I'd done anything like that, my parents would have me metaphorically hung, drawn and quartered. I mean, what sort of families do these people come from? Where they sort of go, oh, it's okay to go and put... It's like the people jet skiing on the... Or jet, whatever they call it, on the Thames. They'll be very easy to find because they'll have to have launched it onto the Thames, unless it's going to disappear into like a James Bond boat, which of course is highly unlikely. So once the police have found them, they just take them away from them. And then they go crying home to their mummies and daddies.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Everybody's now telling me the Tray singer, rawhide, and he banged himself on the head with the tray. You'll find him on YouTube. It's quite funny. He was sort of an oldish man. Bob Blackman was his name. He appeared on Opportunity Knocks. I think he only ever did Mule Train. I don't think he did anything else. Mule Train, yow! And he banged himself on the head with his tray. And he was a turn, as they say. I never worked with him. Roger says, ever been to Oslo Court Restaurant? Of course I have. Honestly, I went there years ago. We loved Oslo Court. We still do, actually. I've not been for ages, obviously, but very good. Bob, a.k.a. Trey Blackman, whose act consisted of bashing a tea tray on his head while singing Mule Train. That was it. It was very funny, very funny. A renewed appeal's been made to flush out the thieves who stole the world's most expensive toilet 2 years ago. This is an 18-carat gold loo nicked from an art exhibition, and it was plumbed into a mansion. 7 people arrested, but nobody's ever been charged. Amazing, isn't it? Renowned art detective Charlie Hill believes at the time of the theft, the convenience would have been melted down and the gold sold off. Yeah, what would you want a gold toilet for? You'd want to melt it down, even though it's not solid gold. But it doesn't matter, really. A school says it's breaking down barriers by providing all its pupils with free uniforms. We used to wear our uniforms. When you'd move school and your mother would take you out to go and get your school uniform. And it was always quite exciting. And she'd buy everything. You know, you'd have the trousers, and you'd have the short trousers, the long trousers. You'd have the socks, and you'd have the games equipment. And then you'd have, you know, a cap. I can remember going to school in a cap and discovering, standing at the bus stop and being on the bus, nobody else had a cap on, and it made you stand out as a new boy. So that was ditched straight away. And I used to have a satchel. And I thought it was a lot easier to tuck it under my arms because I looked a bit ridiculous otherwise. One of my dad's old satchels, he used to have loads of them. A bracelet that Princess Margaret wore in her official 19th birthday photograph sold yesterday for $320,000 after an international bidding war. It's very nice, actually. It's Art Deco, cultured pearl and diamond bracelet in the Cecil Beaton portrait taken at Buckingham Palace. Beaton recalled in his diary being taken aback by Marty. It's on her arm, actually. If you blow that up, you can see it's on her arm. It's sort of like halfway up. Oh, it's frozen. It's about halfway up her arm. He said she was very beautiful and had piercing blue eyes. So there you go. But there you go. That's it. I mean, it's quite nice. I don't think it's worth that much money. But she was in a London nightclub till 5:30. The bracelet in a Cartier case may have been made by the Paris jeweller. It was estimated at 40 grand. But the hammer came down at 320,000 after a fiercely contested bidding battle. With fees, the buyer paid. How much do you think the fees were? So 320, £70,000 worth of fees. Make a lot of money, these auctioneers, don't they? Princess Margaret died, of course, in 2002 at the age of 71. 71. She was party girl. She was party girl. She liked partying. She used to go to Mustique and had parties and all sorts of strange things. Tight sew and sews. Sew and sew. You have to pick up on this one. Sew and sews. Okay. The top 20 ways that money-savvy Brits are saving their pennies. Number 20, selling unwanted items online. My brother phoned me the other day. He said, I'm doing a car boot sale. Have you got anything? I thought, well, I don't know. I'll have a look around, actually. Might have to find different things. Turning leftovers into meals. My mother would always, if she hadn't eaten all of her meal, she would let it go cold and then she'd freeze it. And then she could do it later on and sort of add bits and pieces to it. Ordering groceries online. So I don't do any of these things. Cut your own hair. I did try. It was a total waste of time. Grow your own fruit and veg. Yeah, right. No. Bulk buy items in advance. Not really. I do buy twos of things. If I like a certain thing, I'll buy two of it, but never food. Using cashback websites. No, not me at all. Saving pennies in a jar. Well, I save all my coins in a jug, and then go and empty it out into a machine. Exercising at home. I think not. Yeah, I go to the gym. Buy second-hand or refurbished items. I think not. I think not. I don't want something that somebody else has owned. Thank you very much indeed. Check for buy one, get one free deals. No. It's like somebody going around the supermarket at the end of the day picking up the things that are reduced because they're just past their sell-by. That doesn't interest me. If I see anything with a sticker that says reduced on it, I leave it exactly where it is. I don't want to be sort of, it's like going to the checkout and you've got a sad little meal for one in your basket. No. Buy the family meal and then they think, I've also been buying cat and dog food just so they don't think I don't have pets. Works for me. Turning off all the plugs before leaving the house. I don't think so. Leave them. Everything is on. Switch utility provider. No. I've got friends who do these things. I've got friends who will juggle between one and the other. Shop around for the cheapest utilities provider. I don't think so. Make packed lunches. I don't think so. I've never made a packed lunch in my life. Seriously. Walk or cycle more. No. What for? Use comparison websites. No, not at all. Use a discount voucher. How embarrassing. Do you remember when you used to go into supermarkets and they used to, people used to cut them out of magazines, save £3. But you had to buy the item. So if you wanted to buy the Andrex toilet rolls, there was sort of 30 pence off or whatever it was. And then some of the supermarkets started saying, oh, listen, we'll just take all the vouchers anyway. It didn't have to be for the relevant item. And then, then they always go, do you have a Boots card or a... No, I don't. No. You can save 10% if you spend 50 quid. Wear a jumper instead of turning on the heating. No, we turn on the heating. Always make sure lights are turned off. No, we don't do that at all. We leave them all on, blazing away, all of eternity. I do. I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights on all the time. Yeah, all the time, 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day. I don't care. Even if it's sunny. Yeah, even if it's sunny, I leave the lights on. I can't be bothered to go and turn them off. I think it shortens the life of the bulb. So I have them on all the time. What? I have them on all the time. It's my place. I could do what I like. I'm beginning to sound a little bit eccentric. Yeah. Wear the pants, throw them away. Wear the socks, throw them away. You know, you can hardly go and give them to charity shops, can you? I don't think so. Do you remember Tony Holland, the musical Muscle Man? Dum, 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 dum. And he would stand there and he was all oiled up. And he used to sort of flex his muscles, and he could make his muscles bounce up and down. I never did that, actually. Steve, could you do a car boot sale with all the items in your car boot? Probably could, actually. Probably could. And wonderful here. This is from Karen, who says, I remember being at Joe Allen's many years ago. I'd popped outside for a cigarette. And coming back down the stairs, I heard your familiar voice paying your bill from a recent visit. I asked if you'd come and meet my friends. You did. I introduced you as the wonderful Mr. Allen, and they were very impressed. There you go. They thought I was Joe Allen. This is Mr. Allen. Oh, it's your restaurant. Yes, it's my restaurant. Yes, it's moved now. It's moved. It's not where it was before. It's now part of the Strand Palace Hotel. It's much smaller. Much smaller, and they've had to cut the bar in half, but it doesn't matter because it's still Joe Allen's, and it still had the same people working there for 30 plus years. And Steve cleared out my son's pit of a bedroom after he left home, says Elizabeth. Over £300 in grubby coins in a plastic bag. I changed it up. My reward. Yeah, the one thing you've got to be careful of is notes. Because notes go out of fashion, don't they? When they change the blooming things, you've got to take them in by a certain time, otherwise they're not relevant. And also 50p pieces. They change shape and sign and everything else. I mean, after a year or so, the old notes, that's it. You might as well just sort of set fire to them. Yeah, you can. I'm sure if you go into a bank, they'll be good. Ray says, Mule Train, not very good. Bit of a one-trick pony. Yes, absolutely. I agree. And another one says, I think if you applied yourself, you'd make a fabulous Christmas dinner. No, I have people that do that for me. I'm way past that. Listen, you're listening to obviously now an eccentric, if you please. I'm now an eccentric because I don't do all the things that everybody else does. It's like people recycling. I'm sure if you've got a family of little children and stuff like that, you can all recycle. When you get to my age, I can't be bothered. I just stick it in a rubbish bag and throw it in the bin. It's as simple as that. I'm not messing around with it. I must have no friends left by the end of this week. I can just tell. Oh, look, here's a picture of David Beckham, who's got a cut on his nose and his hair looks a bit funny. I mean, you know, he goes places she doesn't go to. He took his mother, if you please, to these awards the other night. Victoria Beckham didn't even go to the Met Gala, which is, you know, the social place to be seen, and you know how much she loves the publicity. I'm sure she could have taken Harper. She could have dressed up in one of the dreadful outfits that her mother makes. But David looks a bit odd at the moment, but they were all there. Frankie Bridge turned up again. She's turning out not to be very good on loose women. Davina McCall, fabulous as always. Chris Evans and Piers Morgan. And Kate Garraway, Gary Lineker. He'll turn up for the opening of an envelope, but he had to drag his son along, who obviously doesn't get out very often. And Penny and Rod Stewart. I mean, she's looking more like his carer every day, which is good news, isn't it? And Fleur East. Who? Fleur East. Honestly, I love the way we have to try and pretend we know who some of these people are. And a tour de force Cavendish with his wife Petta. Who?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I love this one. Dan says, I've just realised we couldn't be any further apart. You've just read the list of my life as I walk to work. Well, exactly. Well, most people. And then somebody says, Janet, is Steve Allen serious? Leaves 5 lights on all the time. Surely he's joking. Why do you mind your own business? What's it got to do with you? I'm sorry, do you work for the electricity company? Mind your own business. Nothing worse than people interfering beakies. Curtain twitchers, that's what they are. Dreadful people. Steve, I've read that baked beans on the car or the doorstep trick is down to burglars. Is it? I don't know. Whatever it is, it's a waste of baked beans. Wasted baked beans. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, it's that time of year where I message you to have a moan about Christmas stock in the supermarkets. Tesco Barnet is rammed full of tinsel, cards and wrapping paper, and the shelves are emptying fast. Help! Wayne, honestly. You see, I like things like that because it's over too quickly. Because by the time you finish Christmas Day, most of the supermarkets are open again for Boxing Day. This year, not all of them are. And then we go into the January sales. And then it's all finished for another year. And I think for some people, this could be their last Christmas. So I want them to enjoy it for as long as possible. You know, makes it much easier. I mean, this here, Sainsbury's planning to give staff the day off on Boxing Day with plans to close their supermarkets, convenience stores and petrol stations. Argos and Habitat will close on that day. In total, around 170,000 staff will benefit from the time off. Are they going to benefit from a day off? What a stupid thing to say. The staff are going to benefit. I'm sure they'd much rather be earning money, unless, of course, they're being paid while they're off. So the decision's been made in recognition of the extraordinary efforts of colleagues throughout a challenging 18 months since the start of the pandemic. So the move will give scores of employees a longer break. I bet they're not paying them. I bet they're not paying them for it. They say here, other firms include Morrison's and Home Bargains going to shut on Boxing Day this year. So that's all right. I don't mind that. But don't make such a big deal about it by going, oh, you know, we've sort of closed this to help the staff. The staff are going, what, so we've now got to sit at home an extra day, suffering with the sound of blasted music and, you know, some dried up old turkey sandwiches. No, thank you. Yeah, it's my dream day, that is, for me. See, I work Christmas Day, have done for donkey's years. I don't think, actually, in 42 years, I've had many Christmas days off. I don't think so. I mean, I normally, it's traditional for me to work Christmas Day and Boxing Day. I really don't think anything about it. The idea that sort of all these poor people in the suit, I can understand it, you know, but I'm really not sure whether or not that's the way forward. Steve, do you make a shopping list? No, never made my mother would make a shopping list, and then she would get back home having done the shopping list and tick everything off to make sure that she'd got all the right stuff. I've never done a shopping list. I'm an impulse buyer. I see something I want to buy and I go, I'll have that for lunch today. And I might see, you know, I might go, today I'm going to treat myself and have a little trifle or something like that. And that's it. I mean, I don't do a big shop. The other day, I think I just bought a little loaf of bread because I just wanted 2 or 3 pieces of toast. I bought some sliced beef and I just had toast with sliced beef on it. And that sort of kept me going. That was quite nice. And then today, I don't know what I'm going to have today. I haven't quite... Sausages, yeah, probably sausages again. I nearly bought some other sausages the other day. And I remember thinking, I like sausages. Sausages, mashed potato and gravy is something that's really very, very appealing. But no, not beans, no. You put beans with that, do you? Very common. Not my sort of thing. Oh, God, no. So beans, oh, you're the one. Sausage, mash and beans without the gravy. Oh, right, because you use the gravy from the beans. Right. Big sausages, little sausages? Big. Yeah. I had some hot dog sausages the other day, which I grilled. So they actually came out quite nicely, actually. Normally I stick them in hot water, and just leave them to simmer. But this time I actually just put them into a dry pan and grilled them. And they were actually I just sat there sort of dipping them in some Hellmann's mayonnaise. That was actually quite nice. I know. I mean, put it this way, don't ever listen to my dietary plans because it's just rubbish, absolute rubbish. And Roger says they're only giving the staff Boxing Day off because it's a Sunday. Yes, they'd have to pay double money. Oh, you can have the day off because you've worked so hard. Yeah, right. They must think we're real cynics, actually. Steve, doesn't it feel lovely now the autumnal weather is starting, says Lindsay. Not down here, it's not. I mean, I shall know when it's autumnal when they put the Christmas market in. And I could look out of the window and see festive things. That's a nice idea. But, I mean, a light breeze and light cloud and a gentle breeze and 21 degrees doesn't sound autumnal to me. It's always a gentle, every day. I don't think there's a day that we haven't had a gentle breeze, which is lovely. And my favourite time of year until Christmas, says Lindsay. Lots of autumnal and festive days out planned this year, and I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, I mean, I say to people, I know it's an old one, live each day as if it's your last. Do as many things as you can, you know, and then because if you like it today, you can do it again tomorrow. Good morning from the Shetland Islands, says Andy Peters is on the Shetland Islands. He's on the Shetland Islands, and he says, "So comforting to hear you. Fish fingers, beans, and mash. A winner." That's right. He's giving away $1 million, isn't he? I saw him the other day. Do you know? Honestly, he is so young on the television. I can't remember how old Andy is. I'm not going to mention it because it's so rude. Is he 30? Really. He looks amazing. He really does. I mean, I know that he's very fit. He's got a trainer and everything else, but he's up on the Shetland Islands. He must love it up there. But £1 million. They had it in the studio the other day. They showed you what £1 million looked like in a box. And I'm 51. He's never. Is he? Well, he must be taking some monkey glands or something. I've never heard of anything like it. Perhaps he's been Botoxed up to the hilt or something like that. Good grief, honestly. So fish fingers, beans and mash. Actually, you're not wrong, actually. Fish fingers. Or you could substitute the... is that his body? Do you know, it's the first time I've seen a picture of Andy Peters with his shirt off. By Jove, I tell you, you've worked at that, haven't you? Honestly, I feel quite embarrassed now, actually, that my body doesn't look at all like that. But £1 million... Can you imagine? I've always wanted, imagine if you ever sort of won that much on the lottery and then you go into the bank and go, "Can I have £1 million, please? I'll take it with me." See, I mean, I don't know why he's in the Shetland. He's also a lover of McDonald's, says Phil Vickery, who shared me a lovely picture the other day. Thank you very much indeed, Phil. And he said, and there's a picture actually of Phil and Andy Peters as well. But I tell you, Phil, have you ever seen his... We've only just found his body on the internet. It sounds a bit creepy, actually. I wish I'd never told you that. But I tell you, he's got an amazing body. Seriously, an amazing body. Who was that? Was it Pierce Brosnan? Was pictured the other day on the beach or something like that. And I thought he's 68. Very hairy. Very, very hairy. And but Andy Peters' body is, I mean, it's amazing. Seriously amazing. We'll only have to imagine, Phil, about yours. But fish fingers, beans and mash. Or failing that, as we used to have, fish fingers, beans and chips. But I do like mashed potato. But do we go instant mashed potato or do we go pretend, proper mashed potato? Proper mashed potato. It takes so long to do, though, doesn't it? Whereas you can go into Iceland and buy frozen mashed potato. It's very nice, I promise you. But Phil says, "Morning, boss." He says it's all smoke and mirrors. My Corey always calls me boss. He'll always write to me and go, "Yes, boss." And Shane says, "Do you like sausage in between two pieces of bread?" Not really, actually. Not really. No, definitely not. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Jana's back again. She said, "I'm certainly not a curtain twitcher." I think you are. And black pudding. No, we've discussed the black pudding routine before. People write in and say, the black pudding breakfast. This is the one that comes in the tin from Fray Bentos. And I've said to you before, I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. I really would. I couldn't eat black pudding. I don't think any of us around here have eaten black pudding. You've eaten black... Oh, right. Is it Big in Ireland? Oh, right. It's not big round Twickenham way, actually. And sorry, Jana, I'm going to bar you as well this morning. There you go. That's made our day. We're much happier about that. £1.50 is the full English breakfast pie, packed with the fry-up. So it's got sausage and all the other little bits and pieces with it. And... so here we go. It's got tomatoey baked beans, chunks of succulent Cumberland sausage, bacon and black pudding in perfect proportions and encased in signature puff pastry. Not sure. They did try it on Loose Women. I wasn't sure whether it was particularly good or not. So 0609. We'll just get rid of that one straight away. Curtain twitcher. And apparently, Steve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, Saturday and Sunday, will you be working? Well, I don't know, George. I don't know. And Andy Peters says, amazing prize, amazing place. He says, pipe down, Phil Vickery. Isn't it lovely? We can have an argument going with Andy Peters up in the Shetland Islands and Phil Vickery down here. I think that's lovely. Isn't that the unique thing about radio? You can only, without the curtain twitcher, you can only do this on the. You can't do it anywhere else. It only works on the radio. And £1 million. Roger says a few years ago, a multimillionaire was stopped at Heathrow with £1 million in $100 bills. Yes, there's a limit, but I think they're actually it's a competition they're running. They had security in the studio, and they had, was it £10,000 or something like that? They held a pile of £20 notes, and I remember thinking that looks quite nice too. But I remember £1 million. They did it years ago, and Robert Maxwell had £1 million because I think they were doing bingo in the papers and they were giving away £1 million, and he brought it into the studio, this £1 million. But that was a long time ago. Phil Vickery says he's a nightmare. I love it. Joel in Canterbury says, Steve, I've just got in from working a night shift. My mother's got the heating on. Too early? Never too early. No, never too... I mean, put it this way, if you need the heating on, put it on. And older people, and I'm assuming your mother is older, it's just one of those sort of things, actually. And somebody says, what a wasteful person you are. Oh, another curtain twitcher. Honestly, that's 2 we've managed to find. You should be ashamed. Oh, I'm really ashamed. Oh, really ashamed. It winds you up. I love it.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Jim says, Steve, why do sausages have skin? Well, it holds the meat in. That's the whole idea, isn't it, I think, on the sausages. Skin on them is horrible. They're skinless ones, I think. But where? Well, how do they hold the meat in a sausage if it's skinless? What would be the point of that? Andy Peters is giving away £1 million or £10,000 a month for 10 years. Which would you choose? I'd go for the £1 million. I'd go for the £1 million because also you wouldn't know. I mean, can you imagine if you opted for £10,000 a month for 10 years and you drop dead in a year? So definitely go for the £1 million. Mind you, £1 million. When you see what it looks like in a glass case, I was a bit excited actually. Still hoping to win the lottery, you know. I'd make sure that the boys were all right next door. I have no hesitation there. A tenner for you and a 20 quid for you because you're the producer. And that's, don't thank me. Don't thank me. I know what they're like. They get so excited about that. So Andy says, tell Phil Vickery I told him about my love of McDonald's in confidence. Yes, my name's Andy and I love a Big Mac. Actually, I go through phases. I've started adding little bits, to my bacon roll. So the other day I added 2 extra bacon and cheese because I quite like the idea of creating today I might go, it depends what time I get to the station because the trains are running a bit all over the place again. They're not very good to Southgate. They're not very good at all. They have more, going, but it finishes at 7, so I'm all right. Jack, as he said, which I love it actually. So Andy and his £1 million. Cool, how lovely. Imagine if somebody said to you, won £1 million. I get excited if I win 50 quid. I really do. I get very excited about that, and I love every minute of it. I think where did I last win? Last Friday. I ended up with 160 quid. It's rare. It's rare because it's too complicated now to actually win straight away. I do get tempted. So Andy Peters, I promise you, Phil Vickery has been suitably admonished. Gary says, live every day as if it were your last, and one day you'll be right. I know, but you'll never know. You'll never know. Look at that. There you go. That's what £1 million looks. Sorry, I'm talking to you as if you've got the same pictures that I have on my screen. I've got a picture of £1 million. Looks lovely, doesn't it? That looks very, very nice today. Can you imagine if you kept it under the bed if you didn't trust the banks? Because some people don't trust banks. And lovely. Listening to you about to have 3 fish fingers between 2 pieces of bread. Well, that's good. I don't have any... See, people say, oh, you can't have that for breakfast. Why not? Have anything you like for breakfast, can't you? Yeah, I mean, it's dinner time for me, so I'm quite good on things like that. Clonakilty black pudding, Steve, is amazing. Brilliant as part of a fry with lashings of white pepper, says Finbar. That's a good Irish name, isn't it, Finbar? I've already been told about the Clonakilty because my assistant producer has decided he's going to bring me in some sausages, and I've said, please don't. Please don't. I don't know. Where do you get them from in London? Is there a shop where you can go to get Irish sausages? You know a fella. He knows a fella. I know a fella, Steve. Well, we all know a fella, but my one doesn't come with sausages. You can buy. Is there other Irish? There must be Irish. I'll tell you where there's an Irish butcher. There's an Irish shop, but there's an Irish butcher down Shepherd's Bush, on the Goldthorpe Road. On the Goldthorpe Road. I know because I've seen them in there, and I remember thinking, a fella in Kilburn. That's right. I used to live in Kilburn. Well, I used to live in Queen's Park, and Very desirable. And very nice indeed. I still like the idea. Do you think Andy Peters has got the £1 million with him? Do you think he's taken it up there to show people? And then Steve, bacon or sausage sarnie with ketchup or brown sauce? Ketchup, I'm afraid. I tried the brown sauce one the other day, and I didn't like it actually, which was a bit of a shame. Another one that says another one here. Somebody else going on about black pudding from a butcher in Wolverhampton. It is just blood, isn't it? Black pudding. What is it? Blood and mixed with bits and. Why would you ever want to eat that? I can't understand it. No, black pudding. What's it made of? Blood sausage made of pork or beef blood with pork fat or beef suet, and a cereal, usually oatmeal, oat groats or barley groats. Oh dear, it sounds disgusting. You like it? Well, that's us cancelled then. There's no breakfast for you on this programme. Horrible idea. But never mind, doesn't matter. Have you ever tried Hex sausages, which have a high meat level, says John, in Birmingham? I haven't actually. And apparently Mark in Bristol says, I work for Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's staff are getting paid for having Boxing Day off. Oh, right. There you go. That sounds quite a good idea. And, yeah, why not? Why not? Make a change, wouldn't it? Do you get double money? Do you get double money? And Steve, I'm with you. Lady of a certain age, eccentric, and I too leave all my lights on. I know, I love the curtain twitchers. They're so sad and lonely. They're so sad. They worry about everything. They're probably the ones who went and sat in a road the other day. That would be them. Black pudding can be grilled, fried, baked, or boiled. Can also be eaten cold. Ugh. As it's cooked in production in parts of northwestern England and in the Black Country, it was usual to serve a whole black pudding boiled as a complete meal. You can buy it in Costco. They do a big long, and then you take your own slices. But elsewhere in the UK and Ireland, fried or grilled black puddings are more usually served as part of a traditional full breakfast, a tradition that followed British and Irish emigrants around the world. Ooh. I have bought it, actually, in Costco, and I bought it for a friend of mine who works at Paul Cooper's. So it's lovely. So 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Loads of pictures at the gala of all the fashion. It's funny, no Victoria Beckham. I thought she was in fashion. Obviously not. And obviously they don't know who she is in America. And here's Kendall Jenner. Lovely outfit, but I mean, who is she? Megan Fox, Rita Ora again. God knows, they probably have no idea who she is. Emma Raducanu was there. Didn't take them long to find an outfit for her. And the earrings and everything else. And I think you'll find this is Chanel. So already she's getting the sponsorship items. Kim Kardashian just looked like a complete turnip. Billie Eilish, Lil Nas X. You've never seen anybody look so ridiculous unless it was Lewis Hamilton. Cara Delevingne was there. She made her statement with Peg the Patriarchy top from Dior. As I say, do they know who she is? Probably not. Rihanna was there, and Irana Sheikh, who apparently is some sort of actress or model, Russian model. So there you go. Jane Moore talking about Harry Enfield recalling an awkward scenario backstage at Comic Relief. He said, I was just about to go on and somebody said, Your Royal Highness Prince Edward is about to come in and you've got to stand up and call him sir. And so Harry Enfield said, I'm not calling him sir, he's a bloke my age. Consequently, he was barred from meeting the Queen's youngest son, and one imagines he cared not one jot. This is a problem the monarchy will increasingly face once the much-respected Queen dies. I agree with Jane Moore, totally. Who's going to bow and scrape to something of the like of Prince Edward, or even Andrew, or even Sarah Ferguson, or any of these people? Good heavens above, no. You know, Prince Andrew, I mean, you know, at the moment, he's being chased by US lawyers. Prince Harry's toe-curling interview with Oprah Winfrey has sent his popularity plummeting, and Prince Charles's judgment is being called into question. And we bow and scrape? No, and I'm a monarchist. I'm a monarchist, but it's Harry's birthday today. Wonder what the old wife will buy him. Perhaps a personality would be quite a nice thing, because they're coming up with something else, aren't they? So far, the after-dinner speaking's gone by the wayside. Harry's going to write another book. It'll be ghosted, a bit like Sarah Ferguson's. There were two of them that wrote it. How you get two people writing a book, I've got no idea. Steve, what about Clonakilty white pudding, says David. Will you stop it? Getting your friends to write in to me, honestly. Mihall's sort of got, ever since we started mentioning it, I mean, put it this way, we'll now get a box full of Clonakilty stuff. It'll be arriving in the studio, and he'll be the one taking it home. Because I'm not going to be taking black pudding home. I could really think. Black pudding's on the superfood list along with avocado. Actually, avocado the other day was very good. Very good indeed. My friend Johnny Perry is having a little lunchtime get-together. As you know, he used to work, he was Clive Bull's producer at LBC, and he's got a hotel with his partner down in Bournemouth, and he's got a lot of LBC memorabilia and can normally fill in the gaps together with Chris Lowry and Steve Campen. He says, looking forward to a little lunchtime get-together with some of the LBC old-timers, the lovely Vivian Fowle, Martha Carney, and Janice Sutherland, amongst others. We must get you along to one of them too. I'm partial to a McDonald's as well. Most Mondays they do some excellent offers. The fillet of fish for £1. Honestly, I think we've started a trend.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 7. So they've got a picture of London yesterday. Tower Bridge looking like the river it was crossing. There was so much water on there, traffic ploughed through. I think they had, I forget how many inches they were, but I mean, it was certainly quite a bit. Over in Blackpool, it was a bit balmy. Cambridge, there's people being punted around with their umbrellas up. But people on holiday, they don't like to sort of miss out on these things. You're about to be invaded as well by 200 billion sex-mad daddy longlegs. Oh, hate daddy longlegs. Apparently the crane flies are hatching underground in vast numbers after the cool, damp summer. They reckon there could be 200 billion of them. It's like, we got the flying ants in London. Oh, I used to hate them as well. You'd sort of be watering the plants. All of a sudden, the flying ants would descend on you. Flying ant day. Oh, horrible. I didn't like that at all. Here's the nursery worker who's lost a sex discrimination case after being told her clothes showed too much cleavage at work. Latika Lawrence, 28, wore a tight-fitting dress as there were no uniform polo shirts in her size. But Zara Ahmed, the owner of Bundles of Joy in Streatham, told her she had too much breast on display. Employment judge Daniel Dial ruled a male employee with his shirt buttons undone would have got the same reaction, insisting no, part of the reason was the treatment was sex. So there you go. So you've got to wear, the right sort of outfits if you're doing something like that. Fancy not having a uniform polo shirt in her size. How big is she? Bundles of Joy is an unfortunate name. Yes, for somebody showing a bit too much bosom, I think. 6 in 10 drivers want smart motorways ditched and a permanent hard shoulder reinstated. I haven't seen a hard shoulder for ages, and I was going down the motorway the other day and coming back from the Godchildren, and I needed to call in for something. What was I calling in for? Something. Oh, my mobile phone had fallen on the floor, and I needed to put it back on the seat next to me. And so I had to put in, and I couldn't find a hard shoulder to pull in on. And when I did eventually find one just near Sunbury, the traffic was so close to me as it whizzed past, I felt seriously in danger. Smart motorways they're having, and people want them changed. They said 84% of motorists feel unsafe when the emergency lane is removed. I'm not surprised. It's only when you get out of the car on a motorway you realise the speed that people are doing there. I mean, I'm very good. Definitely good. Oh, look! The UK's curtain-twitching capital of the UK has been revealed. Newcastle. 56% of Geordies regularly spying on suspect neighbours. I'm a curtain twitcher. My name's Jana. You think to yourself, it's so funny, isn't it? Because I don't think they quite understand what curtain twitching is. It's people who interfere in other people's business. I'm a curtain twitcher, pet. I don't think you can say pet, can you? Allowed to use the word pet? Is it sexist? Who does a gag about that? Oh, yes. It's my friend Paul Zerdin with one of his puppets, Sam, talking about sexist. This and all the rest of it. He makes a very good routine out of it. So that's where the curtain twitchers are. Although we managed to find 2 this morning. Oh, my godfathers, they really have got quite a few screws loose, haven't they? And Strictly's in chaos already. One of their pro dancers caught COVID. They'd already been paired with a celebrity during a pre-recorded show to be aired this Saturday, but a positive test the day after filming means they must isolate for 10 days. But they haven't told you who it is. Slightly worrying, isn't it? I'd rather know who it was, thank you very much indeed. Not sort of keeping it... I couldn't care less about Strictly anyway. Don't like that sort of thing. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, we found another curtain twitcher. 0636. Oh, I'm having a field day today. I didn't realise it was so much fun, actually. I think it's lovely. It's probably the same person trying to get in by the back door, but they've gone already. And how jealous are you of me being the town responsible for giving the world famous Cumberland sausage? Not jealous at all, actually. Not jealous at all. And Steve, I work for Sainsbury's and was informed we could have Boxing Day off unpaid or take it as one of our holidays. Oh, right. So they're not paying you. They're not paying. But you could take the day off, or you take it off as sort of another bit of holiday. Yeah, I didn't think they'd be paying. I was very surprised. So you're not forced to work on on sort of what would be a bank holiday for the rest of the country. I like working, though. I don't understand or why sort of people don't want to work over the bank holiday. There are loads of single people out there who don't want to sit at home twiddling their thumbs. You know, they would rather sort of be working. Comics including Jason Manford and Brian Connolly have dipped into the music business before, but now it's Jimmy Carr's turn. Ed Sheeran has revealed he made the unlikely choice of the funny man to do backing vocals for his upcoming album. Jimmy Carr? Good Lord above, there's an odd one, isn't it? Very odd. And Ian H. Watkins. It's the same. They put this out as a press release. Ian H. Watkins, who claimed homophobic authorities blocked him from adopting a child. I mean, they must have put out a press release for sort of trying to garner some interest or something. He does have twin boys with his then partner. Now he doesn't have a partner. So, you know, single parent, as they say. A pensioner. Oh, I did this story yesterday. Do you remember I was talking about a pensioner who drove 40 miles the wrong way up a motorway? 40 miles. Was there no cars up there or something? Or were people just swerving, going, oh, my godfathers? The man was only stopped when police used a stinger after he dodged earlier attempts. He's 78. He's a crook as well. So he was seen travelling the wrong way on the M6 at Lancaster and was halted. And the driver of Truro was arrested and his car was seized. Thank God for that. Get him off the road. What an idiot. He tried to sort of avoid them. Not so good. Not so good. Hundreds of pigs were let loose yesterday to scoff fallen acorns poisonous to other animals. So they're not poisonous to pigs, only to other animals. They will rummage around 70,000 acres of woodland before being rounded up in November. Uh-oh. For, you know, maybe the sausages, round. Anyway. The wet summer may mean fewer acorns than normal for the annual event in the New Forest National Park in Hampshire. So the acorns have been dangerous for the forest's famous ponies and cattle, but not for piggy wigs, because they love it. They love things like that. And they'll be fattening them up so they can wrap themselves around our sausages at Christmas. So there shouldn't be a shortage of them. But you can buy them already. I did find them in Iceland the other day. Why no pigs in blankets? Or I don't know. I mean, I see no reason why you can't have them all year round. It's only a sausage with a bit of bacon, because they're lovely, aren't they? I can eat loads of those. And little crispy roast potatoes, which is good. And Steve, the Irish butcher on the Goldhawk Road, has my favourite tea, Barry's Gold Blend. You've heard of Barry's Gold? Always, I'll tell you, it's become the Irish programme today. Have you noticed? We're sort of banging on about Ireland, which of course is very appropriate for me because I was born on St Patrick's Day, but never been there. Steve, says Kevin the Restaurateur, he says, not so long ago, a very popular dish was crispy black pudding topped with pea puree and grilled scallop with butter sauce. Oh dear, I feel quite queasy after that, actually. It doesn't do anything for me at all. On Bury Market, they have a black pudding stall. You buy them warm, they put it in a paper plate, open it up for you, and you can put brown sauce or mustard or whatever. Shan't be going there, thank you very much indeed. I think I'll stick with my bacon sandwich from McDonald's. It's the only way I can get through life, I think. Here's the Eco Firebrand. He's a hypocrite. He was one of those who was blocking the traffic the other day. Do you know why he's a hypocrite? He was protesting at people not insulating their homes. He lives in a house with the worst possible energy rating. Roger Hallam co-founded Extinction Rebellion, but left to join Insulate Britain. So he's obviously a bit of a pain, isn't he? To urging Britons to stop heat escaping from their properties. Yet his detached farmhouse has an energy rating of G. I mean, seriously. It's alleged allegedly produces 4 times the amount of CO2 of an average household. Not so clever now, are we, pal? Pop it. Chucky bin. Yeah, lads. Actually, talking to farmers, here he is. This is Jeremy Clarkson. His farm has become a smash hit. The neighbours don't like it, but there again, they're a right bunch of miserable so-and-sos. They went down there and go, oh, it's awful, you're just a part-time farmer. Do you know he's had this farm for 20 years? Part-time farmer. These people are more thick than you imagine. And he's talking about, he says, back British farmers or I'll have to put corks in my cows' bottoms. I don't know why. I don't know. But I've always liked him. He says it's 5p more to buy meat with a red tractor on it, but it helps farmers. And he seems to have done very well. Very well. He's become Britain's most famous farmer, but the locals hate it. They all picketed the day his shop, which is called Diddley Squat. They must be really stupid people. You know why? Jealous. Jealous that he's so successful and they're totally useless. And he said, look at the money it's brought into the area. He said, people are doing very, very well. And you get this little... But somebody gave him the finger at one of these things. You go, oh, go away, failure. Go back to your own little allotment and try and do something interesting. You've inspired me, says Niall. Pigs in blankets is for dinner tonight. But, I mean, you can't just have pigs in blankets. Oh, can you? Can you have a lot of them? Well, I don't think I could eat that many. Do you know, well, perhaps I might be able to. I don't know, actually. You've now tempted me. I'd quite like to go to Iceland and see whether they're cooked or they're uncooked. I might have to go and have a look today. And then I could have them just with mashed potato. Dreadful, isn't it? When you're 6:45 in the morning, you're sorting out what you're going to have for your lunch. Great.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Apparently, porky white sausages are a must for pigs in blankets, says Gary. Well, I've never heard of those. But somebody else said you can have a whole bowl of pigs in blankets with Fortnum & Mason's truffle mayonnaise. And you need to try Irish white pudding. It's fab, says Mark, in Woodford. So there you go. And I do remember the dog who was on That's Life. He got his 15 minutes of fame because he used to go, sausages. Do you remember that? Did you? It's a little bit before your time or not? No, it wasn't. It was a dog that they found on Esther Ranson's That's Life programme, who I don't think it was actually saying sausages. They were just going like that. And they turned it into, you know, a bit of fakery, I suppose, to make it go, sausages. And they used it everywhere. Annie Mizzen was a favourite on that programme. She was a little old lady, and she looked like a little old lady, but she turned up every time Esther Ranson went out to do filming in London. There was Annie Mizzen, and she became quite a star, actually, one of the early people who was made a star by television programmes. I think Brendan O'Carroll's Mrs. Brown is, but there you go. Annie, oh, you found a picture of her already. Do you know the internet is so brilliant? It's so brilliant. I get more people writing to me now saying... You know, because Esther would go out there and give them something to try. It could be a little bit of food or a drink, and then she'd tell them what it was. And Annie Mizzen was always up for anything in it. I mean, she must have died years ago. This is 1977. And she was a real character, and sort of one of those lovely people who, everywhere Esther Ranson turned up, Annie Mizzen turned up as well, which was great. I think Mrs. Brown's Boys is coming back for the sitcom's 10th anniversary. Do you like Mrs. Brown? I knew you were going to say you hated it. I knew, and you're Irish and you hate it. Isn't that why do you? And explain to me, because there is nothing new about men playing women it's a generational thing. Because I interviewed him, and he is a long line of people who played. If you look at Dame Edna turned up in the early Barry Mackenzie films, and I remember watching it at the cinema, thinking, is that a man or is it a woman? And the character took over. And in Mrs. Brown's Boys, Brendan, I mean, packs out theatres with this. So it must be generational. You must be too young to go for it. But I mean, Les Dawson used to dress up as a woman, was very good at it. He'd do, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And there have been loads and loads of people that did it. I mean, older people love it. Younger people think it's probably a bit naff. But he uses the whole family. Most of the people appearing are his, and it's not for you at all. Dear. I could tell by the way he's looking at me. I wish I'd not mentioned it now. It's ghastly, isn't it? But anyway, it is coming back. So Mrs. Brown's Boys has done Christmas. Now it's time to give Halloween a special treatment. I heard a programme on the television the other day. The swearing in it was unbelievable. Loads of, and it was a BBC programme. It was obviously after the Watershed, but I'm seriously, I still get shocked at hearing four-letter words on television programmes. It's ghastly. Sooner they drop Celebrity Juice, the happier I'll be. And have you seen that Amanda Holden thing with Keith Lemon? It's awful. It's Keith Lemon pretending to dress up as a woman. But he can't carry it off at all. It's so lame. Dreadful. Dr. Hilary Jones has got a debut novel with a raunchy sex scene in it. I don't understand why you'd ever have a non-raunchy sex scene. What's the point? That would just be another boring, average Thursday night. Very dreary. Dreary sex. I can remember lots of people... I've spoken to authors before about writing sex scenes in their books, and apparently it's quite difficult to write sex scenes. Jackie Collins had no trouble. We used to sit down and laugh about it, about sort of writing sex scenes in books. I said Jordan tried to do it, but unfortunately Jordan never wrote a book in her life, so it doesn't really make any difference. But Dr. Hilary, who's known as a dishy man, can probably do things like that. But it's got somebody all hot and bothered. It's his mum. She's 95, and she was particularly impressed by the sexual element in his World War I drama Frontline, which was published earlier this month. So there you go. Dr. Hilary's writing sex scenes. There's hope for all of us. I could never do that. I could never write a sex scene. It would be so dreary and boring. I'm a little bit prudish, actually, even though I have the lights on all the time. Ooh, curtain twitchers. And Charlotte Johnson, the Prime Minister's extraordinary mother, who taught him the value of every human life. She was apparently a super artist, and they've got pictures in some of the papers. Here's some more people. The belle of the tennis ball, Emma, aces the A-listers at the Met Gala. Most of them look absolutely dreadful. You've never seen such a bunch of dreadful outfits from a bunch of dreadful people. Prince Andrew could be forced by a British court to defend himself against the sexual abuse claims. Lisa Bloom accused the Duke of York of trying to dodge and hide and duck service of legal papers relating to this civil lawsuit, adding nobody is above the law. I mean, I'm just absolutely amazed at the arrogance. It's gone on for goodness knows how long now. And then occasionally you get Sarah Ferguson chipping in with her 3 pence about nothing in particular, which was embarrassing. More roads flooded. Yes, sir. I've never seen so much rain. I seriously hadn't. It came down very, very quickly. Boris's late mum's paintings, I mean, I thought they were really good. I mean, look at that picture of herself. She's done a picture of herself. Charlotte Johnson Wall. I think she looks very good. I mean, I can't paint for toffee. I see some of these programmes there's a painting programme on the television at the moment where they get sort of artists in and they have to paint a famous person. And some of them are absolutely stunningly brilliant. Stunning. Sky Arts. There's a good channel. I was raving over Sky Arts when I first discovered it on my television. And unfortunately they had a concert on the other day. It was Jamiroquai. He's a bit odd. But I've seen all the other things on there. It's a beautiful channel. There's so many good things, some really good stuff. They do Landscape Painter of the Year as well. But I can't do anything like that. We had to draw. What did we draw at school? We had a drill. I know, a drill. I ask you. I mean, I didn't quite understand what we were doing. And we did it in pencil with a rubber at the end of the pencil, and you had to sort of rub bits out, and we made stained glass windows. You'd sort of draw something, then you cut it out and put coloured paper on it, and then they put it up at the window. Really naff my school was. Seriously. Didn't teach me anything at all. What else in the paper today? The Boris Bridge between Scotland and Ireland falls down on cost. Everybody delighted on that one. And Louise Minchin's leaving. Goodbye. I love the way we make a big thing about it. And a 6-month amnesty for weapons. 1,300 were handed in, which means there's probably about another 10 million out there, I should imagine. I love the way people hand them in and they go, oh, yeah, no, I haven't got any weapons anymore. And teen genius Carlisa Daniels is thought to be the world's youngest qualified accountant. 19. Very, very young indeed. After 10 A GCSEs, she won an accounting apprenticeship. She passed 13 professional exams in 2 years, half the expected time. She's quite amazing, There's a picture of her in the paper. My friend Johnny Perry also loves Sky Arts. He says, I love tales of the unexpected. Very good, isn't it? I love stuff like that. And Amy Hart from Love Island says she received death threats from a 13-year-old talking about motion. This is media abuse and all the rest of it. I mean, we all know about it. You just cancel people and you just block them, and that's it. You know, you don't take a blind bit in at the moment, as I do. If you get somebody who's particularly stupid and thick, you just block them, and that's it. They've got nobody else to write to. So you have to get rid of them very. It takes but a second. Catherine says Mary Whitehouse would be turning in her grave if she saw what's on telly these days. I know. I've got to go. Listen, thank you for your company today. It's been a nice, lively little show, hasn't it? Promoting the Irish meat market. On today's free Little Bit Extra podcast, Louise Minchin's finally leaving breakfast. She's had more farewells than Sinatra. More reaction to the Met Gala, hottest night in fashion. Still no sight of Victoria Beckham. Peter Andre opens his mouth and again makes a complete turnip of himself, as usual.